has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the rising sun. I feel so strong, I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. for you. Hold my hand and tell me you like my plans. Don't tell me so. No, don't leave me hanging, baby. 'Cause this is the only chance you'll get. Oh, tell me when you gonna let me know. You're never gonna let me go. Let it show, show. How I love is meant to go. Boy, you're moving way too slow. Let it show, show. It's just that look that lets me know just how much you want me. I'm what you want, you're what I need. Tell me. When you gonna let me know? You're never gonna let me go. Let it show, show. How I love is meant to go. Boy, you're moving way too slow. Let it show, show. Tickets always stop between, tweet, tweet, tweet. Tickets always stop between, tweet, 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 tweet. Like Sony can. Sticky and sweet. Looking good enough to need. What you do it well. Like Sony can. Looking good enough to need. What you do it well. Like Sony can. between us. Just let the fire burn. I'm here for you no matter what. If you let me know where you want to go, maybe it's the time I can make you mine. Let me know if you want to win. We can be this one. Let me know. I can't live the way, baby, that's okay. Let me know that I'm all you need and I'll come running. Let me know this is all I'm feeling. Know you want it. Let me know if you want to win. We can be this one. Let me know. I can't live the way, baby, that's okay. Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Oh no, no I ain't going too far.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me, you shine your light on.
When the time for bring me down, now you dey ace me up. You keep me focused on the target, you dey give me the punch. You know me eyes, now the dark shine for me like a touch. Light, but it isn't cold and dark, you dey give me the sun. Light, now you know must have before give me the thing, right? And I want to tell you thank you for the love, the light, the ride, the hype, the tide, the fight. Now I dey with you, I dey feel so alive.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me, you shine your light on me. Your light on me, your light on me,
Sit. True love no get yakba. Think the flow really sweet like a water. Hold tight, we together. Tiggy tiggy one. Take me a watan, keep me warm. You in a matan. The one where they pick me up, put it like they really mona man. You they keep me back on track, waiting no go like our plan. You the butter me brain, I keep on sweet with Tom and jam. You the only one, me number one, say you not the one.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. unforgettable. You I see when I am down. You I need when I am down. Girl, you take me higher. Girl, you set me on fire. Whoa. Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me. Let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me. You shine your light on me. You shine
to 1v. Oh, just gets searched on. Yankos gets stunned. Mouse going for the 1v2.
They have to play really cautiously and carefully. Goes back into the base dive. Oh,
BeBe
play with fire, but he can't.
这是三人的围殴比被猛击给顶飞，从 BeBe 留下，拿到了一个 triple kill 的 corner。
Bienvenidos al All-Star de League of Legends 2016. Hemos reunido a 30 de vuestros jugadores favoritos. Durante los próximos 4 días lucharán codo con codo para defender a sus regiones y demostrar quiénes son los mejores. Han llegado para incendiar la grieta del invocador, el equipo de All-Stars compuesto por la LCK de Corea, la LCS de Norteamérica y la GPL del sudeste asiático. ¡Un fuerte aplauso para el equipo! ¡Fuego! Dispuestos a congelar a cualquiera que se ponga por delante, representando al equipo hielo, los All-Stars de la LPL China, la LMS y la LCS europea. ¡Ruido para el equipo hielo!
Down.
batalla!
There they are, our All-Stars from Fire and Ice. What a fantastic performance and what a fantastic introduction for the players by Levi. Bienvenido todo el mundo a Barcelona. Welcome everybody to Barcelona. Around the world, you answered the call. And now 30 of your favorite players have descended on Spain. Over the next 4 days, they will battle it out on Summoner's Rift and Howling Abyss to determine which All-Stars will rise above the rest as we get some sights of the beautiful city we are in, Barcelona, and the players have been preparing in. It is truly a wonderful city and a wonderful venue here at the Palau St. Jordi. Good evening. I'm Evie Schok-Supporter, joined on the analyst desk by James Stress O'Leary and Joshua Jat Leesman. Quite the intro there for the player.
Ooh, you know, a great, exciting, fun intro, and it's going to be a fun week. This is the point of the year. Worlds is done. We're at the end of the season, so let's create some mayhem.
Yeah, one way to make an entrance is just shooting fire into the stadium, and you can feel the heat of it all the way up here. I'm just looking forward to seeing the best players play on this patch for the first time, right? Like, we've seen IWCA, we've seen people in solo queue, but I don't think we've ever seen players at this level play on this patch yet, so that's what I'm excited for.
Definitely so much to see, and we'll be covering everything from here, but we are not alone in that here in St. Jordi. Our international broadcast partners are also helping us out to bring the tournament around the globe in over 15 languages. There you see some of our colleagues from the LVP, and of course, as always, the team from Korea's OGN, bringing you all the action as well. Now, after a year full of amazing League of Legends moments, we have gathered here to celebrate. Superstars from 6 regions have been divided into 2 teams, Team Fire and Team Ice. First up in Team Fire, we have North American LCS, Korea's LCK, and Southeast Asia's GPL, specifically the Vietnamese All-Stars. And then in Team Ice, the European LCS, the League of Legends Master Series, and China's LPL. What are we thinking of the division here of teams? Is Fire notably stronger? Is it Ice?
Rather convenient. The North American LCS got placed with the LCK again, tried to defend the Team Fire championship from last year. I like the chances of Team Fire if I'm just looking at that, because I feel like the NA All-Star team, just the players that got voted in, are actually pretty strong. But you never know with NA's chances coming to these international events, right?
Yeah, oh, there we go. I have a quote from Mithy, actually, who said when he was taking a look at the teams, we're playing versus the NALCS, that is the LCK and European imports, but you call it NALCS? Fine.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
There's some pretty stacked lineups, but there's a lot of game modes and a lot to get before we determine a winner. And the winner of All-Star this year is going to be determined by who gets 1,000 points first. There are a total of 1,950 up for grabs, and they're going to be split all across the game modes.
Yeah, so obviously there's a different point system for each game. The regional games that are the normal Summoner's Rift games are worth 100 points. The 1v1 actually has a pretty hefty amount of points as well that could actually all go to one team if, say, Team Fire, Team Ice dominated the 1v1, 250 for first place, all the way down to 50 points for third or fourth.
Yeah, those 1v1s super important. As we were kind of talking about, you know, if one team gets all of those points, it's 500 points. It's up for grabs there.
Exactly.
You know, we've seen that happen before, where, you know, last year it was Doublelift, Bjergsen, they took the majority of the points, and, you know, it made for a pretty tough uphill battle for them.
And at IWCA last year, Kira won the whole thing and took his team with him to All-Stars. So
and walking past some of the player rooms, these guys are actually, like, all of them were just practicing 1v1. So I feel like it's one place where the players kind of actually want to do well.
Well, I guess it's also because it's harder to build synergy for all these 5 players together, but what if they all get a great 1v1 strat and take that? Then you're taking a big part of the cake, right?
Everyone always seems to have their favorite 1v1 strat, and you're right, but the problem is because there's bans, it gets figured out after a little while, and sometimes you just ban it away. So there's so much, we'll get into that later in the day. I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of other game modes. My personal favorite is Tandem mode. All of these are worth 50 points for the winner, and Tandem mode is, of course, the one where there's 2 players. One has the keyboard, the other has the mouse. Kachuni from last year, who can forget that one, but very exciting.
Oh man, Tandem mode. There's also Assassin and Marksman modes where players have to choose from a restricted champion pool. Basically, in the search bar, you type in Marksman for Marksman mode and Assassin for Assassin mode, and those are the only champions you can play. Also, you have to build only offensive items in those modes.
Yeah, no tanks in either of those modes, thankfully, but we might see a couple of tanks in one for all. One of the fun modes we had from IWCA, we had a lot of Zax coming out, we had some Javans come through as well. So that's the mode where everybody votes on their team for a champion to play. All 5 members of that team are going to have that locked in. That gave us last year 10 Blitzcranks. I wonder whether we'll see anything like that again. It's always
Jarvan
fun.
versus Yasuo again.
Yeah.
Like, that was actually a really great thing if people were watching IWCA, or just go back and watch the 1-for-all between Yasuo and Jarvan. Like, there's some really fun combinations you can see, especially when you have really good players playing that wacky game.
Brazil versus Oceania, 5 Zax with a ZZ Rot portal.
That was
fantastic.
so funny and at the same time so frustrating, because we were talking to the Oceanic team and they said, oh, we'll just, escape. No one can catch Ezreal. 3 Zacks come flying in. They
Zac
suddenly
can catch
hit.
Ezreal.
Yeah, when there's 3 of them all ulting as well. Craziness. I hope somebody's got something new as well that we're going to get.
We'll see, but it is something we can see come out as we are here on patch 6.23 for the All-Stars Madness. That is preseason +1, and in IWCA we said, okay, Assassins, all these reworks, everything's gonna come out, and it was tanks, tanks, tanks.
Surely with so many champions changed, we were looking at it, Assassins were gonna be the name of the game on preseason, as you alluded to. A lot of people talking about the strength of Talon. We didn't see any of that. LeBlanc got banned, but it's all about the mastery changes, Chad. I mean, it makes tanks so strong.
I feel like Courage of the Colossus just kind of snuck in under the radar with all these assassin changes and just kind of dominated the top lane meta. But in all honesty, the 6.23 patch here, there's a lot of stuff that's really OP. And I want to see how much of it gets exploited by these top players and how much of it is undiscovered or doesn't necessarily work on the pro game. Like Shyvana, for instance, if you're thinking in solo queue, crazy amazing jungler. But with the really good players, Lee Sin probably better than that. Ivern probably better than that. Like there's so many things that I want to see if can kind of overtake the meta we saw at Worlds, and then we'll see in the fun games here.
And as you alluded to from IWCA, that's teams that were kind of thrown together from their own regions as well. So now I want to see if, the likes of Korea's players are going to bring something that they've been playing that nobody else has really seen. One thing's kind of for certain, Nautilus, such a high priority in the top lane right now because of how stupidly broken with his W as well, gets 53% of his max health as a shield. It's crazy. You just cannot kill him.
Unkillable. Yeah. We'll see what happens. And of course, as you say, pro players, so they're definitely at a highest level, but they haven't had that much time to work together, so maybe they go for something that is better to execute. I know in the Assassins modes, for instance, you can pick Nocturne and Pantheon, and we saw that in the IWCA as well, coming out of the GPL, using that as a strategy, so it'll be interesting to see if they go strategy crafted or just have fun and, rely on our own prowess.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of these players are going to be playing mostly to show off, and the really in-depth strategy isn't going to be there. And I think that's totally okay. I was talking to Doublelift on the way in. He hadn't necessarily researched like, oh, these are the best things for Assassin mode, and he hadn't gotten out his theory crafting. But he says he has been playing probably more than a lot of these other guys, because we have to remember we're pretty much in the off-season everywhere in the world. So the question is, how fresh will these guys be? Who has figured out the game the most at this point? And honestly, who's just going to have the most fun?
Well, to that, we also saw yesterday EU was sightseeing a bit and going around the city. And then on the other hand, Bjergsen tweeted that they were practicing really hard. So team bonding, it is just as important as anything else.
It's what we've learned. IWCA, we saw the SEA team. They've now played 2 tournaments. They're here for their 3rd as a team. I still think it's an uphill battle for them, but it's certainly, that team synergy might go a little bit of the way to help.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule then, because we have a lot on our plate starting today. First up, the Battle of the Atlantic between the NA LCS All-Stars and the Hometown European LCS team. Then we have Marksman mode, Fire versus Ice, that is a mixed-up team. And then later we will kick off our first 7 matches in the 1v1 tournament. Closing out the day, the Korean All-Star squad will take on the representatives from the LMS. We are all the way at the beginning. I'm not going to ask for a Fire versus Ice prediction yet, but I will ask for the first match, which is the European All-Stars taking on the NA All-Stars. Give me your quick predictions.
Well, one thing I'll say is this will decide once and for all who the best region is within North American Europe, as it always does.
We can close the books on it.
No, I mean, based on the votes, I feel like EU voted a lot for like the classic popularity. We have a couple people in there that were in the promotion tournament, whereas NA, I feel like, voted more of the true All-Star team. So I think those guys are pretty heavily favored.
I unfortunately don't disagree on too much of that at all. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen xPeke in mid lane. I'm not doubting him at all, but when you compare him to the NA lineup where you're like, okay, All-Star, top tier, All-Star, every single role, it's tough for us, but I think we can still do it.
In NA's favor, I would say. I think
they've been in our favor before.
They are the favorite.
That does not make me very confident.
Well, we'll see. But before we send it over to our fairly balanced, not at all biased casting crew, Doublelift tells us what the NA versus EU rivalry means to him.
I've been to All-Stars 4 times, and all 4 times NA versus EU is like the most hype and the most like talked about match, because there's always like the NA greater than EU greater than NA like meme. And All-Stars is just like a really hilarious way to show it. Especially like, I guess I have a history with it because my first time I was playing in All-Stars, it was the very first one, and I got a penta against EU, which felt like really good. And ever since then, it's just been like a pretty big grudge match. NA players always like trash talk EU players and the other way around, so I really want to smash them.
We'll find out if Doublelift can smash the European All-Stars or whether he will get smashed. Welcome, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Martin DeFiscio Lunga. I brought some backup for the EU versus NA rivalry. We stuck you in the middle.
Classic European 2 versus 1. Okay.
It's what we do. I outclass you. That's the best part.
I love the European NA games because we're like sibling rivalry, right? We're friends. We can, make fun of each other a little bit. But in the end, it doesn't really matter because Big Daddy Korea is the best, and we all agree on that.
Long game, right? That's what you're playing for. Let's take a closer look at the All-Stars taking part here in 2016, representing Team Ice, blasting their way onto the Rift. It is the European LCS, SOAS in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, xPeke playing on Spanish soil. Now in the mid lane, Reckless ADC and Mithy, of course, supports. A lot of Spanish pride there for the EU squads.
Definitely true, but representing Team Fire will be the North American All-Stars. In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle, Rainover, mid, Bjergsen, AD carry Doublelift, and support Aphromoo.
And honestly, we have to praise the North American fans for understanding how to vote the absolute best players to All-Star with this team, because I think if I had to pick 5 guys from 2016 in North America and put them on a team together, these would be the 5 guys, because you have the leadership as well for someone like Aphromoo.
DeFiscio, are you starting the excuses early?
No.
For the veterans of the European
No.
SOAS, Reckless, Peke, it's 60% Fnatic.
It is. All I'm doing here,
80%.
All I'm doing here, guys, is I am building up North America like we do every single event. And then I'm ready in about 30 minutes from now when the game is over and Europe has already won, because Mithy and Jankos are fantastic players. They're here because they're the best in their positions, best support, best jungler. Of course, the other guys are still great players as well, but they're also here because they are so popular in Europe. And I'm just building up America so I can knock them back down when Europe wins.
Jankos there getting a big cheer from the crowd, definitely deservedly so. Back over on the other side for the North American All-Stars, though, we were talking about Doublelift. He's made every single All-Star event, and he's back with Aphromoo.
Man, the crowd love what you're saying.
His long-lost love. That's the other great thing here. We're here with the Spanish crowd. They're going to be super hyped for all of these players.
It is ridiculous how loud they are. We are so close to the crowd. They're yelling and screaming.
Yeah.
It is deafening. We're taking a look at some of these other matchups, of course, because you touched on all the other lanes. Just focusing on the mid lane. Bjergsen versus Peke is a matchup we have seen before, Worlds 2015. It was one which Origin won.
Yeah.
I don't think Peke had a...
It's a team effort, Trevor. It is a team effort.
The European casters here just backpedaling so quick.
Listen, we learned last year, we got burned last year because there's so much EU NA hate going on. People didn't really like it too much. Now we're starting, very, very calm here. We actually like NA quite a bit. The team is really good.
Yes.
We also do like the European players here. It's cool to see Peke back here, back in the mid lane, no longer playing AD carry. He's not better than Bjergsen in the mid lane, but I still think this man, he's been boot camping for a few days, just a few days, he told me. Might have prepared 1 or 2 picks in that mid lane he can use to try and surprise Bjergsen.
Yeah. I have to say, if I was looking at the European team and I want to highlight someone, it would definitely be Jankos in the jungle. This guy really impressed me.
It's a young Kobe.
Yeah, exactly, right? Reminds me a lot of, but honestly, he had such a good Worlds run, and he's shown that he can go very aggressive on the Lee Sin junglers. With jungle being such an important role in the preseason, you can really carry a game from that role if your jungler gets an edge.
Yeah, exactly. The jungle point is so good because when you're looking at really strong picks in solo queue that can maybe translate onto the pro scene, the role where I see the most picks is the jungle, because so many of them are just very viable right now. You can carry from it. You can actually power farm pretty effectively and get ahead of someone like your dual lane. You can gank a lot early game. There's a lot of new ways you can use. So many options. So as a jungler, you must be very happy. And Jankos is the man who can really carry this team. And he needs to take down Rainover, which is not exactly easy.
I was going to say, it's also something that somebody he has faced before, a long time ago, back when Rainover was still playing in EU. Now, we are a couple minutes away from jumping into picks and bans. We've hit it on the opening of the show. 6:23. It is a new patch, same patch as IWCA. Technically, the players are stacked in NA's favor, but we're on home soil. 2 Spanish players. We know the 6th man, the crowd, is going to be in favor of the EU LCS.
Yeah.
What else do they need to do outside of Jankos and use the crowd to take down Impact in the top lane, Bjergsen in the mid lane?
Well, one of the very hard things about All-Stars, because we're here to celebrate the players, and some of them are here to have a little bit of fun. There's a little bit of try-harding as well.
Well, if you start losing, then you're just here for fun.
Then you're here for fun.
100% fun.
So we don't know what these 2 teams have prepared. I know the European team was scrimming yesterday. It went pretty poorly, apparently. So
who'd they scrim?
Well, they scrimmed the LMS team. So the LMS team is pretty stacked too. So I was like, guys, don't worry. Don't believe in yourself. But they might come in here and have a bit of fun, but so will the NA team.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have fun because it is All-Stars. And you're right, we are here to highlight the players. Very excited to see, you know, what champions people actually think are the most busted on this match. Exactly, Katarina, LeBlanc. There are really good assassin options. I mean, they talked about tanks on the desk, and yes, Courage of the Colossus is OP, but there are some very good assassins that have a high skill cap.
Well, Kobe, you're about to get the answer to the question. Pick some bands for game number 1 of All-Star 2016. European LCS representing Team Ice and their first band, Katarina.
Well, it's no secret that Bjergsen has been playing a ton of Katarina on stream and been crushing with it. This is one of those assassins I was talking about that is actually highly tuned towards a very high skill cap. So her win rate doesn't actually reflect, I think, you know, how good the champion is at the moment.
I actually thought Peke would want to play Katarina quite a lot. I know he's been practicing it in solo queue, but he has other tricks, of course, up his sleeve here. And they probably didn't want to first pick it. Didn't want to risk, as you said, Bjergsen taking it on his side. Karma, boring, but we've seen it before, and it's still really, really strong. And so is most of the mage supports.
And I think one of the things that we have sort of seen in terms of the 623 meta, outside of tanks in the top lane, the remainder of the roles, relatively similar. There's a bit more option in the jungle, of course, but from Worlds to now, it's really top that are the biggest changes.
Yeah, 100%. Like the tanks, Poppy, Nautilus, Maokai are like the 3 biggest ones. You will still see a few carries like Jace up there. From time to time, a Trundle maybe to counter the tanks. I think though, if you're Europe, my favorite jungler right now is Lee Sin. And Jankos is pretty good at Lee Sin, so I would first pick that.
Lee Sin is also like the most played champion across the world, across all ELOs.
Agree with me
He's most, yeah, exactly. That's a good bet to take there. Most people's favorite champion. However, to me, it's not even about one lane, right? The biggest change has been that since jungle is so powerful, winning lanes are really important so you can push in and steal from the enemy jungler. Like, the more people helping out your jungle, you know, and trying to counter jungle.
No! They scouted the EU team. Tryhard bans coming in here. They knew Jankos would pick that Lee Sin, but as you just said there, Kobe, like this off-season didn't change as much as other off-seasons, so it's not like a massive meta shift is happening.
Yeah.
Small changes here and there, and the meta at Worlds with the pushing lanes and invading is just even better now with the longer jungle spawning time. So if you do invade and get a few camps, it is super, super good.
All right, so we do still have options for like some exciting picks that got stronger in the preseason. I think Rengar is also pretty good as far as assassins go. I mean,
but not a
Talon
first pick.
Slightly. I'm just trying to. I'm just writing my dream list right now for more exciting picks since LeBlanc and Katarina are both off, and those were 2 of my favorites.
First pick Zyra here for someone like Mithy. He's been telling me every single day how good he is at playing in that champion right now. It is an option. I guess we can also.
Oh no! We started out with Courage of the Colossus.
Oh, Ivan is still available.
There we go.
Would the NA LCS squad play Ivern?
Yes, he's overpowered.
Sure. Rainover will definitely play Ivern. 2 of the main stats that he had in North America, he was, you know, top farm. Ivern has some really, really interesting jungle paths that he can start out with, and it's very easy if the enemy jungler is not used to playing against an Ivern and the team's not helping him play against an Ivern to get 3 buffed early on. We'll see what Jankos is able to do. Obviously, people have had a lot more time now to play against the champion, so most of them are expecting it, and they'll just go trade.
But like Iron is, if you've never seen him before, he's Nuno on steroids because he can literally invade your camp and just take it instantly, and there's really nothing you can do against
him. He's a full troll champion. I love it so much.
The way he walks as well, like
I just love the.
Yeah, Rengar, do it!
Lock it in, lock it in. Playing with our heart, Rainover. Last second switch. Although Orion is actually a good takeaway from Peke because his champion pool was limited when he was playing mid.
Sure. I mean, it's an all-around great champion. To me, this pick ban phase for both teams is starting out looking like they're like they're trying very hard here. We have Courage of the Colossus, 1 on each side for the tanks. That's very important for the preseason, and then Orion is a very good scaling mid lane as well.
I mean, we know both these teams want to beat each other. Doublelift said it before the game started. You know, it's always EU versus NA, the memes and everything. The EU team as well are talking about, like, this first game, it means everything for them. At least if they're winning, it means everything. Otherwise, they're, of course, just having fun in there. But taking Oriana away from Peke is kind of unfair again. Like, the man has been playing 80 carry for, like, half a year. His Ari, though, is still one of his most played champions, so that is a good comfort pick for him.
Well, I don't feel like it's going to be the pick.
Come on, go Super Soaker Ari.
Options here in terms of EU LCS.
Yeah, go for it.
1 second.
Yeah. Super Soaker Ari. We're getting it.
There we go.
Nice.
Signature champion for xPeke and Nautilus locked in. So as Nautilus up top, expected?
Yep.
Taking some notes here from our friends over in the LCK, and obviously important things we can sometimes highlight about players is all-time career records on these picks. The two mid laners, actually the most played picks for these guys in their entire professional career is Ari for xPeke and Orianna for Bjergsen. Bjergsen is 11 and 15 though on Orianna, so he's actually been losing more than winning, which is kind of weird.
We'll see if they can pick up a win today. Doublelift having a great time on camera, sporting the Team Fire colors.
Oh, they want to do
Vayne
it.
Alistair?
He's actually yelling. Vayne and Twitch are two of the highest win rate AD carries at the moment. The thing is with Vayne, she still does need a little bit of help through that that early lane phase. Caitlyn is available.
Yeah, Caitlyn will actually still be one of the strongest AD carries, and we will see her banned a lot, especially in the 1v1.
Oh, baby, yes!
You're getting the Rengar.
Got one. All right, Rengar's in here.
And we might get the mithy Zyra as well. I do want to see Twitch from Reckless because Twitch is really, really good on this patch, and we got a lot of stuff we can say about that pick specifically. This is obviously not the patch where Twitch will get nerfed slightly. He's still like extremely strong here on 623. But yeah, the Rengar pick coming in from a Reignover.
I know, I'm so excited for Reignover here because Rengar with the ability to have that CC immunity change to the W just got so much extra versatility to the gameplay. We'll see. The other thing is he snowballs incredibly hard. Do the passive.
Yes.
The passive is so overtuned. I think they already scheduled. I think they already scheduled nerfs for it. But if you don't know the changes, like for every unique champion on the enemy team that he kills, he gets a tremendous amount of extra bonus AD.
Total AD.
Exactly. And it just towards the end of the game, you're going to easily be able to one-shot the AD carry as well as be decently tanky.
Right, going to be the Ashe Zyra lane, not the Twitch we were hoping for. Dare I say a NA special, NA famous special?
I mean, it did start with C9 back in the day. You are correct. Lemonation, of course, played it with Sneaky. Europe then did pick it up back in Season 3. We've gone a little bit back in time here with this EU lineup with Ari as well coming into the mid lane for xPeke.
Exactly.
So we have some old schools, but obviously we have seen these two picks a lot of worlds. Like Zyra, Ashe were some of the most played picks in the bot lane.
Do it.
Playing Vayne is very risky.
He's got the Janna with him.
I mean, you can see his team is like, pick Vayne, pick Vayne, pick Vayne. He's like, no, please. I don't want to lose lane. Do it, Doublelift. Come on. It's All-Star. That's fine too. That's
we'll
fine
accept
too.
the Twitch.
Yes.
Twitch or Vayne, and it's the Twitch.
I like Twitch.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Will EU or NA go splat?
Twitch is extremely fun to watch, after the maybe 10-minute mark when he gets the extra mobility walking around the map, opening up those AD carry assassin plays, which Doublelift specifically really does like to go for. The thing is here with the EU LCS team, it's a very, very sturdy team. They've got two Courage of the Colossus wielding tanks on the front line that will be difficult to get through.
I mean, it's fun to see both teams actually have like really good team fighting late game, and a lot of it come down to like very crisp positioning. Like Orianna Shockwave can obviously ruin the day. Twitch popping out of nowhere, getting 2 or 3 guys down, but also on the other side, like Zyra ultis, Nautilus in your face. Like, there are so many ways to kind of interrupt each other here. It's going to be super interesting once we get like out of the laning phase and into these fights.
I can't wait to find out just how coordinated these Ashe Arrow, Nautilus engage, Ari zoning plays are from the EU squad. Exactly how many people Doublelift can squash. Team Ice versus Team Fire. There are 100 points on the line, and basically what you got to follow, the first team to accumulate 1,000 points will then be declared the All-Star champions.
And the points are very nice. Yes, you're playing for the points, but honestly,
nice points.
You're playing here for
smiley face points.
EU versus NA. Like, that's what you're really playing for in this game.
Screw it, Deficio. EU versus NA. There's your teams. There's your players on screen. Jump onto Twitter and vote. Who will pick up the first victory of All-Star 2016? With 2 votes to 1 on the caster desk in favor of EU?
Yeah.
I mean,
Cody's on Europe's side now.
Here?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's All-Star 2016. Let the mayhem begin!
I know, new patch. We've seen some games on it. Obviously, IWCA played on it. There's been some other tournaments happening here and there on this new After the Plants and Assassin rework, of course, was added into the game, so we don't have to just go over every single change. But definitely seeing some of the newer picks, like the Rengar change was actually really good for him, even though his Q does look a little bit funny when he just like slap it out in the air and he doesn't hit anything.
I actually really like the new Q, it being AoE and gives you a little bit of extra distance if you're trying to catch up to somebody or trying to run away. But yeah, definitely the highlight for him in the rework is the change to the W, where he can get out of this Zyra CC, the Ashe CC. There's so much on the European squad that it will be useful against.
I also think like Janna actually makes a lot of sense. We know Aphromoo obviously played a lot in the past and it's a pick he likes, but with the change now to support items where we added Redemption, because we felt like apparently support items were too weak, so we just gave like this super insane item that everyone wants to build. You can run wind speakers as a keystone.
It's literally the nuke call down. It's like a giant area.
It's like the Gandhi one from Ziv, just coming straight in here for support.
It's actually a really good point though, because my one big drawback for Zyra is she doesn't really build Redemption because you're not a shield user. So yes, Zyra still is pretty similar to Worlds, and it is going to be that same pushing power of this lane. But yeah, the lack of Redemption may be an issue.
I mean, that's the thing. Get wind speakers.
But there you go, the plant damage.
You still lost the trade.
Did he?
Oh, sorry.
I don't think so.
I thought you meant NA. I thought you were like, oh, look at NA. Look at this Janna. No. Yeah, you're going to struggle in lane against Zyra Ashe. That's not going to be too funny.
Well, that's a good sign for EU. They can get themselves early advantage.
Nice double value volley there. Tags them both.
Obviously, double teleports as well on the side of EU, so they can play those side lane plays. And
classic Fnatic and Origin special with pick and source in there. You got to run a double teleport. You got to focus on the crazy map plays.
Yeah, it actually is. I love having Ghost actually more often than not on mid laners. Opens up so many extra plays. Another really high value harass here for Team Ice.
Working in favor of the European squad.
Maybe NA forgot lane swaps are gone.
Hey,
like, hey, let's just pick this lane.
Remember, right? You can't teach an old dog new tricks, so use the same tricks. Double teleport, old Season 3 style duo lane. This is what Rainover built for. Flash, knock up, Rainover gets away, manages to get rid of the doesn't get the kill. Prey Seeker won't secure it, and Team Ice come away without anything.
Woo! That was close.
And because we talked about this a little bit in the intro, where if you have winning lanes, you use those winning lanes to go affect the enemy jungler. Jankos now gets to go do some counter jungling here, take away the wolf camp from Rainover.
And again, that is just so much more impactful now with the longer jungle spawn time here. But also Rainover, he's an experienced guy.
Doublelift rooted, summoning heals thrown down. Mithy continues to trade. Expunge has already been used, and Reckless is backing away. Holds onto that summoner spell though.
And this is one of the very nice changes for Twitch. When he throws down his W, before it's like you gotta hit them on the first little tick there, otherwise it doesn't really do anything. Now it does stay and keeps stacking up, and it's a lot of extra damage.
They know there's no heal. They just got the heal out of Doublelift, and Yanko's coming from behind the turret.
He's waiting.
Crowd is anticipating. The tunnel comes in. Doublelift's the target. Flashes early. Aphromoo knocked up. Forces another flash. And Jankos, great gank for two summoners.
Yeah, double flashes blown. Plus, his top blue side quadrant of his jungle was already cleared out. Rainover here, having been counter jungled on his blue side, went to go try and answer, but Jankos had already done the work there, so there wasn't any camp for Rainover to take, and he is slowly falling behind in the jungle. Plus, if you look at the CS numbers for jungle, they can be very misleading on the new patch. Since Raptor camp is full of all these tiny little baby raptors now, and really inflate your numbers.
Doublelift forgot how to sidestep. Eats another root.
He's been streaming, that's why.
Doublelift has been known for getting hit by skill shots in high pressure.
Well, a good start for Reckless and Mithy. 32 CS to 23 and Doublelift. Aphromoo without
top lane here as well. It's tanks. Never mind. There's no top lane. Let's move on to something else.
I mean, the courage of the Colossus trades are really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I get a shield, you get a shield.
It's giant. I think Poppy is slightly better for me than Nautilus is in the top. I mean, the three main ones are Poppy, Nautilus, and Maokai. For those top lane takes.
All equally exciting to watch in lane.
Exactly.
Yeah, the wet noodle fight for the next 20 minutes. The one thing I do like, Nautilus simplifies the team play, right? Nautilus simplifies your target. There's your Courage of the Colossus, and if anybody has not already read the changes.
pretty sure everyone's used to it by now, but I actually really do want to check back in on xPeke because he's been doing just fine in the mid lane here. That was going to be some focus and almost picked up the early kill onto Reignover, but first blood still has not occurred yet, even though bottom lane getting chunked out.
And yeah, xPeke is definitely doing fine, but I mean, we can't really ignore the fact he's down in CS with teleport, because he obviously used the flash wall as well. Normally, you would push in that lane, TP back, and then you have a small advantage, but Bjergsen is just perma pushing it, having at the time of his life. Not much has changed with the AP mages in terms of items. It's still the Lost Chapter that is such a good item, and a little bit like expected, Bjergsen is taking over.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case here. He is level 6 before xPeke as well. And is he looking to roam? Trying to control the plants, actually. That's one of the big things for mid laners. You see the plant that was just used on the mini-map there? That was the Vision one. Those are very big for mid lane control. Reignover actually walking right by Soaz!
The hook connects, and Reignover's going to get knocked up by the mine. Soaz is sent flying. Jankos, no flash available. And Reignover forced to run away, but again, North America and Fire thwart Europe and Ice.
Yeah, Reignover here is playing really aggressive in the early game. First the River Invade, but he almost died, and then this one, we did just see 2 plants being used pretty effectively. Like, he knows he can invade on the Grumpy because he can take the plant and jump out with it, like the blast cone as we saw there. And as you highlighted before with Bjergsen, and ultimate.
Oh, they're not going to get the kill though. xPeke's surviving. No aggressive summon of the attack. The dissonance, and xPeke survives by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I mean, you say, you know, Team Fire kind of thwarting Team Ice, but it's Reignover continually getting in these situations, and I would definitely say that Jankos, because of the early skirmish on the bottom side, retaining control of this game from the jungle.
I mean, again, just really good use of these plants on the map and knowing exactly where it is, and then I can invade, I can use the plant out. Bjergsen used one to try and spot a ward up in the tri-bush as well before, and the one you highlighted, Kobe. And that's basically what just happened the last like minute and a half, because bot lane right now, yes, it's in favor of Europe, but we haven't really seen Doublelift get poked even more.
Yeah, I mean, the big CS lead is a big part of the overall gold lead for Europe here for Team Ice. It is mostly in the bottom lane and on the jungle. So if those are the ones going to be making the play.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Aphromoo goes down for first blood.
You were saying?
Well, just as
hold on, Reignover, Thrill of the Hunt has been used. Already a flash from Reckless. Doublelift is firing away with the ulti. Reignover exhausted under the tower. Support coming down for Jankos, but he's too far away. And Reignover and Doublelift, they've escaped for now. Here comes
Jankos. Flash is coming back.
Available. The bowler bracing now. While he's body blocked.
All right, first ulti used by Reignover. One of the changes for Rengar is that you can ulti much earlier because you are stealth for longer, 14 seconds, rank 1. Jankos is not done.
No, he's not.
Finds the rat.
Rat goes invisible.
I love how animated you two are getting with every...
oh, I'm sorry. Here. Is that Europe winning, Kobe? Calm down over there.
It definitely is.
Hold that thought, Deficio, because Soaz is in trouble. He's got a flash available. He's not going to need it. Instead, just going to buy as much time. Interrupted. Great stop by Impact.
So that Bjergsen guy there with control over mid lane makes a roam up top with his Ghost, and they do get up a kill there for Team Fire.
Just saying, if Deficio hadn't tried to brag, maybe that kill wouldn't have happened. No, cast a curse, it's a thing.
True. Happened twice now, first bot lane, now top lane as well. But yeah, we got to see Reignover first ulti. Not a success.
I mean, he had a decent amount of burst there onto Zyra,
but he didn't kill anyone.
Exactly. No trophy for the passive stacking, so it doesn't count.
But gentlemen, the thing is, now Reckless is down a flash, and flash is available for Doublelift and Aphromoo. Reignover could look to set up a repeat gank if EU continue to play aggressive and push out like they have been doing.
Right, but we have to remember Europe has this double teleport set up with xPeke and Soaz. Soaz will have his teleport just in 2 seconds. Bot lane tower is still the target. Like that hasn't changed since we changed like with the lack of lane swaps. Double TP from Europe to the bottom lane should be the play to go for here. You can easily kill the bottom side there. You can get that tower. You can start snowballing. Get xPeke out of this mid lane because it's not going to work for him.
Exactly. I mean, not only does, you know, first tower snowball really hard, but we do have an Infernal Drake on the map.
doing it instead.
So bottom lane focus could be very rewarding.
First call on the bottom lane. Teleport used as well. Mithy and Reckless are in so much trouble. The Crystal Arrow catches Doublelift, but so does the pullback. Reignover as well as Doublelift. They clean up 1 kill apiece.
And that's what I love. I love to see a team knowing exactly what the other team can do to snowball and then just do it against them before they can even react. Really smart roam from North America. It all starts with Bjergsen pushing out that mid lane again, moving down, and of course that flash Reckless didn't have from before. Super easy setup for Rainova and the rest of the team.
They should be able to win the race for the first turret as well and transition into that Infernal Drake we talked about for a pretty big snowball.
It's like watching CLG G2 again from Worlds, where the North American team are just making really smart plays on the bottom side with some good roams early on and a nice early teleport. This time from Impact, and not shown, but same effect. Kills, Dragon, and advantage for North America.
Definite advantage to NA. 3 kills to 1. Because of First Blood and that tower equalizer from EU, it is fairly close in the gold game, but look at those sizable CS differences between mid and ADC. Let's go back to this replay of the bottom lane.
This is the classic Rengar Orianna Shockwave delivery. Rainover right in there, and this means Rainover will get credit for 2 of those passive stacks. Very, very efficient stacking there.
And we've seen Rainova now use that new W to not get CC and escaping.
Multiple times.
Multiple times. I did it here with the knock-up just in the end from Mithy's ulti, so he didn't have to, either die off the flash or maybe Aphromoo ulti. He just ran out of it. Really, really well done. Because he knows like his damage is already high enough. He doesn't need to use his empowered abilities also as just pure damage tools because utility is just much better. And it is one of the reasons the community really hates playing against Rengar because he's so hard to deal with.
Definitely true. And you talk about the damage as well. The Orianna and the Twitch can easily carry the majority of that damage towards late game. So definitely seconding that point.
All right, we did catch a glimpse of Impact teleporting down for that play.
It's your turn.
Didn't have a huge turn towards the end, but his tower's falling prey. So is shoving it in. Reckless is shoving down the bottom lane. There's Jankos cutting off support from mid. And this could be town number 2 to Europe.
Yeah, well, this was kind of the play for Europe before, get that bot lane tower. And they knew it, so they just left the bot lane already. They're not going to play against multiple globals without a TP on their own. So they took the bot lane, they moved them away from the bottom side and tried to make a play around the mid lane. Nothing happened though, and Europe got that tower. They would have gotten anyway.
Yeah, slight gold lead as well for Team Ice. Some damage might arrive to the Wet Noodle party.
Sunfire Cape is the armor component of Soaz's kit. Shockwave not used yet, finally thrown down. Really easy 2-on-1. Bjergsen Impact land everything they need to.
Yeah, we definitely see good coordination, good shot calling from the North American team here, where Europe seems to just play like individual games. Second time Soaz gets roamed on and doesn't seem to react or doesn't have the time to react and goes down.
Yeah, the Bjergsen there, control from mid lane really showing on both sides. He's roamed up top, he's roamed down bottom, he's all over the map at the moment and finds another one for themselves with the flash also really being blown there for Soaz.
Yeah, maybe Europe thinks he's actually the ally because he is in fact from Europe, so it's like, oh, you're roaming to help?
He's been in North America for multiple years
even
now,
I think that story is old.
Is it?
As a bit of a fan of Bjergsen myself, so...
are you a fan of Bjergsen? Tell me more, Trevor.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me more.
Exactly who would you say he's better?
Last time I did that, it didn't end very well for me. Taking a look in the top lane, though, Rainova with the help of Impact going onto Reckless. Early flash. Strangleforce buy some time. Reckless trying to turn it around. Jankos making his way up from the river, and Soaz teleports in, only to get knocked away. Pekka's used the Spirit Rush already, looking for more.
Pretty good
away from it.
Pretty good disengage there for a while. Team Fire now just need to buy time for Doublelift split pushing. The classic special here.
There we go.
Split pushing down bottom on Twitch.
He's let it pro play. He's just sitting in the side lanes now, playing his own game. He's gonna get a tower now. There's no TP from Europe. Both were just used to the top lane. And they didn't pick up a single kill or a single summoner spell from the North American
team. That's what
team.
a Poppy highlight play looks like. Ultimate pops him out. There's a disengage. So many resources blown from the other side. And some inaction there.
Hey, technically EU still has the gold lead, Kobe.
They also have more vision on the map with the extra wards being placed down on that top side move. They'd have to return to that area to try and make use of it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, that's pretty useless ward. Like, let's return to that top lane where we just killed the tower and we have the ward. Like, no one is going to walk into that lane.
There's no teleports they could use to teleport behind anyone either, so...
Maybe they can spot someone walk into the lane and then try and, like, roam on him. Someone.
Well, who do you think that someone would be?
Maybe a double?
I mean, Aphromoo walking over him now.
Oh, that's one ward spotting him. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Information gathered. Yeah. What does EU do with this? By the way, Jankos, a big reason that vision is down in place, despite looking like he's down 30 CS, is actually bang on even gold. And that's just a good highlight of how the new season, the new patch, you have to sort of retrain your brain when looking at junglers quite specifically, and effective gold, farm gold, etc.
Yeah, definitely, with the camps being overloaded with extra monsters here. Meanwhile, overloading areas of the map here is the bottom lane for Team Ice. That's Impact's domain, though, and he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, he is definitely hard.
If he's tanky enough, though.
All right, top.
Is he too tanky?
Yeah, top no die.
Top has to attempt there.
Be able to just walk his way out of that.
But they got his Courage of the Colossus proc. That's down for 30 seconds, boys.
It was uninspiring at best in terms of any kills there.
To be fair, they were actually just trying to push it in, reset the wave, and force NA to set like 1 or 2 guys down, and then maybe rotate towards something like mid lane. There's no cleanse for Bjergsen. There's an arrow from Reckless, so Europe can create picks. Not that xPeke exactly has a lot of damage. He's also built the Abyssal first item, which is actually more of a defensive item. I've ever seen that item. Let's see what happens. That's the arrow. Yeah. We tried.
Oh, that would have been so amazing. Because that is like a beta-style play, wasn't it? Arrow straight down mid.
I mean, no, you need a teleport then. You shot the arrow and TP'd to mid. And then you would kill them.
I mean, especially against an Orianna who has extra speed, though. I don't...
Flash over, Rainover sidesteps, jumps onto the ward that was placed, actually. Now Pekka's jump forward, the charm, sidestep, flash by Jankos, the shockwave catches Reckless. Reckless is running away. Impact coming up from the river. Got access to the verdict, to the hammer. Doublelift coming down.
Calm down, Trevor, here's the
well. So he's not going to find anything with the Venom cast. Impact slowed down by the volley. Spray and pray, flying across. Flash over by Impact. Bjergsen's got one onto Mithy. Cuts him down. And the rest of North America decides to back away. It's a 1-for-1 trade despite everyone running across the map.
I mean, this game is basically bang on even at the moment with gold. You know, that's a very small difference, and it's mostly about the team play.
And that is not the same, because it feels like the team play has sided someone in favor of NA.
Yeah, NA definitely has made some really good plays, but again, Europe has gotten towers, so we can't really say Europe has been playing poorly. They've just been out-rotating NA when it comes to pushing down objectives, but North America has been setting up these plays to get more kills.
And the thing is, if the gold is that close when there are extra towers standing, that means there's more for NA to claim. Plus, they're stacking traits, and they're going to add that Ocean to their fire. With a perfect combination.
Whoa, the Rift Herald. It still exists. It's still a thing. No one really picks it up very often.
Their eyes got so big. Oh.
In a tank meta, the Rift Herald kind of lost a lot of his value as well, because giving that buff over to the
that's the jungle. That's the jungle. Oh, what? Oh, no. Oh, no. He's not going to kill anybody with that. All right.
But he can actually hit the tower for some extra damage.
True.
By the way, did you guys see that drop down? This is Soaz's 3,000th minute of competitive play.
Okay.
Works out to 50 hours.
And we know
2016.
He's always loved playing tanks, so he's happy he's doing it on a tank.
Definitely the happiest man in the Rift right now.
Well, I'm looking forward to what he's going to bring out in the 1v1 tournament. You talk about he's been happy to play tanks. He was one of the ones who was happy to play.
He's actually hated playing tanks in the past.
Yeah, I know. I got the joke.
But then it didn't sound like you got the joke right
well,
there.
You're the one he corrected. He was mad and he corrected you on Twitter.
Which one was that? Which one? I remember something like that. Yeah, he was like, no, I love playing tanks. I'm like, no, you don't. You always go support when you guys used to play Shen.
You're thinking yourself a deeper.
No, we all remember.
I actually I hate to side with Kobe on this, but I do think.
No.
Right.
I remember a public shaming, I think.
Yes, there was.
Oh, it happened very often. Wicked also called me out yesterday.
Let's take a look. Enchanter Crystal Arrow from Reckless fired. Aphromoo flashes over the wall, so that's definitely a worthwhile trade. Gentlemen, I'm going to bring us back on topic. We're getting to 20 minutes. It is All-Star. And because it is All-Star, we're getting to 20 minutes. If there are Baron steals or Penta kills, it's going to trigger a bonus mystery gift for legendary esports skins. So keep your eyes on that throughout the next 4 days.
I just want to highlight what we just saw on screen, because Impact hit every single one of his abilities, and Soaz missed everyone, and the change in health was 0. Didn't matter that Impact hit everything because Nautilus still at 100 HP, and didn't matter that Nautilus missed everything because they were both
yeah, all that matters is who's pushing the lane. That literally is the only thing that matters, because then you can move first, maybe take TP. xPeke trying to get Bjergsen here with the charm.
A little bit cheeky. Crystal Arrow still
what does that mean?
Down.
A little bit cheeky? How is that cheeky?
Because it was risky and fun. And
was it risky though?
It's like putting your hand in the cookie jar. If you get the cookie and get away with it, great. But if you get caught, you're in trouble. That's a cheeky move. And it just depends on who's around. Great. Good. We settled that.
Right, yeah.
So that was a successful cheeky move.
A successful cheeky move. There we go. And the rest of fire clearing out vision in the river in the top quadrant. While
Doublelift is still split pushing.
Yeah. In the side lane.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that check-in there, Dr.
I'm just saying, that's all this man is doing. And now poor Source have to come pick it back up. Man, come on, you're a mega player.
How is Doublelift still behind 40 CS when they spent the last 5 to 6 minutes alone in a side lane?
He was roaming around there for a while, you know, looking for a couple stealth plays. Hasn't really had too much success with him.
It's called camouflage plays.
Oh, true,
yeah,
true.
Come on.
Got to keep up with the times here,
Stealth is gone now. Invisibility or camouflage.
Thing is, it's especially confusing on Twitch because his own spells have changed multiple times.
Yeah.
And in the character's iteration, I've already got his ultimate wrong twice.
I mean, what's to say they won't change it back? It's back to rat-a-tat-tat, right?
There we go. Right, Doublelift right now. Hurricane completed and BF sort of working towards that eye edge, which Reckless has already completed. So momentary advantage, though it won't matter because there's no other matchups or fights on the horizon. No surprises in
the minions would say otherwise. It matters.
No other itemization surprises really. Good damage on Yankos.
No, and even though it's so even in gold, like the fact that Bjergsen is so fed on Orianna really puts it slightly in favor of North America if there is a potential fight coming in. 2 items soon completed for Doublelift as well, like massive house. Like now you don't go Ghostblade any longer on Twitch. Just get these 2 items. And you can really start carrying team fights.
Oh no, Mithy even gets stunned. Here comes Soas from the side. Mithy's trying to run. The hammer kills him. Now Yankos is the target. Soas running for his life. Caught in between 4 North American players. xPeke is pushing the bottom lane, trying to side push and try to set up a backdoor, but it's not going to work out. North America, get a kill, get a tower, and get away unscathed.
I mean, they might be able to trade towers. Actually, never mind, because North America, they're coming out to the bottom lane. xPeke, you need to run.
Alright, needs to escape.
Oh, okay, they actually stopped. They went back to mid lane on the side of North America.
The tower's going low. Spirit Rush used by xPeke to dash away. And the tower does not go down, left on about 8% health, so very, very low.
He's setting up the back door. I can see it now.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady.
Then he's going to get the mid tower low, and then suddenly, boom.
I mean, he doesn't really want to fight Impact. Impact definitely too tanky.
No one wants to fight Poppy already. That's the problem when you play against Poppy. You can't deal damage to her, and we just saw her damage against it. I know it's a squishy support, but it took her no time to kill Mithy.
These arrows are a little optimistic. Hey, there we go. Throw down the flare. I like the attempt, though it's not working out. And Doublelift sneaking his way up. Camouflage.
Camouflage play in action.
Not going to work out this time around. But that's actually something you mentioned earlier, Kobe, the ball delivery system of the invisible Rengar.
Yeah.
You could have a sneaky ADC snap up to another ADC. It's not ideal, but it's an option.
It's the classic Twitch shockwave.
That did actually work much better before when Twitch could actually still think like onto you.
Yeah,
now
flash in there.
Now you get you get spotted and then you flash on them with the shockwave.
There's Doublelift. He doesn't even need
It's right next to him. There he is.
2 shots, 3 shots, Mithy.
Yeah, Mithy's loving this game right now. Always great to play like a really squishy support against Twitch, Rengar, Orianna.
And he can't even build Redemption, so he can't use it while he's dead. That's one of the best things about Redemption, by the way. Even after your screen turns gray, you still get to play.
Get to play? Strong word. I mean, you get to see the... but that's about it.
It's funny.
Remain involved.
Remain involved. I'm helping, right?
Oh, that was a flash from Aphromoo. He didn't need that.
Flare, where's the flare?
Oh, he knows.
There we go. There we go. Good boy. There you go.
Dragon number 3 secured at the cost of an Aphromoo flash. It was to secure the dragon.
Yeah, I say worth it.
At the cost. I think that was a donation.
There we go. Donation. Great term. Get in there earlier.
To be fair, he doesn't need it to dodge the arrows anyway, so he's actually going to be fine now. And North America, 3 dragons, small goal advantage. Very fit Twitch and Orianna. Looking pretty good for North America.
Recipe for success, especially if he's sidestepping those arrows, or the arrows missed, depending on your point of view, opinion. Because that's really the only way EU can get back into this. Get an arrow, get a charm, maybe a flank from the 2.5 TPs.
Yeah, they have to like double TP flank, like push the 3 lanes, like one with Nautilus, one with xPeke down on the Ahri, and then like try and flank on the North American team. But it's really hard against things that can already hard engage.
I actually think what they need to do is have their Courage of the Colossus frontline intercept whoever's trying to deliver this ball. Problem is, Poppy,
so many ways.
Poppy's really difficult. I mean, we talk about the Rengar and the Twitch. Those are so interesting and cool how they're going to deliver these invisible balls. Poppy could just walk it in if she wanted to.
And she will, especially in Impact hands.
Rain over.
Soares is knocked away. Renova's jumped into Mithy, gets stunned up, doesn't get the battle roar down. A lot of damage, defensive flash from Rainova. Could this turn in favor of Ice? Jankos flashes forward, catches Bjergsen and Doublelift. There it is! xPeke gets on the board in Barcelona! Dashes away, Orbit Deception chunks out Doublelift. But all EU get is a solitary kill.
Yeah, there you go. Ineffective Rengar initiation there, and Europe were able to turn around and grab one kill for themselves. Problem is, no real punish after the fact, so it's just a little bit of gold for the kill onto Aphromoo. Teleport there.
There we go. Wait, are you going for Bjergsen mid? Yeah,
they stopped his back!
They got him! Oh, he killed mithy.
He's already killed mithy. Reckless maybe in trouble. Throws out the volley to Command Protect. Now Bjergsen's running away. He sidesteps and flashes.
Can they get him out? Oh!
Looking. Prey Seeker onto Bjergsen. Command Protect. It's not done yet. Bjergsen's turned it around. Rainova's looking for the hunt. He's got the Guardian Angel available. Throw the hunt unavailable. Impact dashes over and shuts down Reckless. Jankos running for his life. This was a fight that Europe started, but it's North America that's ending it. Soaz goes down. 4 kills to North America.
Holy moly, Bjergsen stays alive, uses the teleport zone there as Impact comes in, and they escort him to safety. He gets a kill.
I think
4 versus 1 almost.
Every single skill shot just missed in the end, and he stayed alive. And then the rest of North America shows up. Baron will go down as well.
It's funny how in the past a lot of times, you know, when the team... Oh, never mind. Look at xPeke.
All right, Charm does find Bjergsen's Burr Rush again. This is interrupting Baron. mithy gets revenge, but Doublelift gets the reply. Baron still aggro, 4,000 HP. mithy decides to sidestep. It's going to be too late. Will be secured. North America get Baron here at All-Star.
1 kill for Europe. Zach had to use the teleport as well, so actually not worth it again. Let's check it out.
Okay,
right.
So there's 1, 2, plus the teleport. So it's technically a 3 versus 1. And he just one-shots the support there. Nice, nice, okay.
mithy had flash. Why didn't he flash it?
He chunks down the AD carry. Does get charmed, so a couple skill shots do land.
Missed there. Volley misses from Reckless right now there. Yang is not close enough to get the knockout. Bjergsen stays alive. Imagine a world where mithy had actually flashed that shockwave and could have added more CC to try and take down Bjergsen. Instead, though, North America again, especially Impact, he's on fire. That man is going crazy.
I mean, in the past, I always used to talk about, you know, when teams that Bjergsen was on were doing poorly, it was Bjergsen and 4 wards. But this is Bjergsen and 4 All-Star wards.
I don't think you can consider Doublelift a ward when he's 5-0-2.
Also, Impact has been making plays all over the map here.
Now this
hasn't died on Poppy either.
For what it's worth, this is something that we had mentioned at the beginning of the show, that it was a little bit more of a popularity vote in EU.
Yes.
And you could make a strong case that these are the 5 best players in their roles from the North American squad.
Technically, Doublelift is a full-time streamer now, no longer a pro player.
So you've only got 4 pros and a stream.
Exactly.
Okay, well, it seems to be working.
Oh, the trap from Europe. Panic traps.
There's no push there, though. It's not a...
All right. No more skill shot champions for Europe. No more skill shots.
No.
Only point and click next.
Yeah, that was why Rise was banned out. You know, taken off the table, get rid of that option. Anyways, Impact and the rest of North America, they take down the inhibitor turrets in the bottom lane. Soaz is looking for a way in. Rainova sneaking on the side there. Middle of the hunt, delivers the shockwave, not yet. The trigger wasn't pulled. Inhibitor goes down and still waiting for a fight. So that's the ultimate down from Rainova. Spray and Pray still available for Doublelift, which I think is why EU don't want to commit and pile in.
And one of the really annoying things now when you play against like Twitch and Rengar is again the camouflage is much longer than before. So it's really hard, like when you want to start a fight, to exactly know where they are, because they could already still like 5 seconds ago, they're hiding somewhere around a corner, and you don't see them. And then you can't really engage properly because you need to get the backline. You gotta kill that Twitch, you gotta kill the Orianna.
Gets caught by the Bola Strike, and he's able to walk away. Root down Impact, and
healing
still
Impact.
doesn't matter. 4 damaging members onto Impact, and still gets away 50% of his HP. Doublelift stands firm. We're just waiting for one.
Oh!
That's a catch onto Aphromoo, but again, not the right target. Jankos looking to interrupt. Very good job! Doublelift is shut down. Impact may get killed. It's a 5-on-4, and xPeke's got the double. Flash forward from Jankos. He catches Bjergsen. The boom from Nautilus locks him down. Reckless flashes just in case. And all of a sudden, Europe have got 3. But what can they do with the time?
The classic story for North America. Just when you believe they can win, they end up messing up everything. 3 members die. Europe is pushing. They're not pushing, they're chasing.
Aphromoo is
Now they're
distracting the minions here on his
and the players at the
just
same
walking
time.
right by through the mid lane, trying to delay the push here so that the tower doesn't lose its defenses. But it was a decent, pick there from Team Europe and Team
Peke
able to land that arrow. Then Peke got in there for full damage onto Doublelift, who's the main target.
Rainova is exhausted, so he can't one-shot mithy. Turns his attention to Peke. Peke's the one that's now exhausted. Monsoon will reset the engage, and so as there's no damage follow-up, but Impact wants to bring some. Teleports into the mid lane. Rainova and Impact against 3 Team Ice members. Jankos is left for dead.
The rest of you is doing Dragon right now.
Gonna take Dragon. Sacrifice Jankos. This is a team play.
Every man for himself.
Verdict goes up, but that's a Dragon secured. Doublelift needs to knock him caught by a charm. xPeke's got no mana. Double kill to Doublelift.
And North America are still doing just fine. Little bump in the road, but now they get some more kills. They can push for a bit more in the base. Europe doesn't have an inhib in the bottom lane, where North America is pushing right now.
No, but they do have Nexus
will
Curse.
try and finish. Yeah. 30 seconds for Peke, 25 for Reckless. It's a lot of time for North America.
2-on-5, and there's super minions pushing in. North America could strike first blood at All-Star 2016. Yeah. They've set their sights onto Soaz and the towers.
Soaz just getting in there, being super annoying with the big shield. Towers go down.
Needs to wave clear. Shot by Bjergsen. Doesn't find mithy, but the Nexus turrets are falling. Jankos looking at Rainova. There's a GA still available. The Vow, the Redemption is thrown down. Nexus turret number 2 still standing.
Here comes
GA
the carries.
is popped by Soaz. AD carry is alive. Peke is alive. Ash Arrow connects onto Impact, the worst possible target. Impact turns his attention. Steadfast.
It's Peke.
It prevents anything.
Teleport.
It's not a backdoor for a tower. It's a backdoor for the kills. Peke's looking for Doublelift, trying to hunt him down. Needs to be very careful. Pinned against the wall. That should be a kill. Peke blows his flash just to look good on the way out. Now Mithy's in trouble. They've overchased. They've bit off more than they can chew. And the Hamon, it baited them in. They should not have taken it. Jankos left for dead. Here comes Reckless.
He's got 2 tunnels to choose from.
No vision.
Whack-a-mole
Impact. This is the slowest kill ever. Reckless taken down. Doublelift looks for another. Isn't going to find it. 10, 1, and 2. North America on another tower.
Love me some AD carry crit battles.
Love me some Twitch.
Just hoping for that extra crit there. Doublelift does get it.
Soaz is now turning his attention to Impact. Gonna chase down Jankos throughout the farm alarm.
This is how we beat the Koreans, by playing like this. You're both teams fighting so much. Backdooring against each other.
Oh no!
Doublelift! What are you doing?
We're revealing our strategy too early.
Do not watch this game, LCK players. This is definitely not the strategy for next season.
Top secret strategy. All right.
Oh, look at it.
Here's another teleport. And then ward just expired too. Oh, so good. All right, here he gets the charm on Bjergsen. The main carry picks up 3, counting the Guardian Angel.
Doublelift staying camouflage for such a long time, just out of range, so he's not spotted until Peke wants to chase him a little bit too far. Good play from Impact as well. Gotta say, some really good individual plays from the North American side, especially Doublelift on his Twitch now.
And I have to admit, I'm relatively impressed with Peke's Ari this game. He's hit a few more charms than the rest of his teammates have been able to land. Clutch flashes over walls multiple times.
He's got 6 kills. That's you just got scoreboarded.
Look, I was just gonna say, I had lower expectations for Peke than most of the other guys in the squad because he's been one of the least active, etc. But it hasn't helped. That's the problem. They're still down 7,000 gold. 2 inhibitors were killed. I think the bottom one has already respawned, and now Baron number 2 has started by North America and Team Fire.
The only thing that's kind of disappointing to me is that we don't have much AD at all on this Rengar, so he's not really taking advantage of the passive for stacking up. He's going to tank Rengar just because, as we said, Bjergsen and Doublelift can easily carry their late game damage, and he's just going to be the other deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, the only bad thing, and it's not a really bad thing for Reyno because he's doing the correct thing here, it's just like, as we have seen, when EU managed to get that flank off and like kill one of the squishies in the back line, North America doesn't really have any damage left. But that does require like a Peke to pull off that perfect play. He doesn't have TP or flash right now, so it is really, really difficult. And that's why North America is in such good position for that next big team fight with the tanks in the front.
So this is not just a little bit backwards. Jankos is coming in the mid lane as well.
Ooh, Jankos!
So much damage. that was over-eager. Doublelift of Bjergsen just sent him packing. Very good hammer thrown down by Impact. Soaz flashes into the backline. That's a good stranglehold. Knocks up all of North America, but there's no damage follow-up. Impact was able to buy so much time. xPeke cannot snipe off anyone. The inhibitor in the mid lane falls down. North America 5 versus 3. They set their sights on the top. Mithy gets knocked down by Bjergsen. Reckless and xPeke, they're running from their own base. xPeke, the last man standing. North America, they take him down for the ace. Turn their attention to the Nexus. The tower is killed. Team Fire secure themselves 100 points. Compliments of the North American LCS.
And what a fun game to watch, actually, here. Like, there were some really good plays from the team's early game. We saw some good roams. And then we also got to see some individual players really shine here. I especially love the Twitch from Doublelift. We said it was really strong. He's 13-1-3 on this champion. Awesome team fights, honestly.
Definitely true. I also really like a lot of the tank work that Impact was doing. You know, tanks often, especially with the Colossus so strong, everyone's just like, you know, classic plays, not really doing much. But he had so many walls hit with the stun. He had a lot of good disengages and kind of the unsung heroes there at the front line.
Yeah, and Poppy was basically unkillable at Worlds. Now we just made her even stronger.
Yes.
So then you can definitely not kill her. And we got to see that in this game.
We absolutely did. The North American LCS squad accepting the cheers here from Barcelona. And you know, this is a fun event, right? This is where we come to celebrate the players.
I'm going to go cry right now.
Having fun already.
The European LCS, they were just having fun. You know, they were coming here, soaking in Barcelona. Is it too soon to say that?
Same.
I think it is. Same.
Nah, they were here having fun, of course. We're here to have fun as well, even though we hate Kobe.
It was a very exciting game. It was a very exciting game. I do think the post-match thread is going to be interesting for this one.
I didn't see it, if there was a trash talk one that went up before the game or not. Because usually there are.
I hope so. I hope so. If not, they'll have to deliver.
It is very early still in North America, obviously. A lot of the guys on a Thursday will have school and work and whatever. So maybe it comes later. But I think this game was actually really entertaining. Europe didn't have it. You know, xPeke tried his hardest. The rest actually fed.
What do you make about the rest of the game? Because, yeah, I think xPeke showed up pretty well. You know, Reckless and Mithy in the bottom lane, they had a decent start to the game. But they missed some of those key components around, like, the tower pushing. But what about the rest of the map, the items, the new patch?
Honestly,
not too surprising.
The biggest thing to me was, like you're talking about, the team play from North America with Bjergsen leading a lot of the roams up on the top side. Then they had that coordinated bottom lane play where they got the first turret and snowball with the Infernal Drake. That's really hard to come back from.
No, exactly. That was really, really good plays. We could have seen, like, also, like, at Worlds or something, these kind of rotations early on. So both teams definitely had this really, like, try-hard start. That was very nice to see. And then later, it became just big fights going on left and right. I think item-wise, as you guys can see here, or as you saw in the game, not that much has changed since, you know, Worlds. Because, again, this off-season, not too many things were just completely revamped. Like, it's not a new map, not completely new jungle or anything. A lot of it is very close to what it used to be, just the tanks on top and being very strong.
And it definitely appears like the North American squad, with only 4 pro players and 1 streamer, seem to be more in sync around how to play the game, you know, making those rotations earlier and sooner. So 100 points on the board. That's important for them, for Team Fire.
Yeah.
You might not need to be carried by LCK this year.
I was going to say, you know, we haven't even revealed our best strategy yet, and the best strategy for North America has been that we keep drafting Korea onto Team Fire.
Yeah, that's why you do poorly at Worlds, so you get together with LCK for All-Stars. It makes a lot of sense, honestly, because right now, it's 100 points, as you highlighted. The fun modes, like the AD carry mode we have next, that's only 50 points.
Well,
so this is super important.
You've revealed NA's secret. Draft LCK after failing at Worlds, and that's how you're going to win All-Star. But it's very early. They've still a lot of games to play. Team Fire, they have come in hot. Let's head over to Dash, who's standing by with Bjergsen.
Thank you very much, gents. That's right. I'm here with Bjergsen after a nice victory over EU for NA and Team Fire. That is 100 points in the bank there. Bjergsen, first question to you, though. Here in Spain, how does it feel to betray the homeland and play for NA?
I don't think I'm a betrayer. You know, we still won. There's still Rainover and I. We both played in Europe, so Europe still won.
There you go. There you go. I like that. I like that. All right. But then when it came to prepping, you know, this match and All-Stars in general, especially given the patches and having to play with, you know, players from other teams, what was the strategy and prep like? Was there much of any of it, or was it really just I'm going to play what I want to play and try and style on kids?
We talked a little bit about what was good because we came into this tournament, and obviously everyone wants to have fun. But I think the way all of us have fun is by winning, because we're competitors, right? So we all want to like troll around. I want to play Zed, but what really makes me happy is winning. So we still came in with the mindset to win.
All right, so winning obviously the goal still, but in an event like this, as compared to say Worlds or even in your own region in NA competing for the finals, what's the pressure level difference? Do you feel like you're a lot looser here on stage and you have kind of the freedom to go for some of those bigger plays that you wouldn't necessarily go for in other situations?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone saw me trying to flash and do the sombrero on mithy and fail and die and almost throw the game, but yeah, I think here I can just enjoy the event. When we walk on stage for the introduction, I can just feel the moment and really enjoy the moment. I don't have to worry about whether we lose, can we still advance out of groups and all this stuff. We already lost groups. It's fine. So here, it's all about the experience and having fun. So even though the matches are competitive, I'm here to enjoy it.
Although when we talk about pressure, we have to remind everyone at home that you are the reigning champion from the 1v1s of last year. So if there's going to be pressure coming from anywhere, it's going to be in that situation right there. So I've got to ask you, how much thought have you given to the 1v1 tournament specifically, as an individual on defending your title?
I've done some theory crafting and 1v1ing some of my teammates on the NA Team Fire team. And I think honestly it all comes down, or most of it comes down to kind of theory crafting and figuring out what runes, masteries, and champions are strong, and then executing is another deal, but I think I'm just going to go back right now and play a bunch of 1v1s until I know what's good, so I can win the tournament again.
That's what we like to hear. Well, we look forward to watching you play in the 1v1s. Congratulations again on the victory here to kick off the tournament. Now we're going to throw it up to the desk to talk about that game.
Thank you so much, Dash. Wow, good insight there from Bjergsen. The way to win is winning, and they net 100 points for NA.
Turns out winning is fun.
And good for winning.
Let's have more fun.
Yeah, let's win more. Let's see. Yeah, well, he was talking about in this game specifically, you don't have that much pressure, but he did pull out some good plays. Orianna for him, for Bjergsen, and up against Peke's Ahri.
Yeah, it was really solid. Even without teleport, he still kind of had more successful roams against the Ahri. I mean, the pick of the Orianna as well. At this point, you look at the bans, the Rise, the LeBlanc out of the way. And then they set up a beautiful play like this. We were looking at Europe having advantages. The roams early down to bottom side. They get the Rengar Shockwave combination off. And as Deficio was saying on the cast, that's what should have been the European play. But unfortunately, NA just go, okay, well, we're just going to go
especially because they were smashing in CS and had lots of lane pressure, but NA did strike faster. They lost a bunch of turrets early on in the game, so the game itself was actually pretty close. But
then the mayhem started.
Yeah, the question is also in these things, do we praise good plays or do we make fun of people for not flashing shockwaves?
50-50, 50-50.
It's both right here. And I thought Bjergsen was pretty much the top performer, even though you had Doublelift with 13 kills, specifically that crazy thing he did in the mid lane where he just one-shot mithy while being chased down by 4 people. And also, it was his roams that put Soaz behind, and it was his roam that won the bottom lane. So Bjergsen actually kind of won the whole match.
Yeah, this crazy some nice action in the mid lane.
Yeah, this was one of the actual plays that Europe kind of started and went a lot more successfully.
Looking good. And yeah, looking
the problem
great.
is it kind of falls apart after a while because this is the problem with Impact being so tanky, with the Courage of the Colossus, his own shield built in, and just
and then this, he gets away.
This is the play I was talking about earlier. I mean, instant burst on a mithy. Mithy isn't able to flash in time, and then he flashes right to where he just killed the guy, so he's got a little bit of freedom. And I think the underrated part of this play actually is, well, I was going to be Impact coming in and trying to block, Jankos being able to take his tunnel in later for Bjergsen. It gave him that little bit more time to be able to get away. And then, yeah, this is where it was pretty much over for Ice.
Yep, and they will end up dropping like flies as well because they weren't able to kill off Bjergsen, sadly, and 100 points. That nets for Team Fire and the NA LCS contributing.
We're going to drill this point system so everyone understands what's happening.
The first one is to 1,000 points wins. I don't know if you know this,
There are 1,950
on the line. Yes.
On the line. We have a whole 100 of them assigned.
All right.
We are so close to a conclusion here.
But what I wanted to jump off is that with this performance, and we've talked a lot about the popularity vote over in EU, and then really strong players on NA coming on. Are you starting to see trends? Because I think that this might spell a bit of the rest of the things we might see in Fire versus Ice, because they also have LCK in Team Fire.
Yeah.
So
well, it's kind of tough to draw a conclusion from one game, but what I will say is I don't think it was necessarily the vote itself, but the fact that NA actually looked coordinated and went, okay, well, this is how we make these plays. We all know how to do it. Let's just practice it, and seemed to pay off a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the NA players being the best, but like they're also the most popular. So NA has the benefit of having their popular players also be their best players. So
yeah. We're going to take a quick break, but before we go, a reminder that you can show your team colors on Summoner's Rift. Team Fire and Ice icons are now available in client and until December 14th. They will include a themed emote and recall. We did see a couple of the Fire members spamming the emotes against their enemies before as well, and they look fantastic in game.
Yeah, those look pretty awesome.
Yeah, they look awesome. There's some really cool ones. I think it's Graves who, like, in his face, he becomes like a snowman, and there's all snow, and it's good. It's funny. You should check it out.
I will definitely check it out.
Up next, sharpshooters. Get excited. We have a marksman mode battle coming up right after this.
That'll be cool, too. Marksman mode. Check it out. Maybe we see Graves. Definitely.
You know the team that wins every scrim just loses, right?
Oh, shit, please, no.
So those are the ones going to be making the play.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Aphromoo goes down for first blood.
We're gonna dive. I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna go on Ash. Oh shit. I think I don't need. Yeah, don't need. Good job, guys.
This was a fight that Europe started, but it's North America that's ending it. Soaz goes down. 4 kills to North America.
Slowly on the go there, yeah. Okay, nice.
This is the slowest kill ever. Reckless. Taken down. Team Fire secure themselves 100 points. Compliments of the North American LCS.
And it feels good, so good, coming back again. Rising up, above, fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above, feels good. And it feels good, so good, coming back again. Rising up, above, fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above, feels good. And it feels good, so good, coming back again. Rising up, above, fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above, feels good.
This is your moment, you gotta own it. You gotta fight for your right to belong here. Now I'm awoken, just this morning, a side of me open that I never noticed. We are the future, ride for the culture. Put my dirty clothes on the lines of a notebook, never hide from exposure. to show you nobody is unbroken.
Welcome back to day one of All-Stars. We are about to head into our first special rules matchup of the tournament, and it is Marksman mode, and no surprises there. The only champions that players can choose are from the Marksman category.
That doesn't always mean it's straightforward, though, because Azir is classed as a Marksman. So there are a couple of champions in here. You are correct. If you type Marksman into the search bar in client, anything that comes up there is what is available in this game mode. So it's a lot of fun.
Teemo's available.
Yeah, it's also a blind pick mode, so you're going to see duplicate champions. Like if you're trying to actually theory craft some team compositions in this, you're thinking probably Graves jungle, people who have access to blinds since everyone's an AD carry, so maybe a Teemo or a Quinn top lane. I don't actually think you need to have like the differentiation of physical and magic damage since you can't stack armor as a marksman. So it'll be interesting to see if they have different thoughts on what's strongest.
Ash Misfortune, it's a bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly. You can have some legitimate stuff. Now, there are a couple of little tweaks, you know, to that thinking that you can have some tank components, but as long as it doesn't end up as a tank item, that is okay. So you can go Seeker's Arm Guard and have the cloth armor to get ready to go there, but just you can't, you know.
Well, we do know that sometimes
Popular
players...
marksman item.
I know, right?
Sometimes players, they tend to cheat a little bit and go with something that they shouldn't, but then they will be called out, and we hope that they don't.
I'm really curious if we can have like a competitive ruling and just have teams like removed points from their official tally. Really spice things up.
Yeah, we have some CLG members here, so we'll see if that happens. In any case, the bot lane experts from Team Fire and Team Ice, they are melting together across regions for this mode, and we're going to take a look at the lineups. First up, for Team Ice, we have BeBe, Reckless, xPeke, Uzi, and Mata. And then looking at Team Fire, we have Celebrity, Madlife, Prey, Doublelift, and Aphromoo. A lot of interesting combos there. Rush Hour, of course, back together.
Aphromoo, former AD carry. Peke, former AD carry as well. So you have former AD carries on both sides.
Actually, Jad, Peke, most deaths, least kills and assists of any AD carry in EU LCS Summer. So he was just sandbagging in EU LCS Summer to come to All-Star and kick ass in a marksman mode, right?
He has more kills as AD carry than Aphromoo does this year.
Oh?
So there's that.
I think that's a fantastic stat line.
Well, I mean, there was... When you look at the stats, even from the last game, Peke did well in mid lane, but now we kind of look into this one. Aphromoo and Doublelift are going to be on riding a bit of a high coming into this game. I mean, looking at that last performance, maybe not the laning phase. I saw your tweet to him in the break.
He lost by like 90 CS on the Twitch side. Obviously, he's picked into a pretty bad lane, but he picked himself into that lane. He told them to pick Jana. And then Twitch... obviously, they won't be able to do exactly the same thing this time. It'll be curious to see if they lane together and do the support MF thing, or if one of them like calls a solo lane or something.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. Well, and 50 points on the line as well, so let's hand it over to the casters to fire off some Marksman mayhem.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and hello, esports fans. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, taking over the caster desk here with Kobe and Aiden, Zyrene.
I still have control. I'm still here.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. It's all right. You know, we had to swap in a little bit, get a little bit of relief after the last game. He used need a bit of a cooldown.
You didn't have to go through his full name either. People should know him by now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just say Kobe. Come on.
Ben here all day. I am excited for this fun mode with the AD carries only. We did just search for AD carries though, and Azir didn't come up, so I don't know what they're...
You call him a liar?
Unfortunately, even though he can auto-attack quite fast, he's not going to be listed in that mode, but there's a lot of options. And hey, Peke's played as an AD carry much more this year. He's going to be fine, I think.
Yeah,
definitely
both teams
true.
Have two members, each one, one has one on each one. So that haven't played AD carry professionally. We have xPeke, who's played mid lane. He's played AD carry a little bit, this year. Maybe not the best, but still counts. Come on. But then Aphromoo as well, right? So there's only Madlife, and also on the other side, we have Madlife and, oh my gosh, Mata. There we go. This is the two support players, right?
Full-on support. So proper. I mean, Aphromoo's played AD carry back in the day. We've seen that. So yeah, there's really only one player on each team who's not doing that, but you can play support MF. It's fine.
I mean, the big thing to me in this mode, actually, is not even that they're only playing AD carry champions. It's that neither team has jungle players, right? And that's one of the biggest things, because junglers right now, if you put a jungle player on that team, it's easy, because junglers are used to playing Marksmen now with Kindred and Graves in the game. But people who haven't played that role, especially on the new patch and how important that role is in the new patch, I feel like that's where one of the biggest swings does come from. Because, yeah, support players and AD carriers will play like solo lanes very often in solo queue, but it's not too common for them to play jungle. That's why it's actually important that like Score's not here or he just blasts the other
Oh, that's true. That's true. He would be so good at that.
It'd be the perfect mode for him, to be honest. I mean, like, curious to see if they actually do send the guys that are in the jungle slot into the jungle, too. Remember, they're not bound by that. They could do something different.
Technically, I think jungle is just way too more. I think they were going to see a smite on each team because it's so strong right now. But you're right.
Right now.
They could go. They could go 5 top if they wanted to. You know, they could set up some sort of.
I meant like maybe they send the top laner into the jungle or something. Just like you know, it depends because they're not bound to that person. But you're right.
True.
Definitely would want to see a smite. I would be surprised not to. I would.
Zyrene is not happy with whatever you just said.
I was trying to still figure it out. You mean like that they don't have a top laner in this game?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess there just has to be someone going in the top lane, but yeah, doesn't really count.
Like,
all right,
they're all AD carries and one mid laner. It's all AD carries.
Oh, everyone goes bot now, guys. It's gonna be okay.
By the way, the reason we're waiting right now is because they did just remake the lobby, so we'll be a couple more minutes here. But Jao was talking about, you know, starting to theory craft and see what type of fluctuation we might have, you know, so what kind of curveballs you can throw. There aren't that many because, as they said, we are going to have bans. It is blind pick, so we could have teams with, you know, matching champions. So it could have Graves versus Graves, which is probably, you know, going to be one of the repeat ones because he can jungle so well. But then, you know, you have high value on things with CC like Ashe and even Jhin with the, you know, long range, and everyone's going to be low defense stats because you can't buy defense stats. So, you know, those types of utility AD carries do go up, I think, as well. Plus, obviously, the ones that are just super strong right now. We just saw Twitch on display. Should probably be a high priority as well.
Yeah, I'm really interested because lethality is, you know, it's kind of the nerfed during the early game version of armor penetration. Nobody can even build any armor in this mode. Do we actually see a lot of lethality on somebody like a Jhin? Because they started going back to the Essence Reaver build because it was just really bad against tanks that lethality took so long to come online.
Definitely true. And there is kind of a misconception. Like, yes, lethality is weaker early, but it's not garbage. Everyone's just like, oh, it's out the window. What is this garbage stat? It's not armor penetration. But a lot of the items actually have pretty decently early breakpoints, you know, level 8 or so. The runes, I would definitely say the runes are probably in the trash can because they don't break even to like level 12, which is pretty far off, especially for runes. But definitely possibility that we do see some of those items you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think you talked about the Twitch. I am actually just really hoping that we get a Vayne off because we've got Uzi and Doublelift. This is going to be like, it's always a legendary matchup. So I kind of hoping one of them picks it to style.
Plus, it's so good, you know, as a solo lane, AD carry already is even played, you know, decent amount of time up there. And the new invisibility instead of stealth or instead of camouflage is absolutely insane. And that's one of the big factors contributing to her ridiculous win rate right now.
Yeah, the fact that she's also gotten 80 bumps on her tumble over and over again, and people are buying the crit build now. It's not the attack speed Vayne. It's just the IE big shot. Ends up doing like a 700 crit mid-game. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and your health bar just literally evaporates. It goes so fast you can't actually see it melting away. So maybe we get to see that. We saw the Twitch kind of running wild, so Doublelift's already probably feeling pretty hot right now.
Yeah, I mean, this mode is going to be a lot about who does get the initiation. You're talking about two-shotting each other. Pretty much all the AD carries in here are going to have a pretty big advantage if you do get that first shot, if you do get, you know, vision control or the jump on your opponent. So that is going to be pretty big.
That's actually a good point because you can build AP or AD, but you can't go for a Ruby Sightstone.
Sightstone doesn't have.
So you have, but you can go for Eye of the Watcher though.
Yeah.
So we may see some vision control out of something like a support MF, but.
Yep. Well, Spooky Ghost is pretty useful.
Yeah, let's jump into it then.
Right into it. So we will see. This one thing we didn't talk about as much is the Teemo because I think that's the best AD carry mode.
Yeah, see,
blind, you can't do the auto attacks.
They were talking about the Azir, but Teemo's kind of the marksman that's not really a marksman in our game.
Exactly, and the thing is, you can't buy defensive stats. Nobody can, well, I guess a Hex Drinker does count because it has attack damage on it, but if Teemo's in the game on the other side and he's building AP, if you don't buy magic resist and you walk on a mushroom, like you're gonna lose 30, 40, 50% of your life. So definitely could be very big for controlling those objectives.
Yep. Well, across the board, this is gonna wait a little bit, but Mata's got his locked in. Uzi's gonna go for the Twitch, and xPeke is the one who gets the Teemo. All right.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that it was the Twitch. It's such a damn good champion right now, but compared to like this Uzi signature Vayne, this was the chance to do it in All-Stars, man. Marksman mode, bust out the Vayne, but I want to see what happens here with the smites. Looks like Reckless and Mata both are taking smite right now. Both champions that are capable of jungling. They may do triple solo lane. I don't know.
And Doublelift's doing it on the other side.
Yeah, you said, you know, not bound to the lanes here, so could be a double jungle with the Quinn Graves here as well. And Doublelift might have a more difficult time.
That roam on the Quinn is pretty scary. To get 6, I mean,
oh, yeah.
You can zoom across that map.
Yeah,
this is a scary team.
Absolutely love Quinn jungle, Quinn top. It's so much fun because you'll win the early game. You'll typically lose the mid game, but you have to go elsewhere and start beating other people up before you have that power spike come back at you. But Quinn can actually completely stay in the lanes. No problem right now with the AD carry mode. Don't have to worry about a tank.
And he's the one with the smite, so, you know, he could be coming from the jungle, jump out of the shadows at any time.
And vault over your head, boom, you're dead. That's going to be it. I mean, this is going to be really exciting. It's going to be insanely bloody. I've already seen Assassin mode a little bit last week if you guys are watching the International Wildcard All-Stars. But this, all about the Marksmen, and I don't think it'll be so drawn out. People can just pew-pew, shoot down each other really quickly.
Yeah, one of the things I was going over were the Ashe and the Jhin rise in priority for me because of the initiation possibilities, and there actually only one shows up here, so Team Fire, Madlife, is going to be piloting that one, and that is one of the ones where, you know, you are going to be able to start fights for your team at a decent range. Meanwhile, Prey actually taking up the Lucian, which is definitely one of the most underplayed AD carries at the moment, in a pretty weak spot, but we'll see him put it on display here.
All right, well, it's full winter on the Rift. Of course, if you guys think that it's going to get hot, hashtag FireWin at LOL Esports. I think Team Ice is going to claw one back. It is hashtag IceWin as we see Team Fire stuck in the brush.
Yeah, it looks like it's just Uzi here to actually just guard, Prey over the wall. In the bush? Or is he trying to read him like a book?
Oh, boy. He's creeping away.
I mean, we also have an invade on the top side here for Ice, and they're getting down lane swap wards. Now we've got the Doublelift cam here.
Oh, that's the best. And
Mata,
what? Oh, he didn't execute.
The range, baby. And
Madlife.
Madlife taking down Mata.
What was that strat? I don't even know if he was in threat of anybody there. They're just trying to get that early tower damage, but they reinforce on him.
He barely touched it.
Mata's the guy that picked Jason, a real competitive game on support. So, you know, getting the early tower damage this time around does cost them. Pretty high cost as well.
That was so good by Madlife too. Waiting to skill up, goes into W. Usually you take the Q level 1, but gets him with the deadly flourish. That is... He doesn't get to back either and buy anything.
Looks like we have all biscuits on Team Fire as well, where nobody going that mastery on Team Ice. And Doublelift will be the jungler for this squad. He has been doing, you know, a decent amount of jungle graves, or regular lane graves as well.
You do have to look across the map, though. Reckless is jungling the top side jungle here, and then on the bottom side, you actually have Mata taking care of that. So they're taking away a lot here from Doublelift and actually doing 2 quadrants to the jungle simultaneously as Team Ice. And I think that Reckless, he's probably going to go top because Celebrity is pushing up in this lane.
Yeah, Celebrity's on him, throwing those axes. We hadn't talked as much about the Draven because there's so much in this. And he's actually pushed back BeBe quite well.
Yeah, he's pushed him back so well that he's a juicy target here for Quinn coming in.
Not if he gets the kill first. Oh, he doesn't get it, but oh man, in the backsides, Reckless could come in at any moment.
Yeah, it takes a long time to clear out those Krugs, though. But you can see Celebrity just being alpha, pushing up the lane. But he's gonna get punished for it.
All right, well, let's not talk about Keystones. That can happen anytime, and suddenly it's a Quinn. Vaulting over, tagging BeBe in. Doesn't get blinded, but he can't get to the bush. The heal, not strong enough. Reckless with a kill.
Team Ice with the strategies here. You know, it is that same annoying 2.5-minute jungle gank that everybody's been complaining about, where they get level 3 and out-level the solo laners. But it came from Fire's own side as the double jungle does pay off.
Doesn't matter if you're playing all marksmen, you still have to respect the level 3. So 1-to-1 in kills right now. And Reckless is going to tag in for a blue buff.
Mata, the real support for life. Even in the jungle, he's supporting.
Yeah.
Wow, he's just giving him everything. Yeah.
Such a selfless guy.
Yeah, I would say, though, that these are both champions that make great use of gold, but they're just trying to get through the jungle as quickly as possible. Doesn't really matter who gets it, but they're just trying to set up. Looks like they've actually... Okay, so it's a common strat to pick out the Draven as the feeder on the enemy team. So they're just going to go after Celebrity here over and over again.
I mean, especially the solo lane Draven. No escape. He doesn't have a flash.
Oh, boy. And he just gets ganged up on. Mata will claim a kill for himself that time around.
And now they're just going to get a shove on this turret. It's top turret, so it does have some damage reduction early on. They're not going to be able to take it very quickly. But mid lane, Doublelift doesn't have a red buff.
Oh, God. Peke's got to run. Team on team of a Doublelift incoming. He's going to turn around into the brush. Aphro's kiting. Oh, tagging the Graves, baby. And he's got to flash out of there. Doublelift going to flash forward. End of the line. Autos. Goodbye, BeBe.
And the flares go up. Aphro and Doublelift combining, even when they don't lane together to get back a kill there for Team Fire and almost even up the goal.
Oh, we're really close right now, 2-2 in kills, and it definitely has been all action from minute 1. Oh, Uzi has to back up here as he's 2-on-1, about to be 3.
Yep. Oh, over the wall, so he gets to keep his dash.
Here we go. Flourish. Gonna connect. Uzi goes ambush.
Yeah, he is cornered down
Might as well just run to the other tower.
The support is on the way. They do have Reckless. He's not level 6, so it's going to take him a while, but looks like they won't be there in time.
They're closing the gap. He's going to try, and they just can't get it done. Team Fire claims another.
Yep, now they'll get more damage on this, but Quinn is coming straight down here. Reckless, level 5 already. Very high. I want to see what happens when he gets level 6 and where he starts roaming. Because you have 2 junglers, you have a lane that is always at a disadvantage on a 2-on-1. And that's what Uzi was having to deal with that whole time. So he's underneath his turret. It's such an easy lane for Doublelift to just come and gank.
To be fair, if there's anybody you can leave on their own and you can trust that they'll at least like maybe take somebody down with them, it's probably Uzi.
He's used to it. Mata just always leaves the lane. Uzi just wants to win the lane. Mata finally gets his way. He gets to go never be in the lane. He's not even supposed to be in there as a jungler.
Yeah, right now currently counter jungling Team Fire, taking away the Gromp. Focusing around the bottom side of the map, and that leaves Reckless, that level 6 Quinn, to roam around.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, they've been doing the counter jungling, but it hasn't affected Doublelift that much. Still, highest level on his team, tied with Aphromoo. That's that new jungle. It's just worth so much when you pick up those camps. And when you're behind, that comeback mechanic on the level of the camps.
Plus, Team Ice, they spent a lot of time camping that top side with the double jungle. Not exactly farming very hard with the double jungle. Meanwhile, Aphromoo, the Teemo now targeted.
Oh, he's in so much trouble! And Reckless snipes him down. Mata tanks the turret. Well executed.
This is also going to be a huge wave denied from Aphromoo. His teleport will get him back into lane, but Death Timer is going to keep him there a while and will at least lose the cannon and a couple of melees.
Aphromoo still being a support, holding the wave for the actual person to come back. He's TPing in, and Madlife still. It's going to take a few. All right, that's fine.
A little bit.
He took what Aphro could possibly get.
Meanwhile, Doublelift maybe targeting the top lane here to try and get Celebrity back into the game. Draven, by the way, CSing just fine even though he was camped. And BeBe not going to be caught.
Yeah, Draven's just been winning that lane that whole time. Celebrity, I mean, it's the nature of the pick, right? You're constantly a bully. If they don't get help, it's like all Draven players, when they get ganked, it's like this guy would have been done if he didn't get a gank.
If only. And we have just seen constantly like 3-man, 4-man roam squads just all over the map too. So, you know, it's gone full chaos. And that, you know, means that BeBe's going to have to try to protect himself, play back a little bit as Uzi takes a few shots from Bray. Stopped up by Madlife, still in the 1v2. He's having a hard time farming, but that's understandable.
Yeah, Uzi down there constantly under his turret. Definitely getting out CS pretty heavily here by Prey in the 2v1 matchup. Meanwhile, though, Reckless, one we're keeping our eyes on, level 7, highest level in the game for the Quinn, is around the bottom side.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a lot of the moves here for this team. And Mata, I don't know if he's going to continue to roam. I think he just sit in that bottom lane now and just be the support. You have to hold this.
Jungler is going to collide there, but it looks like Reckless
will be there. Madlife!
Praesto has aggro!
And he's gone! Reckless is going to get some revenge, and now he's on to Madlife, but Doublelift's tagged in. Look at that damage! But it won't be enough! A double kill now for Reckless, and Mata hangs on!
Oh, and Madlife doesn't have level 6 yet. He can't actually back up and then use the ultimate. They're so low. That turret is so low. Aphro was trying to roam down too. Oh, it's just everything going bad for Fire.
Yeah, he wants to kill that minion. Try and
go back. I want to see what's going on there, but Aphro. Oh, he tried to step up and BeBe punished.
Well, he got the ignite now. He has to watch it for all the mushrooms.
Now you know how it feels, Teemo. Madlife's back in lane, still in lane. Getting a bit of farm for himself now that doesn't really have anyone else to fall back. That tower's going to fall soon, though.
Yeah, he can't stay around, though.
Yeah, the cost of the double jungle and leaving Uzi by himself down there. A lot of tower damage and could be the first turret bonus. Meanwhile, mid lane starting to be populated with mushrooms. So next time you go gank, you better come with full HP because you probably won't leave with it.
Yeah. And as soon as you get level 9, get a sweeper. Quinn sweeper, just stealth bomber straight in.
Not a whole lot of wards this game. I mean, you can technically build a side zone, as we said, but Give up a lot of damage for that. Now Prey's gonna find Mata in the rush. Reckless coming in. Oh, the shrooms.
Last cone.
So handy as Prey launches himself over the pit, and there's the curtain call now. Madlife 1, he gets 2. Reckless body blocks the last.
Flashes in to take the bullet for Senpai. Meanwhile, though, that is going to be Team Fire. They're actually going to escape out the back of the Dragon Pit here for Prey. And now it's Uzi who's under fire.
Uh-oh, and Prey's coming back in for round 2. Peke is going to get blindsided by this one. Madlife will not land the floor, but Reckless comes in, and it's Uzi who secures the kill, but it is blood all over the river right now as Aphro and Double are under fire. Peke, the flash backwards, and Doublelift just keeps on running, but he gets popped by the shroom. The Thunderlords, the damage is too much, and it's going to be Mata with the kill.
And the only person to not show up to this fight is Celebrity in the top lane. He's got everything farming. Still. He's busy farming.
That's all right. That's what Draven does.
I mean, he's up there in top lane with no teleport. Did take the exhaust for the extra laning power.
Wait. He's helping.
Farm. Yeah,
there we go.
Clears out the minions, trying to protect Shirt a little bit there. Plus, is racking up the farm in the top side.
Yeah, when you get behind and you get camped early, you get into that mindset of I need to help myself before I can help my team again.
I mean, honestly, as soon as you lock in Draven, I feel like you get into that mindset.
It's the only way to play it, but Reckless is coming
Team?
here.
What
4,
team?
1, 2. He's going to be able to sidestep. Match is over. Oh, he's just putting out so much. Celebrity does punish him a bit backwards. And Peke,
hey, 1v2.
Whoa, he tried to play that one out. It did not work. Prey just comes up massive, dashes, double kill from Prey. And he dies in style. Meanwhile, up top lane, though, Celebrity found Mata.
1v2 double kill there for Prey. Celebrity does cash in this time around, has the exhaust and flash. Now double buffs on top of it.
It's so even. We were talking about how this, might be a game that will be over pretty quickly because nobody can buy tank stats. It's going pretty crazy right now, and it's still even.
We're going to wait for the death timers to be too long right now. Doublelift. Trying to find Reckless.
Good ward there from Reckless, though. Does spot him out and mounts himself up on the Burge, so he's ready to escape if need be. Doublelift has a lot of burst, though.
He saw him, though.
Oh, that's nice. No way he's catching him. Flies to safety. Let's take a look at Celebrity's kill again.
2v1 as well.
Flashes on him to exhaust, and then cashes in.
And Reckless just couldn't get in there.
He's stunned.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that one. All right, will they get the first turret gold here?
Uh-oh. BeBe, he's found him. Oh, a nice stand aside, but that's not going to keep him away forever. Celebrity's taken down by Reckless. They defend tower again.
Nice punish there by Reckless, coming back to the scene of the crime, and they defend that first turret gold. It still has not been claimed, despite the super low health of both top and bottom.
Yeah. Ever since that bottom got super low, Mata's been there, and with a smite in lane, he's never going to cannon minion towards that turret. He just keeps smiting it away.
Uh-oh, Prey, he's gone forward in the curtain call now. Uzi is going to have to sidestep them all. He can't do it on the second one. That turret is oh so low, but meanwhile, up in top, Reckless was able to claim it, so they sneaked by with first tower blood, and it's going to be Peke finishing off Aphro.
Peke with another good game here is doing well.
There is so much action right now. It's ridiculous. Prey, Madlife on Mata. The towers are starting to fall, though, guys.
It's even, but like you said, that first tower gold did go over to ice.
Oh, Prey. That is too bold.
Oh, he thought the exhaust would be enough.
End of the line, baby.
Late, though. All right, well, that's going to be some more chaos on the top side as they steal away red, but here comes Doublelift.
Yep, looks like Reckless and BeBe didn't want any part of that. Blast Cone launches BeBe out of range. Safe for now. We have a momentary breathing space.
Yeah, I mean, Team Ice is pulling slightly ahead here. Both of the challenging smites completed. You can't buy defensive stats, but that just means that red smite that much more important. As soon as you get that one down, it will technically reduce damage.
Oh. Really close there. Quinn is just so strong. In the jungle, even with not that much of a gold income, he's just got 5 kills. He's doing insane for himself. Reckless is super fed this game.
He's smacking people on the Rift, and there's no way they can catch him. That's the thing. He just gets out of harm's way. Even when he's caught, he's able to sneak by and escape. Play the stealth mission.
And I'm looking at the builds of these two teams. It looks like Fire's going for more armor penetration in that bottom lane, whereas everybody on ice, they're going for crit builds here. They're going for Essence Reavers. They're going for the scaling, and then the Rune-Ance Hurricane to back it up, or whatever they need.
Got the lead on ice right now. They're looking pretty hot. And it goes further into the game. Prey tries to tango with Peke, but finds he can't do the damage when he's blinded.
It was inches away from that mushroom as well, which would have been his death, but does not quite step on the trap. And actually, Uzi goes into the 1v3 and decides that suboptimal number.
No! Yeah. He steps in the trash.
Oh.
Changed my mind.
Well, never mind. Let's go back in. It's 1v2. That's fine. I've got some help. Mod is there, but so is Doublelift. He is gone just like that. They're going to melt back, and Prey is finished by Mata on the back.
Oh!
With the outplay.
He did it. Oh, I love that kick right
poison.
there.
Oh, he's got a life steal. No!
Oh, it does so much damage.
And now Peke's coming in. Okay, makes it look easy.
Yeah, you were talking about that Graves cancel on the R.
One of the Easter eggs hidden there in the champions. BeBe, we return back to Draven. Yes, this is my lane. What team? Top lane Draven here.
What team? 130 CS?
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing, he's fine. He just didn't get the memo that it's Marksman mode. It's kill all the minions mode. All right, Aphro's going to pick up a little bit of health.
Yeah, it's Marksman, not Marksmen mode.
He's the only one.
All right, here goes the re-engage from Uzi as they had Mata coming down the river, but didn't see Doublelift at the blast plant. Is going to be able to take out one, and then this is the cancel that we're talking about. What a team!
Got juked, Kobe.
Must keep it a secret.
All right, good dodge there.
Oh, man. He's been doing this all day, though. 1-2, and it's over.
Oh, wow. Shut
okay.
Stop there.
There we go. They caught him. It's Madlife on the run, but he won't get away for very long. Double kill to Reckless. He's 7-1.
Fighting around mid lane is so dangerous. The Supreme Teemo with the mushroom set up in advance. Meanwhile, Prey, though.
This is the ult. Prey's going in. Tagging Reckless, baby. Here we go. 1 shot, 2 shots. That's a kill.
Teleport as well.
They're still going. It's going to be Cloud Dragon. Look, how much mobility they're going to get off of that. Easy peasy take.
Yeah, they're going to get as much as they can off it. Start shoving the bottom lane. Try to cover their mid as well with Uzi.
Oh, he's coming on Celebrity. Throws the cask and comes Peke. Oh, Spray and Prey. He's going to burn his flash. Inside, though.
I love how nobody wants to get close to that Draven, though. Just popping the spray and play from afar, because he does still have the exhaust. Nobody wants to get, 2-shot there.
Yeah, he's pretty much the best 1v1 character right now, because he rushed the Bloodthirster. He has the Warlord's Bloodlust. He has the exhaust. It's going to be so hard to go after him. Nobody on ice has an exhaust to match him in a one-on-one. You have to keep your rate.
Yep, and they can't really close the gap just in any other way, too. There's no safe way to do it. You can't build switch.
Okay, change my mind.
Hold on. Wait, he's not under tower.
Exhaust is still up as well, and Peke is going to claim the turret here.
Okay, Doublelift and trying to get back into blowback. That's okay. Just staying safe. On Uzi couldn't get on him.
This is so hard to play as well, because everybody is so squished.
Oh,
they all do so much damage.
Yeah, no kidding. It's happening everywhere, all over the map, constantly.
Oh, man. You never really get to play League of Legends this way, where everything you do can kill the person 2 seconds, or they can kill you.
Yeah, Madlife's going to find that one out the hard way. Uzi picking up the kill with help from BeBe. Prey and Doublelift trying to collapse, but they couldn't do it.
Yeah, were the ones originally flanking, but now they're trapped.
Oh, man. He's found Prey. That's easy pickings right now, and Reckless is unstoppable at 17 minutes. Peke and Uzi on the chase. Doublelift is going to have to dash it. Quick draw. Not quick enough. The autos are stacking. It's Aphro in the bush. And he's laying some mushroom traps, but it doesn't matter. Reckless has just taken the long route. Aphro's found himself in. Doublelift is gone.
They're trying to fight each other in the bush. He's trying to It doesn't reveal, though. It doesn't reveal. It doesn't reveal.
Teemo on Teemo action here. It's looks like it's an unfair fight.
And he's got the...
Oh, they know where he is. He can't
walk in there, but they can't hit him, and he's landing on all the shrooms.
Eventually, they're going to get it.
He'll
get an opener. Oh, Reckless is going to kill him with the ult.
Team Ice are running away with this Marksman mode.
Yeah, they are. Uzi is starting to find some form himself. Celebrity and Madlife running away with the poison ticking on, and Madlife throws the curtain call. Whirling death, they find Peke, and Prey all of a sudden turns around. The spray was too much, and Uzi's gone down.
Some kills back there for Team Fire, but, Peke's Teemo in the mid lane, so much control for them. And
Reckless! Oh, the damage is not enough on Prey, though! They turn to shut down! Absolutely massive! BeBe tags in! Mata tries to hang on, but he can't do it! And it's Madlife and Prey on the turret.
They're going to start getting some of this gold back now. Almost an ace. Only BeBe survives there, and they're not going to be able to actually pick up that turret, though.
That was the most underwhelming end to that fight. This entire game has been nuts, boys. 24 to 17 kills, and it's 18 minutes.
I feel like this game has just been a constant team fight. Look at it, we have twice as many kills as there have been minutes.
Yeah.
Especially love the mind games between the flankers, as the AD carries flanking are just as vulnerable as the ones being flanked. so many of them being turned around. Here we go, though. Uzi had the open, but again, the long range from Jin. Madlife opens up, and they're able to chase him down.
I love how BeBe is just putting down a mushroom field, and then he's like, oh, this stuff's happening. Runs up, just gets obliterated in 2 seconds. What's going on here, guys?
Well, he's got his Leandries, though, so he's going to start to pack a bit more of a punch. And, you know, even when you're dead, the poison's still taking on Doublelift. BeBe with the pick off, and now Prey's trying to punish. I don't think it's going to happen. He will. Prey picks that one up, and now Mono gets a big explosion, and the rest of Fire goes up in smoke.
BeBe goes down valiantly, gets a kill for himself, and then the extra shrooms on the way out. Huge damage there, and Team Ice come out way ahead. Now they also have lane pressure in all 3 lanes. They're pushing up mid and bottom at the moment, with Uzi cleaning up a lot of CS down there on the bottom side, working towards an infinity edge.
All right, well, here's a real question. At what point, if it even ends up being contested this game, is Baron going to be cleared out?
Oh, it'll be cleared out very quickly.
Like 10 seconds.
I mean, you don't have anybody to actually walk up and prevent sieges or anything like that. We don't have any Caitlyn's in this game. So if you get that Baron, it's pretty much how you'll break these inhibitor turrets. But you also have Twitch, too. Twitch will be able to hit those things.
Yeah.
With the ult.
He's going to be able to get that. So Uzi does take a couple of shots. He's going to have to flash the calling. And he's snuck out.
Mission successful.
Well, so
does
far.
get the turret, but we're not quite sure if he's going to live.
That's like the theme of this game. Speaking of not quite sure, Reckless on the top and finding Celebrity. Knocks him down a peg. That's going to be another turret. Ice are running away with this one.
The 3-shot. Doublelift is still on the chase here, trying to find Uzi, but he makes it all the way back to the turret.
All right, safe and sound for now. 20 minutes into this game, 29 kills for Team Ice. They are wrecking through the line.
What's Doublelift doing? Is he going for the long con here? He's been in their jungle for a long time.
There's not much there for them to take, but I guess they could try and get some turret damage if they want to.
Something, and Aphromoo is going to be fired down. BeBe picks that one up, and now it's on mid-turret. So they tried to bait a trap, but fighting. Like
far more turret dives in an all 80 carry game than I would expect.
You do so much damage. Just do it right with the point-and-click CC. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. Like
only have to take 2 turret shots because people die instantly.
Mata.
Oh, but Mata just able to say, see you later. He's going to hang on.
Fight him off, Baron.
There's a teleport in.
Oh, they have a Teemo here.
Yeah, but BeBe, he's got to flash backwards right now. There's a chance that they can steal this one away. No, the Baron's pulled off, and Prey is going to try to launch a few more down. Shutdown for Celebrity. He lands it onto BeBe, and now Ice are unsure if they want to team this fight. Looks like no.
And he hit it. Oh!
He Madlife.
Hole in one.
Not exclusive to Thresh hooks, apparently.
Turns out he's a pretty good 80 carry too.
He's incredibly good at predicting where people are going to go. He will watch them the whole game and be like, all right, he usually jukes up. All right, usually jukes down, and it's
Is
great.
it the classic Baron trade here as Team Ice's attempt was foiled? It's Team Fire's turn trying to take it down. They're down 8,000 plus gold, and Baron actually already down to 3,000 life.
Yeah, but he comes Reckless. Look at how low these health bars are. Double kill out. Big one for the Graves. They secure it, however. They may not live to use it. Aphro, triple kill now on Mata before all said and done.
Not exactly worth it as Team Ice come away with the ace and full control of the map.
Ice, BeBe, man, they are cleaning this one up. Reckless is up on the top. He can start pushing this in. They've got 4 and the death timers. Look at them.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time before they get in there, but they don't get anything out of the Baron either. They'll pick it up here. Mata, that's so good. He doesn't have his smite up, so instead of going for it, boom, right across the back line. He knows they want to hide back there. Gets him lined up against the wall. Aphro as well. Firing squad in the pit.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And this is the risk of taking the Baron. Yeah, you clear it fast, but you can't take the aggro.
That's true. Very true.
You never go for a raid boss when you've only got a bunch of DPS players.
Meanwhile,
trust
with
me.
all the damage being dealt, we still have no Infernal Drakes, and it's just more clouds for Team Ice. They can take it whenever they please and decide that it's not even worth the time. Look for some more kills.
Yeah, Reckless is using the mobility he's already got. Uzi's going to claim the kill. Reckless just melts down Madlife.
Oh, Reckless does so much damage. He can kill you in a CC chain here with a crit. Quite easy.
Yeah, the Wrecking Crew is real this time around. Doublelift is going to try to trade, but Reckless says no. And him up in the top. Celebrity is going nowhere. Double kill. Now for BeBe, and it's on the towers.
Yeah, Ice might get something back here. They're going to be able to pick up this turret. They do so much damage to it.
Oh, they've
and
got
it's
a ton to Shrek through, and it's Aphro just trying to hang on, but BeBe pushing him all the way back. BeBe's a little bit low. They find Aphro. Reckless is going to die to poison. No! He was blinded.
Are they going to finish it here? They're just repeating aces. As soon as someone spawns, they just get sent back to the fountain here. Team Fire cycling through lives.
It's a batting order.
Uzi just 1v2. He's pushing him all the way. There we go.
Sends another one back.
Go for it.
They're going to finish this game off. It's 24 minutes in. Ice knows they got it all locked up. After disappointment in their first opener, where they found some serious pressure in this mode.
It's not over just yet, though. They're all respawning right now. That other turret isn't down yet.
He's exhausted, can't do it. BeBe trying to kite back and go on the fountain. Uzi goes down. They didn't finish it off. It's just Reckless. He's back at base, too.
Reckless being pretty smart.
Despite what his name sounds like, he does tend to play pretty conservatively.
Yeah, maybe he'll go pick up the Drake after this. Does get red buff, you know, collect these objectives. Objective focus, guys. Nexus is definitely exposed right now, though. Only one turret left on it.
Grab as much buffs as you can. Again, we're 25 minutes into this game. The gold's gone out of control for Team Ice, but death timer's getting longer.
He'd rather counter jungle and take away your Gromp than take this Cloud Drake. He's just spitting in the face of Cloud Drake right now. He has enough speed, I guess, with the Quinn ultimate.
Any faster?
Oh, double lift!
Double lift! Buff transfer complete.
Yep. Seems to be the right choice here for Reckless to be jungling.
On point with the flare spam as well.
He shared the jungle with Mata, too. That really worked out this game.
Well, Mata kind of crippled Doublelift's jungle, and then, it was actually quite good that they played it that way. Uzi, props to him for being able to stay alive in that lane. It's not easy to 2v1 and have to sacrifice all that CS. You know that Uzi wants to fight you for that CS, too.
Yep. They're doing solid now. Fire, count back inside of their base, holding on to this last Nexus turret, and Aphromoo pulling the sneaky.
Night vision goggles on. Not sure what the best case scenario is.
They might need him. I don't think they're going to be able to use it. Everyone just evaporates right now. Aphro turns, and he finds BeBe, but the rest of his team, minus Doublelifter, gone. And now Mata kiting and pushing him back away from it all as he goes on a wild goose chase. Reckless just dodges away from the mushroom, but the Nexus is there.
All right, Reckless is on the case. Gonna go find that kill before they take down this.
Oh boy! Whoa, that burnt Peke with the ace. 26 minutes, that's gonna be it right now. It's all Nexus, it's all Ice, and they freeze over Fire. Eventually.
Eventually. But Peke, that kill of his right there, he's hit 7. That's the most he's had in a game since July 2015.
It's good to be back, I guess. So he's going to knock that one down. GG to Team Ice.
50 points to Team Ice.
And Peke all smiles after that game. So they might have stumbled in the first, but they find themselves on the special game mode. 50 more points in the pocket.
Definitely having fun in that one. You can tell by the end as well with all of the spam.
Oh, so even for so long. And then about 15 minutes, batting order over and over again. Peke with the flanks. The way he was playing it alongside Reckless. Oh, Europe definitely showed up in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we can't mention that game without talking about Reckless and how massive he was. Once he cleared through the jungle, he just swept through everybody else. He was farming champions. Everybody was, but he was clearly the best at it.
Definitely true. The extra mobility there, Quinn able to turn the numbers in so many skirmishes, and boy did he get fed.
It seems like we're probably going to get at least one of those per game. I would like to hope.
Yeah. Reckless also looks like he's been going to the gym a bit too.
Yeah.
Getting older, getting bigger.
He's shredded so he can shred through the enemy team. Yeah. Good stuff. Healthy lifestyle. Good game though, seriously, for Team Fire. Like to hold on and like start firing it back. They got the Baron. It's hard to do when you're down one smite too.
Yeah, they didn't have one of those smites up from what I was seeing as well, but Mata played that so well with the ultimate across the backline.
Yeah, definitely fun to watch. Each team attempt the Baron. Doesn't go over till the third time's the charm, and finally Ice was able to claim it. But man, yeah, it's a very snowbally mode, obviously, when everyone's AD carry. And, you know, Reckless getting ahead like that. And Peke as well in the mid lane. So many of those kills were had around the mid lane and after, you know, people walked on shrooms. You definitely have to give him credit as
You
well.
don't even know who shrooms who sometimes with all the craziness. Aphromoo wasn't doing too bad, but he just got ganged up on.
Yeah, I mean, Peke was combining the best of both of his worlds. His AD carry and his mid lane play all combined for the Marksman mode in the mid lane.
It's like it was made for him.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that was pretty much, it's just a normal day of Peke and solo queue. Maybe a little bit of AP Teemo. That's fine. But
all good.
It wasn't AD carry mode for him, except everybody's really squishy.
Yeah, well, he missed a memo, but hey, it worked out. I mean, you can't build the magic resist. You're able to do as much damage as possible. Oh, man, I still can't get over how Reckless was doing. But Madlife, even, with that prediction that, I mean, his curtain calls were amazing. Once he got, like, able to actually stand in a safe spot, he was sniping down people left and right.
Right.
Definitely true. I mean, this was definitely an enjoyable all-star mode. I'm really looking forward to the other ones that we do have in store as well, though. My personal favorite from last year was definitely the all-for-one. I mean, as much as I love, AD carries swarming all over the place, champions with CC in that game mode are just hilarious to watch.
And whether the same when you get like the 10 blitzcranks and all that stuff, grabbing everybody back. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I actually really liked the tandem game mode.
That's
just go like, how are they so damn good? That was like a bronze to challenger stream where they just kept getting better every minute, and then by the end it was like they were on it.
Oh
it was
yeah,
so
one of the most exciting ones. Absolutely. Now for more on that chill win for Team Ice, Dash is standing by with Reckless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jens. That's right. I'm here with Reckless, who struck back with a 16-2 and 13 scoreline there after an unfortunate loss there in Game 1. You snagged 50 points for Team Ice. How does that feel to come back onto the stage and bring it closer?
I mean, it feels great to be able to play another game and make up for the loss in the first one. Even though it was a tough loss to take, I feel like we had the game to begin with against NA, and if we were a team, then probably would have been able to close it out. But since we weren't, we were kind of running around in circles, and yeah, they played really well in the end. So,
well, you talk about playing as a team, and in this one where you got 5 marksmen, it can't be easy to kind of devise a strategy. You guys opted into this double jungle strategy, you picking up the Quinn there. Where did that idea come from? Because clearly you had Fire's number in that regard.
Well, to begin with, I wanted to play Twitch, and I assumed it would be solo jungle, but then I saw Mata just logging Graves and not say a word, so I was kind of just, all right, this guy is probably going to jungle with me, right? So I'm going to start enemy jungle just to make sure I get 2 sides at least. And it worked out good. I mean, we had the level 3 gank at top after Red and Golems, which is fixed, I think, in the next patch. But in 6.23, it's quite strong. So, yeah, I've seen or I've been the witness of many of these level 3 ganks, so I made sure to use it.
Right, you've been on the receiving end more than enough times already for that level 3 gank. This time it probably felt good to be able to dish a little bit of that punishment out. Now, you already mentioned Mata. Explain to me the level 1 strategy. How did the team react as he charged into that mid lane turret to get a little bit of damage and handed over first blood?
I mean, I didn't even see actually what happened, but our plan was basically just to invade and hope to get some kills. And I guess he went a bit overboard on that idea, so he dived mid instead. But yeah. It is what it is.
Now, as we had a bunch of guys who are all picking ADCs, I have to imagine you already mentioned you were looking to play Twitch, but we saw Uzi pick that up. Were there much disagreements within the team about who would get to play what ADC? Certain people really wanting to say, no, I want that champion. No, I want that champion.
Well, I asked Uzi what he wanted to play, and he said he wanted to play Twitch. So I just defaulted to like my second jungler, which is Quinn. I could have probably just went for Graves, but I don't think I would have been anything special. So I wanted to try something spicy, and it worked out pretty well.
Pretty well is one way to put it. Now, you've already gotten to play 2 games here right off the bat at All-Stars, but the great thing about All-Stars is you also get to be a spectator. So I wanted to ask you, as we look at those fun modes kind of down the line, all for one, we've got Assassin mode, the 1v1s, and one for all. Is there one in particular that you as a spectator are looking forward to the most?
I mean, I'm actually playing Tandem, but last year, like, actually just rewatching the games, even after playing, it was like really fun. And I think this year is going to be nothing less. And I'm not sure exactly who I'm playing with, but I think regardless, it's just going to be like extremely fun to get that like new view of the game from like a keyboard perspective or a mouse perspective.
Absolutely pure chaos. Well, once again, Reckless, congratulations on the victory here, bringing you within 50 points of Team Fire. That's going to do it for us at the end of this game mode. Time to throw up to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Dash. And we are joined here by Alfonso Mithy Aguirre Rodriguez to help break down that game. And it was a win, so you must be feeling reinvigorated after that game.
Yeah.
Woo, 50 points on the board.
I mean, the first game didn't work out for Team Ice, so we had to, get the field power bonus, put it on the Winter Rift.
Yeah, that was like competitive
power.
advantage, the winter map, no?
I thought the map actually looked pretty sweet.
Yeah, it looks
well.
like,
That was a nice surprise.
When was the last time that map was like
So I feel like that map just debuted like right now. The old winter map like 4 years ago was the last time.
4 years.
It, that was before the Summoner's Rift update and like all the new textures and stuff. So
all good stuff here at All-Star and all good stuff for Team Ice. And we're going to take a look at Reckless absolutely dominating the Rift, brought to you by Acer. He was on Quinn jungle and he said it already well. We locked in that double jungle, but it seemed to work out for him.
I mean, one of the strengths obviously later on is you're going to have the mobility to get around the map super quick. Didn't even need that at first because he and xPeke were kind of roaming around getting those flank plays.
What do you think of your teammate there? Dominating on Quinn.
I think he
he
did a better job now that he was alone in the jungle, or kind of alone. Maybe he had Mata and sometimes, but I just feel like Quinn overall with that blind is just so strong against other AD carries.
But then this one was a camouflage, so
that one was so.
This is pretty funny. Aphromoo actually dodged nothing. Despite being he got hit by pretty much every skill shot, and then walked all the way to the shroom. And then it was pretty clever by Reckless right at the end to kill him with his ultimate. Yeah. Not a great day for Aphromoo.
They do seem to both be having fun, but that is 50 points and it's very important. And we did some more individual strengths, mixing it up. Reckless in the jungle for a change. Mata apparently not very communicative in picks and bans, but it seemed to work out. Is this more of a better setup? Because the pure EU didn't really do all that much.
Mithy can't support Reckless, but instead the Krugs do a better job of boosting up his experience.
I mean, what was I like the first game? I was like 2-8. I was really trying hard, you know?
Yeah,
just
you
keep
played
dying,
a very
keep
strong
dying.
champion, but you kept dying, which happens also with Zyra.
Yeah.
Welcome to the desk, Mithy.
Yeah, I missed it. I just had to prove a point. Maybe I should be at the desk a bit more and feed a bit less.
Yeah. Or maybe it's All-Star, you know, it's all about fun.
Lane. That was the important part. You won lane.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
so
hard.
I can just be like, yeah, one lane, lose game. Yeah, my team is bad.
Yeah, that's exactly what everyone else says.
Solo queue experience. But how do you see the future going for Team Ice, who had, you know, one not so good game, and then you picked it up here with a win, 50 points on the Marksman mode. How do you see your chances?
I think we have good chances. I mean, the Summoner's Rift games are hard because they have Korea and NA is like half Korean too, so it's really tough to play against. But on the fun games, I think we have a really good shot. No joke.
And I really, really hope that a week extra in Barcelona watching the IWCA 1v1's Mithy will have all of the strats now. If you don't pull home a win for Europe, we're going to be very disappointed.
Okay, 1v1 is really hard. I have so I thought I had it downloaded and I really knew what I was going to do, but then started playing against my teammates and I just kept losing, and I realized it doesn't matter what champion I pick, it's not the champion anymore.
All right, we'll see what happens. After the break, we will see the team that qualified through IWCA, the GPL All-Stars, and you covered that. How do you think they'll go, or they'll do rather, up against the LPL All-Stars?
Judging from the games that I saw them play, I think that they were like not really that good on Summoner's Rift. They were good on Assassin mode, they were really good on 1v1, but Summoner's Rift, they just didn't really feel like they were that strong, and that was IWCA. So now that there's LPL, there's like all these stronger regions.
I love how you went all these strong teams, like, you know, LPL.
Well,
And,
there's LPL.
like
Well, we screamed LMS, and they beat us hard. So LMS is really good. LPL is good. We'll win against them too, hopefully. So
yeah.
I think they're gonna struggle. I hope they struggle. I hope they give us some wins.
Yeah, because you want to have more points for Team Ice.
Yeah.
We will see what happens. We're taking a quick break, but when we come back, the LPL All-Star team from China will be taking on to the Rift against the Southeast Asian Vietnamese All-Stars.
It's blind pick. Oh, it's blind pick. I will install. What do I play mid? Draven?
Fuck, dude. You think Urgot jungle is good?
Hell no.
Why not? He has CC.
Hell no.
Set you guys up.
Ask Prey, dude.
Aphro's kiting. Oh, tagging the Graves, baby. And he's got to flash out of there. Doublelift going to flash forward. End of the line. Autos. Goodbye, xPeke.
Oh, he died. Graves. Guys. Nice.
No, Timo!
50 points to Team Ice.
Welcome back to the 2016 All-Stars, everybody. Zyrene and I are back in action, joined by former All-Star and current LCS extraordinaire caster, Mitch Krepo-Vorspils.
I was never an All-Star. That's like a total lie, but I'll take it.
Hey man, they told me not to say it. I'm gonna say it. Gonna give you a few props every now and again. Right, we got a matchup. It's LPL versus the Southeast Asian All-Stars. This one's gonna be pretty hot. Should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, and these are probably some teams, you know, especially the International Wildcard All-Star and SEA is a team that people probably aren't too familiar with. There's only one returning All-Star on that team in QTV, and the rest of it, oh, they surprised. They weren't actually really supposed to be here by a lot of people's metrics, but they damn earned their spot there. They actually went 7-1 in all the matches that they played to get here. It's actually crazy.
They were very clean towards the later stages of the IWC All-Stars tournament. A lot of people are sleeping on them. One thing that plays in their favor is that they're kind of warmed up. We saw what limited practice can do to some of the greater supports, even in Europe. Mithy was basically donating a couple of kills right there. But these guys, you know, they already made it this far. They warmed up last week with some intensive games. Like, they know the different game modes. They know what's going on today.
Yeah, and they've already actually been playing as a team for a month because they have to do 2 tournaments. They did the International Wildcard Qualifier, and then they did the one for Southeast Asia to become the International Wildcard that was representing them.
They have to go deeper.
Well, I mean, they're pretty hot right now. That's true. And appropriate. We stuck them on Team Fire. But why don't we go ahead and take a look on the other side and see who's representing Team Ice this time around. In Chinese LPL, of course. In the top lane, it is Mouse from Edward Gaming. Clearlove, his jungler, joining him there. Of course, the mid laner, Wayless. You've heard him before. You probably know him also by Godv. ADC is Uzi. Once again, we just saw him a moment ago. And Mata, both from RNG.
Yeah, now we're going to have Uzi and Mata back together. What's going to happen there? Just ended up having a really good game there, but still on the other side, not so good of a game from last one. It's Team Fire. It's going to be the Southeast Asian All-Stars here. In the top lane, it's going to be QTV from the BeBe Marines. Love that name.
It's a great name.
In the jungle, it's going to be Levi from Sky Red. Mid lane, it's going to be Optimus, sometimes called Optimus, because he loves things like Kassadin, but he's also from the BeBe Marines. These guys are, love that name. They obviously are a great team. But then AD carry Celebrity from the Saigon Jokers, and then Ron OP on support for the Saigon Jokers as well. So they have the Saigon Jokers bot lane.
Yeah, so there's some inherent synergy right there within those teams. If you look over back to Team Ice, 2 EDGs, 2 RNGs, but the fact that Mouse and Clearlove have played on the same team doesn't really spell much in terms of synergy, because Mouse is known to play on an island. He will be isolated there anyway, so we need to see what happens there. We always have high hopes for China in general. We have high hopes for China in international tournaments, especially Clearlove. He disappointed at Worlds, but this is his tournament. Bite back.
It's his chance. Yeah, they always say that. They always hope so. You know, maybe it is his tournament to bite back here. But China as well is actually a pretty big sign here, because they didn't vote any Koreans in except for Mata, right? They're kind of sick and tired of what's been happening in these tournaments. So it's like, all right, let's get some Chinese blood back on that stage and let's see them deliver.
Yeah, the winds have changed. They are blowing for sure. And you would say that because it's an international wildcard, it was just a locked up and done deal. But it just doesn't seem to be the case anymore. I mean, what do you guys are expecting in this match? What are you expecting to see?
It already happened at Worlds, where we kind of changed the definition of wildcard. It is no longer a walkover. Teams are becoming more and more competitive, and yes, it would still be an upset, but less and less so as time progresses.
Yeah, they're actually now a wild card, whereas anything could happen there. It's not so much that they are already losers or a team that you're going to walk over. So I'm actually expecting them to bring out some things that normally when we see a wild card team, we're like, oh, they're behind in the meta. Like you said, Krepo, they've actually had a lot of practice on this patch, on this meta. So I want to see what they bring out.
The only thing that disappointed me from IWCA was, despite tons of practice and a large sample size, very little Ivern. I really want to see Ivern today.
Yeah, Ivern is such a great champion. He can actually do such unique routes, punish you. His counter jungling is so quick. Also, like, you might like this a little bit, but you know, you could actually start like a small wolf or something and run to lane if you have an Ivern on your team, because you don't have to leash for him, right? You can go to the enemy jungle and harass as the bottom lane.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And it's definitely been a name that's been buzzing around, I know, for all of us. We've been looking at seeing some Iverns. Maybe we'll see it in this pick and ban phase. I would not be surprised if SEA has still a few more tricks up their sleeve. They pulled out some really interesting stuff at IWCA. We're about to find out as we're into picks and bans.
Yeah, we're about to go in picks and bans. The Fishio touched up on it earlier as well. Not much really has changed at the core of the game. There's a couple of different champions. Obviously, Courage of the Colossus makes it so that top lanes are trending towards tanks ever so slightly.
Never dying.
Kind of being overwhelmed a little bit by them too. Things like Jace have fallen by the wayside because these tanks will just overpower him level 9.
That should be pretty good for QTV, though, or sorry, for Mouse, I should say, because you know, if he's able to sit on something that's very potato-y, well, he can sit for a while. Speaking of potatoes, Optimus banned.
Here's the one that Mouse had to keep playing. It's like, why are people not banning this against Mouse during the actual group stages with EDG? But it comes out really quick. We're gonna have something OP left up here, though.
Yeah, very meta bans. We get rid of Karma. Zyra support is also up there, quite strong. LeBlanc is is the tier or the S tier mid laner combined with Syndra right there, so that's something you can pick up early. Lee Sin's off the table for the more aggressive jungler's playmaking ability. That means these guys will probably trend back to maybe the likes of a Rek'Sai, maybe a Graves for ultimate stability.
And right here, what I'm worried about is there's going to be at least one OP mid laner left up because Syndra and we also have Katarina both on the table here.
Katarina you can deal with at least.
Yeah, that's
exhaust her.
For like level 1
She has to get close to you for exhaust range. The problem with Syndra is by the time, even if she misses Q, W, and E, she can just R you out of exhaust range and you probably still die.
Yeah, pretty much. What do you guys think about Cassiopeia? We saw a bit of that in the wild card.
Cassiopeia, I think she's a really good counter to things like Ryze, and Ryze is off the table and you go down the tier list, like she's really OP. But Evelyn, I love that perspective.
I love it. You do not want to play against a champion you haven't played against in so long, especially with all the changes to the warding systems as well. You know, you're not maybe used to it, so you just get Evelyn off the table, but you leave up Syndra.
And that's going to be Wayless's pickup. Okay, it could be rough for Optimus in this mid lane matchup. Let's keep an eye on that as the pick cycles back to the National Wildcard team. Would not be surprised to see that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and which tanks do they pick up on the first rotation is basically the question you're asking here. Nautilus Rek'Sai could be a good opener. In terms of AD carry, Caitlyn is always good to go blind. Zyra's open in terms of harass. There are a few options here, but doesn't look like the SEA region is looking to reveal too much here first rotation.
Yeah. I mean, he loves things like the Rek'Sai. He's an aggressive jungler with Lee Sin, which is his signature taken off the table. It's usually that. He did play a really good Kha'Zix, though, to qualify them. The final game that they played against Turkey, he went off on that game. So, Levi, we'll see what he ends up going with here, but it might be something a little bit more aggressive in that style, and it is going to be the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that was the Assassin's mode, right, where he just went off in the Kha'Zix mirror matchup. I think he did that, too, where he was just completely outclassing the opposing Kha'Zix. It's the first time I spotted his name, really. Watching going through all the VODs, he popped off.
He was the best Kha'Zix, and you know, among a pool of everyone playing that same champion when it came down to Assassin's mode, he looked really impressive. On the other side, Celebrity gonna lock in the Jhin. We did see him play one game of that in the International Wildcard tournament. Yeah. Mostly Ezreal apart from that.
Yeah, and even though Jhin is kind of out of style right now because the lethality changes and the ARP trait changes, and Yomu's not even giving him bonus AD when you activate it because it doesn't have attack speed anymore, that's kind of strange that he's going back to it.
Yeah. And Madlife make it look styling.
Was talking to a few AD carries prior to the tournament, just getting a rough idea of what's on the patch, and they felt like blind picking Jhin wouldn't really be the thing to do. If you want to go open blind pick, you might want to go Caitlyn because there are just comfortable matchups against this much weaker Jhin, and he can get punished for his lower mobility and the fact that he just kind of trails off a little bit, having to change that build. He is still very strong on first base if he gets that BF sword, however. That is like a mini spike that is newer to his build.
Absolutely. We see Clearlove is locked in the Rengar now, so Celebrity is definitely going to have to watch his back. There is a lot of power there, and of course the Caitlyn to carry on and match the range of Celebrity's Jhin.
Oh, that Caitlyn, you know, usually win that lane, but it comes down to supports, right? Supports are the ones that really matter in that bottom lane when you have.
Yeah, if there's a disparity, that's when it really starts influencing any setup as well. Any CC setup for the trap combo could be enough. Thresh is always a pick I feel we get from either the LMS or the SEA region, but other like regions have kind of forgone this pick. It's a high skill cap champion that doesn't really work well in competitive, but these guys are here to kind of show their mechanics, so it wouldn't be too unheard of seeing a Thresh. Also, Colossus helps with him.
Exactly. We've seen him so much recently in solo queue because of Colossus, and he's just really fun to play and watch. So, Ron OP, maybe he locks that in for himself. And my Shen is
well, it's a tank up top.
Wild card.
Okay.
No, all right. So it is going to be the Shen. That's actually really interesting because you still have Maokai on the table. You still have Nautilus on the table. Those are still really easy champions to execute on as well.
Yeah. Another tank.
Flashing that Vayne.
I mean, Vayne wouldn't be too bad here. Like, if you look at it, at the lanes right now, there's tons of tanks that he can peel or self-peel for. We need a mid laner with a ton of damage here laning into the Syndra. I wonder what they're going to pick up so that they don't actually run out of damage here on the side of Team Fighter, because the lineup for Team Ice is looking very well-rounded. You have the short range Vayne if that Caitlyn ends up somewhere, well.
Yeah, it's really throwing me off.
Oh yeah, like, why are we talking about Vayne? It's a Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's already there. They're going to go with
I'd love to see a kill lane, though.
But Uzi will hover it. Uzi has 3 career pentakills, and all of them are on Vayne.
Watching a Marksman mode right before you go into a 5v5 really messes with you.
No kidding. Okay, the Tahm Kench we could see. The Zyra, as you said, was still up, but then so is support MF. Speaking of running 280 carries, that's always very likely. Except they got the Thresh locked in, so I got juked myself too.
No, you got juked. Also watching too much Marksman. Well, you casted. No, they need a mid laner with a ton of damage. But is it just going to be an Orianna or something here that they're going to lane? I don't know what they're going to end up picking here. Not a Heimerdinger, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Well, Optimus He did play Victor. He played Oriana a couple of games in the International Wildcard Tournament, so I would not be surprised to see that come out. He was fairly safe on it, but he did get that nickname by being an assassin player casted back in the day.
He goes with that. That would be really interesting. It's not awful into Syndra.
But you also need something that can dual Syndra, because otherwise Team Fire is looking at 3 losing lanes, which is losing lanes in terms of push, which is something you really don't want to do. We start tracking it during Worlds, and whenever there was a draft with 3 clearly pushing lanes, it would definitely give much more larger win percentage to the team that had those pressure lanes.
Yeah, it was quite overwhelming, especially if it's 3. Because the thing is that from winning lanes, you get jungle pressure, right? And like you were telling me earlier, you get a triangle between the lanes and wherever the jungler is going in. So controlling that area is so important, because then you get the wards down, you get the information, and then you can read the enemy.
Yeah, with the Victor lock-in, we have a matchup that eventually neutralizes out in terms of push, but early game, Syndra will definitely have the control there unless Optimus has like some insane Victor skills, some crown level Victor skills, but even then you still get pushed in early. So that's going to mean that Ice probably has the control of the map very early on. Clearlove isn't really the most invade heavy jungler with that Rengar early on, as well as Clearlove's style. So that maybe will be good for Team Fire that they can survive that, but they will be pushed in all 3 lanes.
I mean, Clearlove is used to playing alongside an AD carry that really needs a lot of attention, so we'll see if he ends up going towards Uzi's lane. Usually called down to deal with depth, but
might happen. But Uzi, I mean, when you compare a player of Uzi's caliber to Celebrity who's still very new, kind of very green in the scene, like, I mean, that could be very, very rough for him. And we already talked about having a losing lane, and you know, when you can't match it up pound for pound, that's even worse.
Yeah, and especially going against Caitlyn. That is like one of the staple Uzi champions. It really lends itself well to his style. You know, a couple little side steps here, always maximizing auto attacks in between trades, and then following up with some EQ combos.
Absolutely. Well, if you think Ice is going to eke this one out or take this one away, I mean, hashtag Ice win, of course, at LOL Esports is the place, and hashtag Fire win if you think the SEA All-Stars are just hot enough to do it. To find out as we load up onto the Rift, it may be chilly on there, but this game is definitely about to heat up.
That is some nice punts there, Pyro.
I've been stacking them for weeks, I'll tell
ready.
you what.
You
I'm
knew
just
All-Stars
writing them down in a little notebook, you know?
Joke's on you, though. It's not the Frosty Rift anymore.
Darn it.
In the spirit of competitive integrity,
get wrecked.
In 5v5s, we go back to the normal map.
All right, well, okay. I mean, I'm going to blame global warming for that one. Let's load up onto the Rift.
Trips up.
It's a myth. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's keep our politics out of castings, Irene.
All
right, here we go.
Global warming is actually a serious issue.
It's not a myth, guys.
This is a public safety announcement from Larry.
We're keeping it out of the cast, though.
All right, so we talked about the losing lane things, and Wayless is a guy we haven't seen as much of since he didn't make it to Worlds this year.
Yeah.
What do you expect him to do in the early couple of levels against Optimus' Victor?
Push. As Syndra, trade and push. Basically, as Syndra versus Victor, you want to hope that he stands next to his minions so you can use Q on both on the minions and the Victor. Obviously, these things that we're discussing in terms of push, that's assuming that people play kind of meta-y and normal. There's a good chance Celebrity and Rana P just go all in level 2 power spike with Ignite, and suddenly it works out.
Yeah, and the fact that they brought that Ignite does give you a little bit of a tell that they might be going for that with no exhaust on it.
Yeah, definitely. And then you can break a lane like Zyra Caitlyn. If you get in early, cancel, you know, a 90 caliber net with a play, suddenly you can start winning. But you can also rely on the fact that on 8 ping, Uzi's probably going to sidestep that.
Yeah, it's probably true. Usually a reliable prediction there, but I think it's a good point you bring up the fact that they can do the level 2 all in and get very aggressive. Rano P used to be a mid lane assassin player, and he changed to support because he didn't feel confident enough, but he knows how to all in.
The problem is at the moment you go for that all in, you can actually expect the enemy jungler to be bottom lane level 3 when you're probably still on the verge of hitting level 2. The good thing to do in this current meta, though, is always watching your mini-maps when the game starts, because you can always tell who's leashing, and you can almost predict the jungle path, because every jungler is likely to go buff into Krugs.
Yeah, and you just saw there that the buff into Krugs actually just happened on both sides of the map, but LPL, they know about it. Mouse invaded, he went and placed down a ward.
Look, there's already a creep gone, which means actually they probably pulled the creep. That means Rano P and Celebrity walked into lane, froze the lane, denied 1 CS, which means the level up timing is different, and they can actually play quite calm here to dodge the level 3 gank. You don't really get punished too hard.
They're making Rano P and Celebrity dance for this one right now. They may be down a couple of CS. Uzi just missed one errantly, but it's very rare to see that kind of thing happen. And look at all the harass they're able to put out. And here's Clearlove just hanging around too.
Yeah, and that's why Celebrity and Rano P, despite having control in the lane, being there early, they don't want to push for the 9 creep, which is that level 2. They'll rather get it slow and steady, hoping that they can dodge the gank. end.
I believe they did actually still get off the same timing. Because I think they got a crit at the very beginning and ended up picking up. So they didn't have the leash, right?
No. Very quickly. Back into it. I mean, this is definitely going to be the really telling matchup because we talked about losing lanes. We talked about the top just going to be a smack fest back and forth. And if Mouse can just push in QTV, it's no problem. But they're going to need some jungle help. You can see Levi going there as QTV gets a taunt off onto Mouse. And the minions is able to deal the damage.
Yeah, Mouse is actually a very aggressive player. He loves playing things like Jax, like Aurelia, like Yasuo. And seeing him on the Shen, it's a little bit closer to a damage tank, just going in, and especially against another tank, you see some really big numbers with the Q pass-through. So if he starts actually popping off on this matchup, we'll see. Mouse? Yeah.
He's a veteran, though. He's been around, and he doesn't...
Oh, he didn't get a pass-through either.
Taunt, and he's fighting in minions. That's really dangerous. Mouse
almost has
on him. And he goes face dive! Oh, not enough. The shield saves him.
Slight misplay by Mouse. Could have held the Q and just flash forward, but he's Clearlove here, looking to just finish that one up.
Yeah, he's going to get tagged in. QTV knows.
Oh.
He gets bullet.
He's holding the wave. He's holding the wave. So when it goes under, all you have to do is E, auto, get the dodge zone down if you can.
Oh, good taunt. That's first blood. And Clearlove picks it up in style. He takes too many. What are you doing?
Rek'Sai's coming up. Clearlove's gonna have to be careful here. If a Q lands from Levi.
But we just saw a miracle. It is approaching Christmas time. Despite not playing on the winter map, we saw Clearlove successfully gank 4 first blood, 4 Mouse. Never happened before.
There we go. Hey! Oh! Clearlove goes down.
That was fast.
Not sneaky enough. Levi just targets him.
But just when you get your hopes up, LPL takes it away again. Nothing ever changes.
Dreams are crushed already, and it's only 4 minutes in. That's not a good sign.
And that's all because he took like 2 extra tower shots he completely did not need to take.
Yeah, there's a lot of criticism around Clearlove too. It's like, what is he doing?
Well, I mean, it is
not
Christmas
even
time. He's just giving presents to Levi, okay? Now Mata gets caught on a hook by Rano B. Plays in Uzi.
Celebrity, gotta be careful.
They're targeting out Mata. They can do it. Celebrity slow, but he gets the kill.
That was a great hook by Rana P. He walked kind of towards Uzi.
Oh, he flashed.
What? He didn't hit him.
Uzi missed that auto attack for sure. So he definitely did not hit Celebrity. Whether it would be enough, we don't know. But that's definitely a misplay here.
Oh, it was a headshot too. And he flashed and he hit Rano P. And not Celebrity.
That's heartbreaking too.
Fortunate. Misclick right there from Uzi.
Rare one.
Definitely balls on this lane for the IWCA region. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, though, Uzi might be in trouble. Here comes Optimus.
He does. He gets...
No,
I don't need that.
lantern.
That's okay. The hook does land. Uzi has nowhere to go. And the auto attacks, just waiting to finish the job.
Could have stolen a kill.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Rano P. I mean, like you were talking about Empire where he's played mid, right? He's actually a challenger mid laner. That's what he plays. But when he went pro, he's like, I'm not really good enough to be a mid laner in professional play. So I'm actually going to change it up and be support.
Yeah, and Celebrity, he's the one who's finding himself in trouble as Mata nails him with a few planned shots. Clearlove was coming in to try and help clean that one up. But despite that, you're right. Rano P definitely has shown that he can tangle with some of these big boys, and he's playing well. It's the reason they made it all this way, and they have been playing together as a team.
How do you think about his play, Thresh? Let's go 110, Grandpa.
Yeah, 110, he's like Bunny Fufu with those hooks.
That's a nice phrase.
Which means he'll go off early, but then just slowly fade away in this matchup. Yeah, look at his hook. He's actually walking towards Uzi slightly and then curve. Because Thresh turns at the end of his animation. Look at Mata. He's stepping forward thinking Uzi may get hooked. And that's because at the end of the animation, that's when Thresh will turn. So you would never want to hook straight. You always want to turn your body like 90 degrees and throw people, even godlike players like Mata, off.
Exactly, and it's so strange too because the momentum of the character is going one way, and then they just change it as soon as the hook comes out. It's coded specifically for that, just to be that way. Because Blitzcrank is the way where as soon as he's hooking, he turns that way. Team
Fire finding themselves in a gold advantage here. Stands with all it plays, and this plays even 3 kills to 2.
I mean, both teams are taking liberties with what is conventional play here. Celebrity overstaying twice. One time he would have died if Uzi clicked the right button, but it was just a lesson. He's telling, I'll let you walk this time, boy, but next time I'll get you. Next time he was gotten anyways by Mata coming for revenge.
Turn it around on him. Side stone's completed by both supports, of course, and you can see the difference. Uzi going for a fast boot start to try and get the advantage on Celebrity by closing that gap quicker.
Yeah, second round right now, level 6 for Clearlove, looking at the bottom lane.
Yeah, there's a Shen ulti available as well to turn that one around. It could be quite deadly. That's why Mouse really, that's why you want to play Echo into Shen, because you really want to keep him auto-pushed on the turret. So there is a cost of ulting down. Clearlove now just walking with a relatively late ulti. He must be spotted, but Rana P
Oh, Celebrity, he just cannot get away. The flay comes too late, but now super late. They have got the Shen ulti. Doesn't matter, melted through. Ron is going down, but he flashes. Auto, Uzi tanking. He stays alive. It ends up being a 1 for none.
Well, hold on, though.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wayless is here.
He did.
And he scatters the weak.
Up. Low HP, comes up, blows the ghost, he gets a roam. We're back to even.
And that's something we see with some teams that are lacking just practice or just experience on the Rift. Like, these ideas were okay. Shen to counter the gank, great, you know, playing backwards, took a little bit too long, hooking and then lantern shielding. They're all great ideas, but they were honestly timed and executed too late. As we follow this clip, we're going to see, like, there's much more time for Shen to ulti. There's much more time for Rana P to maybe even go for a flash play and get out.
Yeah, and you'll see it coming. Flash play to make sure that Clearlove doesn't connect. That's what you should be doing against that Rengar. I assume it's the idea as well, like having the Rek'Sai into the Rengar, you can just stop all the knockups too, but doesn't end up happening from the support.
And then that happened.
Yeah, now Wayless comes in here, despite only doing very average in his matchup. Optimus got a roam off. Now they're tied for CS. Optimus went for the early defensive build here. He really doesn't want to leave or lose his lane, but that feels the pressure, allowing the Syndra to roam. Obviously, going negative from first means he'll probably just get pushed in, but he'll never die to an all-in.
Yeah, luckily he did end up getting his upgrade on his E, so he's able to just keep shoving the wave, play it safe. He's up against Wayless, who, you know, isn't speaking lightly. Like, the last time we've really seen Wayless, he was actually still quite good.
I mean, in his prime, he was lauded very hard, but then he just had really poor performances in some key matches that kind of got him mocked. And he actually had to rename, you know, it used to be called God V, people called him Gold V.
Gold 5.
Gold 5.
Then he went to
Silver 5. Yep.
And then he went to Pain Evil, and people were like, oh, it's Plat Evil. It's like, he upgraded a little bit.
Just, that's okay, enough. I'm gonna go back to Wayless, and he's definitely not weighing his team down this game, holding quite well and pushing, and the roam is just, it's been really, really scary. And we talked about how Celebrity can get punished.
Yeah.
And that Jhin, you know, him having to type backwards and not enough tankiness in his support, well, it happened there.
We're getting some good item spikes here, because we talk about Celebrity. He has that BF right now. That's a moment where he could get back into the lane, especially with an aggressive flash on the fourth shot. Looking at Wayless, he has Lost Chapter and Blue Buff. That's always mid laner's dream.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now he can just keep throwing out the spears, keep shoving in. I think he has enough for Morello and Amacon.
He's been following up quite a storm now.
Farming up a storm. 75-75 up in the top side. And Mouse is having a great game for himself right now. He continually shoves QTV in.
I mean, this is where we need to look at, like, what opening does the SEA region have here? With a pushed in Shen. Remember, we were talking about in Champs League, Irene, as well. 3 pushing lanes. What can they do?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult because they're going to have to rely on scaling where they don't even scale incredibly well in a lot of these lanes. But QTV, he's going to actually have a bit of an advantage here later on because this is actually an AP Echo. He's going for the Dark Seal, the Doran's Ring, and it looks like a Proto Belt as well. So we might be looking at Abyssal Scepter next. And if Shen gets incredibly tanky, it'll be very hard to actually take him down.
Yeah, but he'll lose the wave push here, and especially for first turret.
Oh, Taunt just
in waiting in the wings. But the problem right now for the Rek'Sai is that he's in, or she's in counter gank mode all the time right now, which makes it very hard because you can't use your creative pathing to really get behind the enemy bot lane because you can just get punished.
Yeah, he just got spotted on the bottom side too, and now fighting over Scuttle Crab just takes so much of his time. This gives him another wave on the top side to chunk QV down and eventually go for him.
Yeah, and he's spotted and he doesn't have any camps left in the jungle. Super long timers right now. What do you do if you're getting pushed in? You can't help your top lane either.
And you're just gonna go down. He does get a nice taunt off. You can see Mouse giving to tank the flash around the backside. And Mouse is gonna have to flash out of there. Levi's on the chase. Oh, he just needs a Brain Seeker to do it!
Just used it.
Oh, he gets the last one. Oh. Levy picks up an equalizing kill.
Yeah, had to kind of ult over and then come back to the top lane. It took him a while. QTV was kind of just shouting for help. Help me, please.
I mean, that was nice dancing around. We bought just enough time to where Mouse took way too many tower shots. And now it's Levy who actually gets a chance to push in the top up against Clearlove. The junglers are holding the lanes on duty here. Now Ron and Celebrity are getting fired down. Push back from the turret, but the curtain call opens up and they should be able to clear Mata and Uzi out of here.
Better that ulti could always clear the wave. They definitely saw Wayless coming this time, so much better communication from the SEA team here. Now Optimus looking to cut him off.
Oh, they're bringing Shen to the party. QTV, they get the stun though, and a little bit too much distance. Wayless was respecting that. Used the scatter weak to stop.
We're gonna go for the min-max plays. You could have flashed over the E from Syndra and moved into the Scuttle Crab boost and and then get to the enemy Syndra. Obviously, Wayless is running ghosts, and maybe that's why Optimus rather just goes mid. He's chunking mid lane turret right now, and they're losing bot lane turret help for it.
Yeah, and when we're talking about turrets here, I just actually watched again on the top side. Best thing that came out of that is first turret gold actually didn't go over. A caster minion killed it after the LPL had walked away, so nobody gets first turret gold in this game. So not as big of a lead for LPL as you would expect, but the siege continues.
Well, creative pathing here from Optimus, but could have went. Just wasn't quite sure if he should have ran to the bot lane there, going back mid, so very hesitant here for Team Fire.
Yeah, that was actually would have been a really good path.
But you never know if they have a ward. You never know if there's a Rengar, and if there's one thing you do not want to do is face check that Rengar.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to do that.
But you have to consider those things before you roam.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's something you see, honestly, with newer teams that when they're playing under pressure against much better players. You get occupied very often just trying to deal with the mechanical prowess of some of these players.
He's on a run and run! Just didn't know what hit him. Clearlove knocks him down, picks up his spree. QTV's on his own, and he's going down. Uzi's going to take that kill, and the LPL is all over this bottom lane.
Yep, they're probably going to get this Drake as well and control of the bottom jungle.
Yeah, now it's kind of tipping over. There were some moments where it was make or break, where Ice could be beaten by Fire. Unlike new Pokemon games, doesn't hold up here.
Definitely not. It's going to be a tower going over LPL's way. They'll pick up their second dragon. To be soloed by Clearlove for a moment. He's going to probably call for a little bit of help, and Mata, getting some wards in, will be able to spot him on that.
It's so hard to play a supporter jungler on a map that is so tiny that's being choked, because all your vision is being placed just over the edge to see if somebody's waiting for you in river. Whereas your Clearlove and Mata rather here, you can ward wherever you want. You're always pushing. Minions are providing so much vision for you, and the world is your oyster.
Oh yeah.
And their Scuttle Crab. Wayless is able to steal that one away.
And it's a great point as well, Crepo, because when that play happened on the bottom side, they had seen Levi on the top side, because he actually went to go clear that minion wave on the top. So when you have information in the jungle, you can give away so much, like half the jungler's power, and the fact that you don't know that they could or couldn't be there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the LPL wants to do here. Push up a wave, leave the lane themselves, have somebody to catch it, and then create a 5v4, any semblance of a numbers advantage somewhere else on the map.
Not giving them an opening, and the LPL, they just keep constricting this, growing that gold lead to now 3,000, but we talked about losing lanes. They've lost the top, they've lost the bottom, and Optimus, he was holding firm for a while, but that's a victory. Of course he can just laser down the waves, but now you see everyone's attention is turned towards the mid.
But they're actually going to shove and throw Celebrity in the top side, yeah, like you said, and QTV to the bot.
I mean, the ship is sinking at this point. There's too many holes to plug, so there's 80 carry top, support bottom, jungler somewhere else. Try and patch the holes and then hope that you survive and see the ganks coming from LPL. Right now, IWC needs a counterplay, an overextension by the Chinese region where they can maybe get a good gravity field, Shadow to kind of turn the tides. It's possible. LPL is known for over-aggression historically.
Absolutely, and you know, we saw them diving pretty deep in this game alone. And the problem is IWC, they've just not been able to react fast enough. So that's the issue, and you can see now that since the map is pretty much free this side of the river, for Team Ice, Clearlove, he says, that's okay, we'll just take ourselves a Rift Herald.
Yep, probably going over to Clearlove here as well. I could, because he's you know, hey. Oh!
Split push Zyra, boys!
Scumbag Mata!
Gotta get those Moby boots and just a cheeky auto right there.
Oh, man.
Oh. Zyra traditionally builds as a secondary carry, dealing a lot of AP damage. This could be the difference between a one-shot or not.
Well, I don't know if the comms were like, mine.
It's like that little, the little video of all the little seagulls.
All right. Wayless is waiting in the wings for Celebrity. Oh boy, he face checks or gets anywhere near it. Okay, key for Levi there.
There is a Shen ulti as well.
He's got the blue smite on. Oh, has to flash the wall, but Levi's going to follow him. Curtain calls up, and he's going to have to float away. Dodges one, dodges two, Ghost is on, dodges three. Can't get hit. Oh, fancy footwork from Wayless. Meanwhile, down bot, we're fighting again.
Shen?
All right, Optimus and QTV are out.
Oh. At what point does dodging become missing from the AD? I can understand maybe one or two side steps, but maybe one of those bullets should have hit.
Depends. Optimist or pessimist. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt this time.
That might be the latter.
If he does it too much.
Celebrity, unfortunately, was not able to sync anything. So, still sitting on components for his first item buy. Of course, he does have the Swifty, so at least he can move a little faster, but he's kind of needed to do that because they're just keying on him every time they find him.
And that was the catch-up moment for SEA region. Sadly, Wayless had them blue suede shoes on.
Oh, he gets all his wave, too. It's just so good for him.
Oh, yeah, he gets it for free at this point. So, Knock it all down. 17 minutes is the time on the clock. It is a 4,000+ gold game right now for the LPL. They've got the Mountain Drake. They've got the map control. What does IWC need to do if they can't sink these shots?
I mean, they can't actually make a pick. It's really hard to do so with so little vision. So the best thing they can do is honestly react unexpectedly to a pick. Turn it around, Shen ulti, a good aggressive flash from the Rex side. We've been seeing some of them. They're still down for a couple of minutes. Honestly, wait for a mistake is what you do. You play the game as clean as you can. You wait for somebody to overstep. Remember, we're playing with limited wards here. Jungle carries do not build side stones.
Levy, he's going to make a mistake himself. Oh, that looked like it hurt.
Yep, and when you end up going for a Tiamat and then you build a longsword as your next item there, yeah, definitely are going to hurt right there. Because AP is so good in this matchup. There are 3 people who are going to build AP on the LPL side, so might as well get some magic resistance.
Yeah, he just wants to carry. It is All-Stars after all. Yeah. Sometimes you can forgo traditional builds and just go for a hard carry.
No coaches on stage. Everybody man for himself, you know.
This is my moment.
My time to shine.
Waiting for his moment to shine, but Wayless will not give it to him. Just yet. Oh! Fancy footwork again.
Classic Victor Blair.
Oh, and Celebrity, he is trying to get back to base, but there's nowhere that's safe. Mouse is ring around the tower, and he ults back, and meanwhile, Clearlove is in the Chaos Storm, gets hooked, flashes, autos, minions! One more shutdown! Optimus!
Purple Gaster minions at it again.
Mata's on the run, and there's 3 members of Team Fire hot on his trail. He flashes, but they follow, and QTV nails him.
2 for 1 here.
That's a start.
Fighting back. Levi is going around. That could be a 3rd.
Yeah, I actually don't think Wayless can make it out of this unless he ghosts.
He doesn't have ghost up just yet. It's almost off cooldown. Wayless is running. Oh boy,
he's got his turret though.
Gonna find him. He maybe can force them to respect the damage. Meanwhile, though, look at the bottom. Mouse, he's just pushing this one away. He's gonna be met by Optimus, so it doesn't matter. Oh, his dodge once again. Wayless, he escapes.
Oh, he makes it out of the juke. It is a disrespect hook from Ronald P against a good player. Maybe aiming worse, but that's a 50-50 because the mind game goes like deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yep.
But Wayless with the side steps, he's feeling very comfortable right now and building that Ludens right now to get even more movement speed for those cheeky side steps. Obviously, this is you as an immobile AD carry versus an Echo.
Most top laners will do that to AD carries now. They don't care about turrets. It's a sad life. Sad life for AD carries.
That caster minion, though, had his time in the sun, for sure. Mata gets chased down. Only one way this goes.
Hey, Rift Herald's helping them out so much here, taking reduced damage by being alone.
Yeah. Force the flash.
Yeah.
Worth.
All chat.
Did Clearlove force the flash? No. Mata did. Rift Herald.
Give it to supports now.
Oh, if Clearlove had that, maybe he would have lived.
I think we need to focus on the present here, Pyra.
Okay. Let's take it back. 9-6 kills. It's 20 minutes. Baron's live on the Rift right now. LPL still controlling the map, but we've seen that the SEA team can punish them.
Yeah. Bundling up in greater numbers. They have Scarlet Boost. They have Shen also that's available, so they're just going to start an objective.
Here comes TP as well. They're looking for a pincer attack here. Shen not there.
They do manage to secure the Ocean Drake. A little bit of regen can go a long way, but they need to get out of combat to use it right now. Clearlove on the front. Mouse is going to try and cut them off. Parallel convergence. Ron is not able to get the plan. Look at the damage out of Clearlove. You gotta be kidding me. They snap the trap shot, and the LPL get a clean 4 kills.
Yeah, not an ace because they literally dropped so quick. The Shen ulti didn't even have time to finish.
Yeah, you have to actually turn there, like you were saying, onto Clearlove, onto the left side if you see 3 people going around top.
When you're getting pincered or flanked, engage on some side, because if you allow the trap to just sprint, then it's over. You saw that beautiful ultimate from Mata combined with the fact that the play did not cancel Mouse's dash. He just wreaked havoc in the middle of that fight.
Oh, and they just take so much off this. And you can see Mata is pushing up the mid lane, by himself. Rift Herald again, he comes into play. Clears the minion wave a little bit faster. Maybe he'll do some damage to turrets.
Yeah, Herald. They didn't need him to take down the inhibitor, so LPL cracked the space wide on open right now, and the kills just keep on stacking for Wayless, for Clearlove. They were styling on the Vietnamese All-Stars.
Ship is sinking just a tiny bit. If there's ever a time for the panic Baron, it would be about now.
Well, they get the chance to do it. Look at where Mata's heading.
Yeah, probably not the best idea.
No, because even if he gets some eyes on him, throw down a couple of wards, Optimus is going to have to deal with some plants. Throws down a few traps of his own. And now for Team Fire, yeah, the game just seems to be pushing back desperately if you may. And
wait for flashes.
Wait for flashes.
If you're Team Fire right now, you wait for Shen flash, you wait for Thresh flash, and you basically count down. And you try and do a coordinated engage where you can surprise your opponents. You'll probably still die, but at least it's flashy.
Flashy. But by then, we'll probably have some Ride Lights receptors come in too. So if the flash isn't that great, you can probably get punished by somebody like Optimus, and even Mata.
It's one shot, one kill. Because right here, they see the Echo on the top side. The idea is that they actually go on the Echo, and Ron wants to play Mouse here, but he gets by just barely. By the back end of the play, barely. Once he gets to the back line, Mata just going to stop. There's no Shen ultimate in time again. Minor issues in timing and communication really snowball downwards, especially if you're looking at such a large gold deficit.
Yeah. By that point, when you see that they're all flanking you, boom, QTV should be channeling the ultimate maybe onto Levi, and Levi even ease in or flashes the Syndra and tries to get in there and deliver him.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a good thing to trust your reaction timing, and it's not going to let you succeed in those fights. And you could see how quick they pulled the trigger on the LPL side. I mean, Clearlove was leading the front charge on that. And by the way, he didn't have any tank items at all, like anything sustainable, until he picks up the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, he's actually at 310 AD. He has one person left that he needs to kill on the enemy team. I don't know who it is, but he's probably got his eyes right on them.
He has a particular set of skills. Not afraid to use them. He will find you.
Well, it's about fair. This game has been about as R-rated as that movie, so. Levi is just trying to grab a little bit of vision back for his team, but it's looking grim for the SEA squad.
And I just want to say that I relate to Team Fire. Despite cheering for Team Ice, I know what it feels like to play against the Rengar that magically got quite a few kills, mostly in the support. Undeserved, of course. And I feel their pain.
Are you usually defeating support?
Creating space.
Nice save there.
Somebody's got to bite the bullet.
Yeah, well, 3 times for OP it's been. I mean, he's had some nice hooks, but we haven't seen too much out of him lately because he's panic playing, he's panic hooking, and he just goes wildly out of the way of Clearlove, out of Mouse. They're just not getting anything, and now they're just, turrets are falling down around them. Celebrity, look at damage just out of 1 ace in the hole, and he's forced back. OP looking for a hook, but there's not enough people there. Waylaz is...
At this point, if you get caught, that's the problem with late game Thresh. What do you do if you actually land the hook? The problem is you CC yourself. You're kind of a budget Malzahar in the sense that you CC yourself while you're hooking, but you don't even have a hit rate. Malzahar at least has a 100% hit rate on his ultimate.
Yeah.
At Thresh versus good players, it's probably 1 in 3.
You know, outside of the 2v2, we really see too much out of it. So now the Baron's begun by LPL, and QTV's not in the area, but he has both his ultimate and his DP available. He's going to be channeling it right now, and Ron OP's coming in here. The Baron is getting low. QTV is stunned in the back of the pit, and the LPL have peeled off Mata on the Chaos Form, but Mouse is going to find Celebrity. No more AD carry for this team, and they're going to start chasing down the Echo, but he's leading them on a wild goose chase.
Mouse is actually doing a great job in this game. He's able to get to the back line quite easily, and the way that he runs off instead of running back to his team is really good, because if they decide to continue, hold on.
Oh, Optimus is finding, is on the wrong side of the fight, but the Shen ulti's coming in finally. Flashing QTV, picks up a kill. That was sick though.
The sick pickup. Comes back in. QTV. Yeah, he was stuck in the Baron pit for so long. He's like, team, guys, anyone Lantern? Nope. Use to defend Celebrity. Mouse is definitely pulling his weight here. Going up with these backline dives, right? Celebrity not enjoying his time on the
Oh, I'm so sad that he started going for tank too on Mouse. He's like, no, keep going, more AP. More AP. If you can't one-shot the AD carry, you obviously need more AP.
Get that Mage Eyes.
Yeah, see, so take him at least 4 hits there.
Story of the game, man. We talked about Jhin being very punishable, lack of mobility, and Mouse, well, he's not lacking a thing.
Nope, I like that Clearlove still goes for it. I can respect the Rengar. At least if you're that fed, you gotta try it. Even if it's a Victor, we can blow you up.
He smelled that triple kill.
I love how Optimus walks up and he still has the Rengar indicator on him. Like, Rengar stealths for about a minute now. He's still there.
Gotta feel good for QTV though. He was like, oh, I'm gonna complete a channel this time.
Yeah, he got it.
Look at the small victories.
Gotta take what you can get sometimes.
Every time I'm feeding, Pyro, you should just come over, start telling me everything I'm doing right. Ignore all the else.
I could be your
7, doesn't matter.
Now, oh, Ron's gonna flash that one. Nice, the redemption is gonna come up. Okay, they're staying healthy, but not for long. Clearlove, and Levy's caught, has to burn his flash. Celebrity chasing him down. Oh, that's such a tense moment right there. A big Chaos Storm now, and Wayless is caught right in the middle of it. Optimus, though, just keeps getting fired down by Uzi. Every time they have a little moment to go in.
Yep, Mouse, though, still doing work on the other side. Doesn't matter if he's not tank, he's still got the split push going.
Should have given this guy the Rift Herald buff.
He wasn't around. You gotta, it's time sensitive. It's not there in 2 seconds.
About to have to take it. Take it from the enemy.
Yep.
Even though they can't actually take it.
That's what he tells Clearlove.
Throw them off, you know. Now this Zyra can 1v1 you. You weren't expecting it.
Hey, Rylai's is finished. That means Zyra can actually 1v5 a couple of fights. Mata looking for the plays.
Always a chance. So LPL eyeing the end game right now. They were toying with the idea of trying for the Baron again. And maybe that's going to change. Celebrity gets a shutdown onto Waylas, who did not respect that curtain call.
Hey, walked on a trap, then got snared, and maybe just followed up by some damage there. LPL's hesitancy around the Baron has made it so they want to make picks in the enemy jungle, but it wasn't done with the proper foundation. IWC looking to punish, taking small victories left and right.
Yep, might be the Ocean Drake here. One of the smallest of victories in the mid-game.
Well, once you can get a few small victories, you start adding up, and maybe you can get a bigger one, but look what the LPL is doing. Collapsing around the Baron without Waylas, and there's no vision on it right now.
There's two globals, though. There's two globals. There's a Rek'Sai tunnel, potentially, and there's a Shen.
Oh, and Mata is going way too low. He's down! Optimus is going to bring QTV, but Baron secured. Okay, it's on 3. Waylas is not up in time, but can they pick off Clearlove? They're looking for it. He's jumping into the brush and just trying to keep himself alive. QTV, Rano P, Optimus all in the chase, but look at the flank from Levy. The tower is still up, by the way. Levy's trying to come around the side, and Mouse has gone in on him. Oh, flashing away from the hook, and Uzi's going low. Clearlove and Mouse are burning low, but this tower's doing work. A double kill for Mouse. Celebrity flashes, autos. It's a big shot, but they have paid for this one. And now Celebrity is gonna just get blown up.
The classic flash R, missed every spell, get it flashed anyways. Waylas finishes him off. It looked nice for Team Fire for just a second, but it all came falling down in the end.
And minions are working.
I'm waiting for Reddit's calculation on that Syndra play. How much damage was that coming out from him? Still, that was insane because that tower's still up. All the towers are still up from the LPL side. They haven't lost a single one.
And now, well, you're down to 2 inhibitor towers for IWC. Both those Nexus turrets were taken by Winions, by the way.
Both?
I believe so. The first line of them.
Winions help.
Yeah.
Okay, they got the assist at least. I'm pretty sure.
Minions are actually the all-star in this game. They actually show up every.
That's all we're trying to
that
show.
caster minion was MVP, man.
Yeah.
Caster minion, backdoor minions. In the Marksmen mode, minions pretty much fixes off the Nexus. I think we're trying to tell a story.
They're important too.
All minions matter.
We're almost 30 minutes into this game. There's going to be an Elder Drake up next. I don't think the LPL are going to even try for it here. They do have 3, count them, 3 Baron buffs to work with. Clearlove didn't go down. Oh, baby. There's that hook. And they're on to the mid lane.
Yep, just need Optimus here for the wave clear. Now, Optimus is kind of the saving grace here. He's almost Flamerized in Waylas. He's almost 100 CS up on his mid lane opponent. The Syndra. He's almost 100 CS up over the Syndra.
To be fair, Waylas has been farming champions more than minions these days.
Yeah, but look at their scores. They're 1 in terms of difference in how much they've participated. And in terms of overall participation, Optimus is higher.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to leave his mark on this game. It can all technically turn around. Please take a Victor plus a Shen ulti. That's enough to carry these games. Remember, it's only a double damage composition. Celebrity is getting destroyed by Mouse every single fight, so they need a hold somehow.
Well, they're trying for it, but the Caitlyn traps and the siege is coming. Waylas is looking to hunt down Optimus, and he's got the stun. He's got the weak. Mouse over the wall now, and if he finishes him off, this is going to be lights out, but the Shen shield is there, and it's just in time to save the life of Optimus. He goes right back to Fountain to heal, but now the tower, it's on, but they've caught Mouse the hook. He's gonna dodge it with a phase dive. Stunned up for just a second, tower goes down. Man, what a close call there for both top lane and mid lane.
And now they get to just push up here and try to take this inhibitor, and they have minions on the bottom side that also threaten to actually go towards that Nexus soon. So now you have 2 inhibitors down, Bear, Nexus, and Elder Dragon. Oh, it'll be up eventually.
Yeah, Round keeps trying, but wishing Riot would extend that hook range.
Nope, not gonna happen.
How can it happen?
Not gonna happen.
I've tried.
What other pitches you got? What else you got in there?
Well, unfortunately for him, and now Optimus is back on wave clear duty to try and push back. He's going to have to do it top. He's going to have to do it bottom. They got Celebrity clearing them out as well, but the SCA team, they cannot fight right now. They're just trying to grab anything they can, and all of a sudden, Clearlove spies Celebrity.
Every step you take, Clearlove will be watching you for that kill. Was that the final one he needed? He probably has a few kills on the
He
moment.
pounced on Celebrity quicker than a paparazzi. And
Yeah, he's there.
5 kills.
5 kills. We're sitting at a 405 AD Rengar.
Very fun to play against, by the way.
Yes, super fun game. And now the last inhibitor's gone down. We're 32 minutes in, and there is nothing but Nexus on the map. The Southeast Asian All-Stars. This is the final hold, but it's going to start with Optimus going down, and the rest of them are sure to follow. Mouse, the redemption's up, but Levi is not going to see it here, and that's the Nexus. That's the game. They forced them all back to Fountain, and the LPL will pick themselves up 100 points for Team Ice.
And Team Ice takes the lead by 50 points over Team Fire.
They did him dirty. Zyra support, Rengar Echo dive on the enemy AD carry. I would feel pity, but they bring 100 points to the superior region in Team Ice. And for that, I salute them.
Superior region, we're just combining them all now.
Yep.
They're all together.
Yeah, it's all the same, all for one for sure. Big win for Team Ice. And you're right, it wasn't pretty, but they did the job.
If it means Europe can actually do well at an international tournament all the way through, then Ice is just a region.
I mean, I guess we do it in North America as well. You know, it's the North American team. A lot of Koreans on it, but it's North American.
Yeah, doesn't matter that Bjergsen, your mid laner that happens to be carrying.
Nope, North American.
Handed to SEA for making it this far, obviously, and even if this game they've lost, they've showed that they definitely can still make some plays, they can punish some mistakes, and there is a lot to learn from a loss like that.
Yeah, if we go back and a couple of key plays, if the timing in between the decisions was a little shorter, you know, quicker Shen ulti, quicker turn, quicker pivot, certain plays hitting, then maybe we see a different game. Nobody expected it to be that close anyway, so I think they put up a decent fight.
Yeah, it was like a 1,500 gold lead for SEA at the very beginning there, so they did incredibly well. That could have actually snowballed, like you said. Victor comes down and doesn't actually scare himself, get all spooked because he doesn't know where the Rengar is, just comes down to the bottom lane. Maybe that's 2 more kills. Maybe that's a shutdown, right? It's very close.
And I'd rather see a Thresh go 0-6 by attempting some hooks, you know. Every hook you don't attempt to make is one you miss anyways, or along the lines of that one. And he landed a few of them.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he definitely started panicking, and some of the plays weren't always there, but it was a nice attempt from him, and again, to hang tough against a lane like Uzi and Mata, that's insane.
Yeah, and the fact that he started doing that stuff at the very beginning, right? Got the Ignite kill, got the first blood, or got himself off the ground. Like, boom. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Keep trying, right? So props to him that he didn't give up.
Nobody on this team
gave
gave
up. Bad, man. Whenever like a weaker team loses, like props to them for not giving up. They got destroyed, but at least they did it with a smile.
Props to Celebrity for not just like, guys, let's FF this game, because he had a hard time, man.
Yeah, I would hate myself if I'm playing Jhin.
When you're getting massacred by Mouse, you're having
build
a bad
GA.
game.
You just build a GA at that point. When Rengar and Echo are diving you or Zhonya's Jhin, come out of it, pop.
Yeah.
Cyrene's not convinced.
No, I'm going to try it next game.
I can see the gears just turning like, wait a minute. Can that work?
No, that doesn't work.
It was like, I've seen an AP Jhin once. It's actually pretty good.
Did it win?
Yes, it was support.
100% win.
It was support.
There you go.
It's not good. Anything goes in low diamond, man.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see that marksman mode. Who knows? Well, we already had, but hey, what are you going to do?
Wait for the 1v1s. Honestly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is what Crep was all prepared for, by the way.
What is going to happen to these 1v1s? They're going to be mind-blowing. Tell me more about them.
No, they'll come up next, man. I'm so excited for them. So, like, this game was, like, fun and all because 5v5, meta champions, no Ivern. But we get to see the real thing after the break, after we go to the analyst desk later on, which is the 1v1s. I'm so excited for the opener as well. xPeke versus Aphromoo. It's going to be pretty wild. I think the crowd will lean slightly towards one side.
I hope xPeke picks the Teemo, like he did in the
Teemo mirror match?
Or the Marksmen. Yeah, I mean, it could happen. It could. I think Teemo's actually a really good 1v1 champion. That's my analysis.
I don't think he has the push. That's the problem with Teemo.
Wow, who's going for minions and towers? Come on.
The AP Nasus.
I hope that gets banned.
Are you a dirty AP Nasus
I hope
player?
that gets banned.
No,
I still have like bad memories from the.
I watch people play it and I feel bad.
Yeah, it just kind of makes you feel dirty on the inside. Ugh, that's not the way to win.
As long as we don't see Caitlyn Cannon all the time.
Yeah,
but that'll be
we'll see them in the bans.
It was banned a lot in IWCA, and so was the Nasus. I do expect to see some, I think, a little bit more creative stuff. We tested a little bit out with some of our casters as well. We had some Lee Sin matchups. Those were fun.
Yeah, we watched Europe practice, and we have to agree that their practice methods aren't the most efficient. They played the same matchup 3 times in a row, and the thing they were testing was who survives if you face check the brush level 1. So that's all I learned in 30 minutes of kind of watching.
Really?
Yeah, they were playing Kennen into Quinn, and basically every time they face check the brush.
Keep the strats. Let's go.
Yeah, well, Kennen's going to be permanent anyways. That's the worst part of all of that. I'm like, Europe, what the hell are you doing? Make me proud. Win 1v1.
Yep.
But very disappointing.
Well, and speaking of winning, Ice did indeed do it once again. For more on that frosty victory, we're going to send it over to Dash. He's on stage with EDG's Jungler.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Clearlove, and Wenson's going to be helping us out with some translations. And after that victory, Ice has now pulled ahead. But Clearlove, I want to talk to you about your storied career as a competitive player and what it means to be coming to one of these events where a lot of the pressure gets taken off and you get to have some fun and really look to make big plays.
首先恭喜你取得胜利，然后呢，你有非常长的一个生涯，然后来到这种娱乐的赛事，你觉得怎么样？
就是来到这种娱乐的赛事，当然就是抱着娱乐的心态来嘛，就是还是打得都挺开心的。然后就是就是每个人打出自己的风格就行了，我觉得。
So since this is an entertaining event, so he's here to entertain everyone, and he's saying everyone's having fun playing here, just to play out their own style. And just to have fun.
That's what we like to hear. A lot of fun at this event. Now, specifically in this game, you decided to play Rengar, as that's one of the champions that was recently worked on and changed up a bit coming into this tournament. I just want to get your thoughts, as a lot of people at home probably have some questions around what you think about the new Rengar.
所以说，雷恩加尔这次得到了重做，那么是想问一下你，你觉得他重做怎么样？然后很多玩家也都想听听你的，看看怎么玩这么英雄。
我觉得雷恩加尔的话重做还是挺成功的。然后他现在的话。 他也可以出全速梳妆去秒杀敌人，也可以出半肉半坦克去作为一个开团。然后我觉得就是玩法还是挺多变的，需要根据自己的阵容吧。然后我玩这个英雄的话，因为也很喜爱这个英雄，所以说我玩他的话，喜欢都打输出会好一点。
So I think Rengar's rework's really successful. He's really versatile right now. You can both play him as a burst assassinate, or you can be a half tank. So he likes Rengar very much. So depending on the the comp of the team, you will have to build differently.
In fact, we've already seen him played both as a tank and as an assassin.
Yeah, but he liked it as assassin.
Yes, who doesn't like to be killing people? And he had quite a scoreline in this game. Now I want to kind of switch gears and talk about upcoming game modes. In the 1v1, everybody at home loves to speculate about who's going to come out on top and what strategy they might use. Now, you don't have to reveal your strategy, but do you have anything in your back pocket, either a special pick or a special strategy to maybe win the 1v1 for your team this year?
所以接下来的一个比赛模式就是1对1 solo 比赛了，然后大家非常感兴趣，然后想想你有没有什么战术啊或者英雄，你不一定要告诉我们，但是想听听你有什么想法关于这个1对1接下来的比赛。
因为我solo 模式的对手是去年的冠军比尔森，所以说就是压力还是挺大的。当然会准备一些就是其他的英雄来对付他，这样子还是有所准备的。
He's not gonna reveal anything. But he thinks the pressure is on him because Bjergsen is the champion last year, and he's going to face him in the first round.
Exactly, so that's a tall order there, but best of luck in that 1v1. Once again, congratulations on the victory here to get Ice ahead in the standings. Clearlove once again, and Wenson on the translations back up to the desk to break down that win.
Thank you so much, Dash. Always fantastic to hear from Clearlove, and netting in 100 points for Team Ice. That's now 150 to 100 versus Team Fire. We heard them talk a bit about Rengar. And Mithy, you had a lot to say about the picks and bans, specifically about IWC or GPL picking themselves into a corner mostly.
Yeah, I didn't really like IWC's draft at all because they basically had a losing matchup mid, a losing matchup bot lane, and a losing matchup top. And even though, for example, bot, they managed to kill them 2v2, it was like, I would like to point out that Thresh got a really, really good hook-off and that they did well. But even then, even after getting those kills, they still were not able to like pressure bot lane because the matchup was just so unfavorable.
Yeah, and I also like Clearlove actually playing AD Rengar, unlike Reignover, the boring tank Rengar that we saw in the first game. As he mentioned, like a lot of this is about having fun. And when you look at that team comp for the LPL, AP Echo is fun. AD Rengar is fun. Apparently, Caitlyn and Zyra is fun because winning is fun.
It is fun.
So victory is fun. They did a very good job, I think, in entertaining as well as kind of having the game under control. It could have definitely ended about 5 or 10 minutes earlier if they would have been like super try-hard. But
we don't give points for entertaining, but, you know, we give...
And we don't get points for entertainment, you get points for a win, and certainly what the LPL team were doing there, you know, you hear Clearlove say they were playing their own style. Apparently their style on this patch is zero courage at the Colossus at all. Nobody cares about
Mata just
tanks.
trolling, actually.
Yes.
Every game he's played, he dies to the turret in Marksman mode, and then he takes the Rift Herald away from Clearlove.
Yeah. And the advantage, perhaps not for Mata on that, but maybe for players like Wayless and Mouse, who, you know, have been kind of questioned at times in this environment. you know, there's not a lot of pressure, as we were talking to Clearlove about, and the ability to kind of look to solo carry. Both of them still have that potential and did a good job.
That's quite funny, actually, because Mata is like, see ya, LPL, I'm just going to troll in all these games. But
in Korea now.
Yeah, whatever. But they did that a win.
Yeah.
To look at some of what happened after that pick and ban phase, and thinking about mentioning out that they had some losing lanes. When the LPL decided to roam, they could do anything they wanted, basically, in these pools.
Yeah, here their bot lane, well, mid was ahead, jungle was ahead, their bot lane was getting a push on, and they just went all bot and dived. We could see actually the same in my game when that happens for the enemy team, that right now, whenever you have an advantage, you just want to snowball whatever lane you can through mid, and that's what happened this game.
Yeah, definitely. They got the tower, they got the dragon, they got all the rest, and in the end, they also take a look at the amazing mid-game flank from the LPL All-Stars, brought to you by Acer, because they started rolling and they didn't stop there. They had some fantastic team fights to decimate the items.
Oh, this was just dirty. They get in with pretty much everything at once, and Syndra, Rengar, Echo all got off a bunch of damage right there, and Shen couldn't even make it in. So if they were to play this fight a little bit better, kill them a little bit more slowly so you can make the Shen come in and get the ace. But aside from that, it was flawless.
It felt like they could kill them like twice or 3 times in the same fight.
Yeah. Also, Mithy Zyra versus Mata Zyra. What did we see? Any similar? Less deaths for Mata Zyra, but
he did take Rift Herald.
True.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Well, I think we were both feeding, but he fed with like no, he fed, but at the same time he didn't like make his team lose while feeding. So he kind of like controlled the feeding a bit more than I did.
Mea culpa from Mithy. But in any case, points for Team Ice, thanks to that LPL win. We're going to take a quick break. Next, grab your Poro snacks. We are jumping to the Rift to the Howling Abyss as our All-Stars 1v1 tournament gets underway. Don't touch that browser. I know you will anyway. Prep already.
Mata gets caught on a hook by Rano B. Plays in Uzi.
Celebrity, gotta be careful.
They're targeting out Mata. They can do it. Celebrity's low, but he gets the kill. Celebrity, he is trying to get back to base, but there's nowhere that's safe. Mouse is ring around the tower, and he ults back. And meanwhile, Clearlove is in the Chaos Storm. Gets hooked, flashes, autos, minions. One more shutdown. Mouse is going to try and cut them off. Parallel convergence. Ron is not able to get the plan. Look at the damage out of Clearlove. You gotta be kidding me. Southeast Asian All-Stars, this is the final hold, but it's going to start with Optimus going down, and the rest of them are sure to follow. Mouse, the redemption's up, but Levi is not going to see it here, and that's the Nexus, that's the game. They force them all back to Fountain, and the LPL will pick themselves up 100 points for Team Ice.
我最喜欢的应该就是1打1的模式，因为我觉得这个平常你不太会去交手到。
去年也是，就是在第3轮遇到比尔森被他击败了嘛，所以说第1轮遇到他压力还是很大的。
I will obviously try and win as many games as possible since there's a Spanish crowd and I don't want to look like an idiot in front of them.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of Wayless in my whole life. I'm sure he's pretty good, but yeah, I'm probably gonna smash him.
一般 EVE 的话就是讲究的都是套路啊，找一些套路的话应该还好吧。
Mouse is not strong, I think. She's so weak, so I think I can win. No, I'm 100%.
Aphromoo, you are coming to Spain to play against me, and probably this is gonna be the first and last game you play here.
My first and last match in Spain. That's funny. Good luck.
It is on! Welcome back to All-Stars 2016 live from Barcelona as we are joined by Marcin Jankowski at the desk as we get ready to dive into our 1v1 tournament. And, well, it seems that the competitors are ready. At least, Jankos, you came here saying that you wanted to flame them because you were only playing tomorrow, but they're starting to flame each other already.
I mean, that's pretty good. You know, it's always nice to hear some trash talk, but as for now, it looks like Aphromoo has no chance. I just want to start off, but I mean, they had already a 1v1 today. They were playing Timo Meat, you know, 1v1 kind of, and Aphromoo was like 0-6 maybe, 0-7. I'm not sure right now.
So. Yeah,
not that great dodging skill shots while stealth either. But yeah, to speak a little bit to the rules, you can also trash talk the other guy in game. Like when they're hooked up, they can talk to each other. Froggen utilized that last year. The rest of the rules pretty much remain the same from last year. It's blind pick with bans, so each player gets to ban 3 and then blind pick. You can win by getting first blood, 100 CS, or first turn.
Yep, definitely. And of course, we have to highlight one change to this year's 1v1 tournament, which is the Froggen rule. And in case you forgot, let's get a refresher on an interaction from All-Star 2016.
Oh, whoa! He's gone to the fountain! There's no way! Oh, this is amazing! Oh my God!
Oh no! It's happening again!
That's it, boys!
I didn't even know I hit you! I didn't get vision of you!
This year, there's no Johns, no remakes. If you dashed and, you know, go into the enemy fountain and lose, that's it.
Yeah, it's your fault. Well, it could be interesting. We saw a lot of Tom Kench in IWCA, and he did also use the snowball back then, but not being able to exploit that anymore.
That one is less about kind of killing yourself and more about killing the enemy. You snowball in, you get the 3 procs, you eat the enemy, normally a marksman. They can't actually handle the damage, and Tom Kench kind of becomes unkillable at one point with the grey health, so he's a very strong pick that we'll see more this year.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want you to go ahead and talk about any of the strategies, but Crepo did it for you. He was saying that you guys were practicing. I'm not going to repeat it, but which champions you were practicing beforehand.
I'll repeat it because Crepo already did. He said you were doing level 1 rush practice like Quinn and Kennen to see who would win. Is that the best way to practice for 1v1?
No.
I'm sure it is.
I mean, so normally we don't finish the games by 100 CS, but I suppose on stage it will be like mostly 100 CS. Right now it just seems like we had a lot of fun. We were just like dying level 1s basically, like level 2 all in, level 3 all in. So we didn't get a lot of efficient practice, and I think me and mithy could be a little bit doomed against our opponents, but we'll see.
We will see. Let's take a look at the first half of our bracket. You're only playing tomorrow, but a lot of heavy hitters are starting off today. And not in the least, that very first game, xPeke versus Aphromoo, then Impact versus Mouse, and Clearlove versus Bjergsen. Ron OP from the GPL. He has a bye to day 2. And then we have mithy versus Levi, Doublelift versus Wayless, BeBe versus Optimus, and Madlife versus Uzi. A lot of very strong matchups. Bjergsen said about his matchup over Clearlove, well, I can't lose. What's it going to look like if I lose against a jungler?
It'll look bad.
It'll look very bad.
You also
no offense.
You really wanted to play against other junglers, but I think you were matched up against Prey tomorrow.
Good.
Yeah, it hurts. Oh, yes.
Yeah. AD carries have better mechanics than junglers? Come on.
I mean,
not Rainova, though. I mean,
you know, I've been playing professional League of Legends since like 3 years. Like overall playing League maybe 4, maybe 5, and I never played on a lane, you know. And this guy, like probably before he was born, he was already, you know, practicing his mother's belly about like 2v2 matchups. So it might be a little bit tough, but maybe I'll have some cheese. So we'll see.
We'll see what happens. And one important thing to look forward to as well: if a match ends before the minions meet in the middle of Murder Bridge, the esports and legendary mystery gift bonus will increase as well. And you guys had some.
That's why they were checking it. They knew they were getting those legendary esports chance increases.
That was all for the viewers. And the first one is xPeke up versus Aphromoo. So we'll see what happens there. Very big matchup.
Aphromoo is susceptible to mind games. He got trapped into a zillion no-item 100 CS battle last year and ended up losing. So we'll see if anyone has like a gentleman's agreement to do a specific strategy or something, or if they just go for it. I'm looking forward to this.
Me too. So let's throw it down to Dash to introduce the competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bear witness to the greatest event in esports history. And you know what? I think I might need some help with this one, so help me join together. Put your hands together for the LVPs. Levi!
Thank you, James Peterson. Muchas gracias, Dash. Es un placer estar hoy contigo.
Now we are here to introduce the 1v1 tournament, the pinnacle of competitive League of Legends. And out there on the Howling Abyss, it is just mano a mano.
Empezamos el 1 contra 1 con un enfrentamiento histórico. Un hombre que ha destrozado muchas líneas, pero hoy solo tiene que destrozar una. xPeke!
His opponent, playing for Team Fire, North America's Dam Master General and CLG's man with a plan. Put your hands together for Aphromoo! All right, gentlemen, let's lock and load and have a clean game.
Hello, everybody. Crepo's still here, but I'm now joined by Deficio, a 1v1 expert. I'm
Quite a downgrade. Definitely not a 1v1 expert just yet, but after you watched a few games, maybe we both will be, because this is kind of the thing as a caster. When you look at the All-Star schedule, you really want to cast, and the players, they really want to win the 1v1 tournament.
Players progressively, as year and year goes by, get more serious about these 1v1s. The first time is like, you know, little cheese here and there, but these guys actually have been practicing to varying degrees of success. But they're definitely all talking about it.
Yeah, and I walked by like all the player rooms, just kind of peeking in, seeing, you know, what are they practicing? What mode is it? It was 1v1 for like every single team. So we're going to have like this very interesting meta in the 1v1 alone that might change a little bit during the games. Last year, obviously, it started with some Lucian. He became like the best pick overall. Kennen was playing a lot, Caitlyn as well. Some of the picks we will see here again.
Yeah, and that's when we also saw teams kind of foregoing the 1v1 potential, shifting more to like, let's race to 100 CS in the most uncreative way possible. And Nasa's AP was born, or Nasa's tank router with Emax.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of everything. Obviously, we have xPeke, one side here from Origin still in the EU LCS. And played mid lane here at All-Stars, played a bit of AD carry here at Daisies.
A bit of AD carry.
A bit of AD carry. He swapped around.
Season.
An entire split, actually, as AD carry. But the 1v1 is still a thing where he should be really good with so many years of experience. But I actually think Aphromoo as well, because he's so mechanically gifted, is very strong in this kind of game as well.
Yeah, for a very long time, played mechanically proficient champions. Last year, he couldn't show off. The analyst has touched on it. He was baited into a zillion 1v1, 100 CS, no items. It's kind of the equivalent of Final Destination Fox. But I want to see Aphromoo just whip out the AD carry and beat xPeke in a 1v1 Marksman duel.
Give me Draven, you know. You just touched on the Marksmen. We know they're really strong in this mode here, especially Caitlyn is like the perm band. Kennen as well being played as an AD carry, super, super strong. Ezreal being used quite a bit. Kalista was used in the wildcard tournament as well. So a lot of these AD carries are like some of the very strong picks. And look at that little setup.
Yeah, we decided to tune our champion select just a little bit here. Time's ticking down, 3 more seconds remaining for the first ban. On the side of Peke, let's see what he gets rid of.
Nothing, it seems. Either he forgot or they have agreed not to ban anything.
Last year, we saw the teams ban out certain champions to spell out whatever it was going to be. There was, in the finals, it was a TSM ban both ways between Doublelift Rotter and Bjergsen. This time, though, they're banning strong champions. Pantheon, really good at level 2 spike, all in.
Yeah, Syndra, obviously one of the strongest 1v1 mages. LeBlanc is another one. Aurelion Sol in a one-lane map really does not make a whole lot of sense. You can't really roam anywhere.
Yeah, push and roam.
Yeah, where are you going? Where would you go? So that's a special one from Aphromoo. Maybe he's been scouting Peke's match history, because these players, as we said before, they've just been sitting and spamming 1v1s against each other.
Has to be poor if you actually let the game end, though. I guess, yeah, the 1v1s tend to actually finish because you can't pause out of them, so you can actually scout on the match history what they have been playing.
Yeah, exactly. Rise coming in. The Blanc is open for Peke. A pick he's obviously used quite a lot throughout his career, even though it is a bit changed right now. But come on, it's 80 carries we're mainly looking at. And that one counts as an 80 carry right now.
And the players can't see the screen, by the way. They can watch up because we decided to be a little bit more lenient with competitive integrity here. The players are sitting in front of the screen. Oh! Peek. He's looking at xPeke. He's like, okay, can we see the team on both sides?
It's the rematch from the Marksman mode we just had.
But the ultimate mind games, because now both players can look up at the giant monitor that's in-house and see Teemo versus Teemo.
And remember, they can also talk to each other.
But they can also change at the last second and then look up at your opponent, stare him in the eyes and say, I'm here to win.
6, 5, it's going down. I mean, they might just do this, the rematch from that Marksman mode, where Peke went, no, change it. There's the Draven. We got the Draven from Aphromoo, an old special from him for sure, back when he used to be an 80 carry.
Used to be a streamer initially, 80 carry focused. Played on a few teams, but then went into competitive, switched to support Kennen here as the opposition. You really want to get that stun out as soon as you can.
Oh, yeah.
If you let Draven connect 1, 2, 3 axes, you're going to be suffering. So this is likely a matchup where Kennen wants to get to like level 6 for the all-in, or the zone with stuns.
I actually thought Kennen would be banned a lot in this. I mean, first game, you know, small sample size.
He forgot to ban.
He definitely, I mean, that was Peke who forgot to ban here, but Kennen really is one of the best because his auto-attack trading is so good as well. Getting a few stacks on them to get some extra damage in there. It's hard to trade with his Q skill shot as well. You have to dodge that one. So Kennen, even before 6, is just really good at trading with other 80 carries. And that's why he's so good, because he then also has all-in later.
Versus range matchups, it starts at level 2. Because Kennen usually wants to start W, stack up the 4 for 5th shot, attack the enemy laner rather, and then press W for the poke. However, it's very hard to do that versus range champions. So in a ranged matchups, we could usually see Kennen start with Q. And then at level 2, they have enough spells to chain a stun together very easily and take control of the lane.
And that's really one of the important things here for Aphromoo to kind of play around, because he can see the stacks at all times. He knows don't take a trade if you're about to get stunned by a stack. And also level 6, watch out for that all-in from Peke. There is exhaust on both sides.
Yeah, if you're new to 1v1s and you don't see any flashes or snowballs, it's because they're very gimmicky. You do not want to run flash in a 1v1. Combat summoners galore, you usually see exhaust ignite, and if you're maybe a mage, it could be exhaust and barrier if you're playing for the minion game.
Exactly. If you play for 100 CS because you're boring, you go barrier. If you actually want to go for the kills, you can take some more offensive summoners, ignite, exhaust in this case here.
Yeah. The race for level 2 is important, just like in bot lane. It's the 7 creep here. You can compare it to like a mid lane matchup. First wave drops in, and then the first creep of the second wave is where you can level up, and then obviously go in for a good trade while you have an extra spell up versus your opponent.
And what we see right here on your screen, guys, this is where Europe is the experts, because they have been practicing these like bush things, and then you face check and you see who wins out. Peke might just see if he can get a little bit of damage. And, oh, spots him with the sweeper.
And the push starts. Draven can actually push pretty hard level 1 with the axe spam. Peke trying to catch up.
As long as you're like keeping up, you should be able to get level 2 as well by the time he stepped forward to kind of give you a hit. But yeah, Dravens love to get that level 2, speed themselves up, get a few extra auto attacks in.
Yeah, good trade both sides. 1 axe versus 1 W proc. There's a CS behind, but honestly, I don't think this match will get to CS max here. So there's poke from xPeke, but Aphromoo is poised. 1 more axe to that creep, and then the next melee creep that dies will make it so that Aphromoo level 2.
Peke can take down the last caster minion next to that melee and just even it out. So both gonna get 2.
Yeah.
No one gets any crazy all-ins just yet. Aphromoo might want to get all 3 spells first.
But definitely want the speed boost to follow up after you throw that E out.
And that was actually not the best trade, because you already had a stack on him. Stepping in and start trading and getting stunned by Peke, and it's super, super even so far. But I think Aphromoo kind of knows, like level 6 for him, using his ulti effectively in a big one-on-one is very difficult.
You only get half of the damage by the time it returns. Sidestep, Aphromoo going
all in.
Exhaust.
See, trading back and forth. Aphromoo going down.
He's down.
Aphromoo disrespecting the stun 2 times in a row.
KO. He falls down. xPeke, that's the Cannon's dream. A few minions helping you on the side. Axis coming very linear. You know where Draven's going.
You do, and I mean, again, let's hear the crowd.
Triple.
I'm pretty sure it's... Nah, you can't really say my name either here. It's a bad name I picked.
Yep.
Luckily not worse than Sifa, so...
Yeah, we gotta get rid of that one. xPeke, fan favorite, takes it home. Blows a kiss to the fans.
Of course. Or to the casters.
Casters. We are right in front of him, after all.
Let's see the all-in one more time. So Aphromoo has minions on him. He's gonna get exhausted. He gets stunned at the same time. He knows it's due.
That's a trade you will never win because you can exhaust champion damage, but minion damage will be consistent. So 3 range creeps, a cannon and a melee creep on you. That is the equivalent of just a champion fighting back.
I think Aphromoo kind of knew.
He knew.
Okay, I need to try something very early on. Getting to level 6 is super risky against the cannon.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean,
we had the back timing.
He did, true, very true. I mean, maybe he was trying to contest the relic as well. That was just spawning right in front of them, but super risky all in for him. Obviously backfired. Draven, though, against Kennen, I think it's a little bit of a mismatch. I think Kennen really is one of the absolute S-tier picks in this game mode here.
Ideally, you need to find a way to weave your axes in the minion wave so you can step out of Kennen's Q-poke at least. Hit him in the face with some axes. The push is what generates you an advantage. Pushing into the tower so the CS drops. Get an ideal back with a maybe 10 creeps advantage. Get an extra item and then look for a good play. I think Aphromoo was a little overeager here. xPeke did well by this time. Waited for minion assistance.
I felt like xPeke is kind of set back and he's just kind of waiting like, oh, you're going all in, fair enough. I'm going to take that trade. I'm going to stun you. I'm going to have the minions and then just pick up a very, very easy kill. And still, what we always see in these 1v1s, you know, we look at last year, we look at the 1v1s in the past. The meta develops a little bit over time because now they're sitting, a lot of players backstage.
They're all watching this.
They're all watching, they're all cheering, and they're all talking about, oh, that cannon there, that looks pretty strong. Oh, Draven, didn't really work too well.
I think they knew Kennen was pretty strong.
Apparently Aphromoo didn't. Or he got tricked by the Teemo.
Yeah, all the focus was on the Teemo. It was honestly just a bait. An elaborate ruse sprung up by xPeke. He took it home in the end. Good, because we need the points on Team Ice.
Actually, Team Ice is ahead right now.
Yeah, but
I guess they need more points.
Market projections indicate that Team Ice may lose a couple of 5v5 games if they play such a European team like they did this morning.
Now, the next one, Crepo, is also going to be very, very exciting, where we have some top laners going against each other. This one was like a mid laner / AD carry versus
Can't
support.
spoil it. Dash is supposed to introduce them.
I didn't say any names. I said top laners. There's 6 top laners, so you guys can guess yourself, or you can go to lolesports.com and check the schedule. It's kind of spoiled already.
Yeah, that's a kind of spoiler. But they are setting up right now. We have 2 pots on stage, so as the one game is being played, the second team, or the second set of players is setting up. And again, they can see the screen in-house. It's actually super cool where they can, if somebody's brush camping, they will know. But to get more about the next set of players, who it actually is, let's toss it over to Dash and see which these top laners are.
Ooh.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 1 went to Team Ice and xPeke, but now it's time for Game 2. So starting, battling on the blue side, the greatest North American top laner from Korea. He only needs the words top die, and that's all he's gonna need this time around. It's Impact!
Y representando al equipo chino, Dead War Gaming, que no se engañe su tamaño, tenemos a Mouse.
All right, gentlemen, lock and load. Good luck.
This matchup, stylistically, a man known for top die in the sense of doing it upon others, and Mouse left alone on that top lane island.
And had a obviously pretty rough group stage in the World Championship where things went downhill for him, and especially on like one of his like signature picks that I actually thought if he was gonna have a little bit of fun here, he's gonna play like Irelia. He's 9-1 all-time record on it. Only lost 1 game, INTC at Worlds, where he got destroyed.
I mean, things are looking up for him. There is no jungler to camp him. It
Very
is actually
true.
just 1v1. He is in full control of his own destiny.
But he is playing against one of the best 1v1 players in North America, so that's obviously super, super tough for him. He also needs like redemption almost after.
It's a bad item, 1v1.
Well, maybe you should try and rush it. Sadly, you never get one full item in the 1v1 map. It's just Doran's Blades and maybe like a cloth armor.
There is a cap on the Doran's Blades. Only 2 are allowed to be purchased. These guys rushed into game. You see what's happening.
We threw away the overlay, guys. We're back to a more simple version. And Kennen is banned. This guy gets it, man. He plays some 1v1s.
This guy bans. Yasuo is out of the table as well. Jason Varus. Jason, really good champion in proximity, but wasn't really played or banned that much, I feel, in IWCA.
I think a lot of the mechanically very gifted mid laners would love to play like a lot of Jace in a matchup like this or in a mode like this. Kalista was something that kind of came out of nowhere in the IWCA 1v1s, especially introduced by Southeast Asia, who's obviously still here.
I wonder if these guys are aware that they can have a look-see on the screen, because it's blind pick, but there's literally a giant monitor hanging right next to their face.
There's nothing blind about this. There's nothing blind, unless you don't want to look to the side and you really want to be surprised.
That's also like one of these like internal metas that will develop, is the bait and switches at the end. Especially champion-wise, if there's counters. Ezreal is a pretty generic pick.
He's good.
It would disappoint me to see Impact play Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, again, I kind of want to see two bruisers here and like a level 2, level 3 all in against each other. So like Irelia coming in then. But we get an AD carry. It's a Lucian. The MVP pick of last year's 1v1. Definitely not as strong now, though, compared to last year.
Much, much weaker. The fact like...
Oh, Olaf, there's a bruiser.
Yeah. Could be Snowball Olaf, honestly.
Has to be almost. Like, you need either Ghost or Snowball to close the gap against this Lucian, because you're gonna get pushed in.
Yeah.
And then once you have enough levels, you can then like kind of chase down the entire lane before he gets to his tower. So you need like a different summoner spell.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the screen here. Obviously we're standing here, but these guys have about 10 seconds left to choose their summoners. It looks like the Lucian is going for heal and barrier. Honestly, you know, you don't need offensive. You just need to survive the all-in, kite the Olaf, and get the hell out of dodge, and hopefully you can turn it around. It is Exhaust Ignite on the side of Impact, so that is literally one shot.
No, he changed. He got Ghost. Ghost, okay.
At the very end.
Interesting enough, going Ghost over Snowball. I guess it can be really difficult hitting the Snowball against a Lucian who can just dash out of it. So Ghost allows him at least to just chase like through the entire lane. But you're never going to remove that tower, because then the game is over.
Yeah, it's more security if you fight in the river, because also if you proc the Snowball, the second part of it, and Lucian dashing out right after, and you somehow miss your axe,
then
it's definitely over. So that's definitely something you want to look for. But overall, this is a matchup where Mouse wants to push, but he has to tread very carefully.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see like the AD carries against the bruisers quite a bit in this tournament. And every single time is like the same way it's going to get played out. The AD carry will push and get CS advantage and try and win on 100 CS. And the bruiser wants to try and all in after he has a few levels under his belt.
Oh, wow. He's actually going Corruption Potion. Definitely.
Is he insane, or is he a genius?
There's a fine line between courage and stupidity. Let's see where Impact is at. I guess he just wants to sustain. So
yes.
The problem in 1v1s in poor matchups that require all in is that you could put in a deficit. Obviously now he can just put an axe in Mouse's face, sidestep. The problem is that you can eat such a large CS deficit early that when you all in, you're just an item down, like a component at least.
Right, I mean, like at Doran's Blade or something like that. Sure, luckily you only need to farm like around the 500 gold to go back and get that one item. And in 1v1s like these, you never see a fully completed item. And getting to 100 CS as well, it takes quite a lot of time. Which means there is enough time to get like level 6, 7, 8 for someone like Olaf, and then really go for the all-in. But already at level 3, his damage output should be equal to what Mouse has.
Yeah.
Problem is, he's against a barrier and he has a ghost, which doesn't add any combat value.
I definitely want to wait until maybe level 5. Or honestly do 2 all-ins, one where you pop the summoners, what we see very often. Mouse here, he got control early. Basically you want to queue through. Oh, Impact is actually going in.
Oh, he's going with the Axis level 1 spam!
There's minions hitting him plus exhaust.
Oh, Impact, he realized, okay, I got minions on me, I'm not winning this trade, he still has barrier.
But honestly, he's about to get level 2 poked anyways, with Mouse dashing in aggressively with a level advantage. So he kept the trade on level 1 versus level 1. He burned equal summoners. Honestly, I think it was a pretty smart from Impact, because now the Corruption Potion is ticking in as well.
We'll have more sustain for himself. Mouse obviously can try and get a little bit of an HP back with just auto-attacking the minions. But the fact that there's still a barrier means that Impact really has to be careful if he tries to all in. There's a lot of minions as well.
Yeah, and we see the kind of practice here, what you want to do as well with AoE abilities. You want to last hit a minion, or hit a minion at least for the push.
We'll take the heal. There we go.
And you always want to make sure that you hit the enemy champion as well there. Double dibs, rather. While you push, you want to be poking here. Mouse does it well. He's got a CS advantage. It would be stupid for him to be bold, because he can back and always get more items.
Yeah, and now, you know, while the engage from Impact made sense and he could then sustain with Corruption Potion, Mouse had really good timing on the Relic obviously spawning and being right next to it, so he picked that one up, still had the defensive summoner ready, and now with Warlord's Bloodlust as well on an AD carry. When you drop low, it's a bit like when Olaf drops low, yeah, you get a little bit stronger in that sense, because you can then sustain back up very, very easily, and now you get that double Thorns against just a longsword.
But that's what we are always going to see, is an inherent kind of small gold advantage in this AD carry versus Bruiser matchup early on, because the AD carry will get the push, which means you poke him on a tower. The Bruiser cannot sustain himself. In fact, right now he's taking away the Relic, that's good. But he is down an extra item in essence, because it's a sword on each side, a sustain item, and then an additional Thorns on the side of Mouse.
And Impact will have to wait for his summoners again. So Mouse knows there's a bit of time here where he can just keep like farming and pushing. See if he can poke Impact low as well, or at least get him down to like a 50%. So he really has to be careful when he tries to all in. So overall, Mouse is in a very good spot at the moment. Just can't really start sleeping and suddenly get caught by too many axes.
Yeah, it is just the second Impact decides to pick up one of those axes and chain them together. That's when Mouse needs to realize he's in a lot of trouble. So watch him keep the maximum distance, hopefully for him. But Lucian is a pretty short-range AD carry that can get baited in by an Olaf.
Luckily for Mouse though, again, if he always like saves the dash, if he knows, okay, right now Impact can't engage because there's so many minions, you can dash aggressively. Otherwise, you save it. The first axe that flies at you, you dodge that one, and then you can actually start kiting backwards and wait for either tower or more minions to be there.
And we saw Mouse do exactly that at the end of the previous wave. Once it was done, he knew Impact couldn't fight back in a full wave of minions, so he just did an EQ combo with double tap on each end.
And just a few seconds on exhaust now for Impact. He's landed a little bit of poke onto Mouse, is down a level at the moment, but will catch up very, very soon.
I think level 5 is the way to go for Impact, because otherwise he'll trail too far behind on CS. Level 6, Lucian gets culling, which is really good in short range. So we might see Impact go for another all-in. The second he hits level 5. There he goes.
Goes straight for him. Mouse is exhausted, actually. There's a Relic behind him, but can he get to it?
Is it enough?
Oh, it is getting to tower.
Not enough.
Not enough. Barrier. It's a tower.
Is it enough?
Oh my god!
That was exactly the breaking point, because imagine if there was a culling while he was kiting backwards in that exchange. Impact with the genius timing, he knew. And Mouse, honestly, too close. Level 5 Olaf, this matchup, when you're 20 CS up, you know he's gonna come for you.
And he didn't get to dodge any of the axes. He took all the damage he possibly could have taken there. Impact made it harder for himself, especially around level 3, where he did have a few issues and lost that Relic stack, and he was down like an item as well. But Mouse, when it really mattered, when the actual all-in happened, didn't manage to play 100% perfect, and then he ends up back so close, like he got on the tower again.
Super close. So he felt comfortable with the barrier bait on the turret, but the problem is Olaf, when he gets lower, gets stronger. And you also saw it in the cadence of the corruption potions. He popped up until the very end, so he started the fight with full HP. Here's the barrier, but at this point, Impact, one lost hit.
Yeah, and another little xPeke, he didn't actually manage to absorb full amount of damage with the barrier. It was just a tiny bit in the end. Because he wanted to bait with it, obviously.
And he stepped sideways instead of just trailing under turret. Maybe if it was a couple more milliseconds, the next turret shot could have finished off Impact. There's a lot of what-ifs. We're analyzing the replay here.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, in the moment, it's scary for sure. A lot of stuff is going on. I think he knew, okay, he's waiting for the summoner spells.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Impact probably thought it. And Mouse, for sure, did the same. And as soon as he got hit by that one axe, Ghost was popped, chase happened, and yeah, again, what ifs, you know? What if you just keep running past the tower as well and doesn't actually stop to start hitting, and then he's winning on CS because it was 40 to 20 CS.
Yeah, if that all-in fails, it's over, because again, Lucian can walk backwards while using culling, which means you gain yourself at least an additional 1.5 tower shots, and then Olaf just simply can't dive that.
Risky choice from Impact, but well executed in the end with the Bruisers. It's always like 80 carries are considered the strongest, but Bruisers can kill 80 carries if you time the all-in correct.
Yeah.
And we're going to see things like Tom Kench as well at some point, because if he gets onto that 80 carry, he has enough damage to take him down.
Yeah, ironically, these guys are so tanky, but because their base damages are high enough to kill the marksmen who are super squishy, it becomes a brute force effect. You need to close the gap. That's why Snowball is so popular on them. 80 carries want to win, honestly, by racking up a lot of items. Maybe if it's like an AP matchup, you can go for the Hex Drinker, which allows you to do better in all-ins.
Also, the 80 carries tend to be able to out-sustain whoever they're playing against, because with like Warlords, and they can just sit there and be like, okay, we had a trade. Well, now I can just safely range attack all these minions, and you have to be super careful, otherwise I can like kill you. So definitely some advantages there, but in the end, the all-in, it worked.
And I mean, it is just the perfect level as well, because the value of minions kind of falls off over time as well. If you go all in level 1 or 2 into a full minion wave, you're going to die. Level 5, 6, later on, minions still do damage, but it isn't as punishing if you keep the the timing window where you engage in short. You just got to kill somebody in 4 seconds, otherwise the minions will start mattering.
Sure. And in this game here, we got to see why a lot of the people playing Bruisers don't really care about falling behind in CS. Because this was 20 to 40 CS, and they were level 5 already. So you can really start having these crazy fights. It's so rare you get the full 100 CS, unless both seem to agree on the 100 CS, or one of the Bruisers literally cannot engage.
But it's kind of a rock, paper, scissor meta as well. If you look at then the likes of Anastasis will never die to an all-in either, and they'll just keep farming.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, let's toss it up to the stage, because we got more one-on-ones, Crepo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Seguimos con el 1 contra 1 y es que ahora toca a alguien que en el lado azul está representando a la LPL. Froskurin y Spawn dicen que es buenísimo. Es el señor Clearlove.
Come on, James. And here to defend his title as the 2015 All-Star 1v1 Tournament Champion, the man who puts the mid in team solo mid. All hail the Bjergsen! All right, gentlemen, leave it all out on the ref.
Bit of hype over here compared to those two guys.
Yeah, I wish I was trained as a classical actor so I could start screaming as well. Luckily,
or we just a bit of voices.
Or some voices. Luckily, they can boost our mics in case we lack the hype. But yeah, interesting matchup here. ICE representative Clearlove, a jungler at an international tournament.
Yeah, okay, not always been the greatest experience for Clearlove, and he was playing the 1v1 tournament last year, Crepo. You know what he picked? He picked junglers. He went Rek'Sai, he went Skarner, and he went Rengar. He lost on the Rek'Sai in the 3rd round, dropped out. He might do the same. Clearlove is the kind of guy who seems to just want to play his own picks.
Yeah, LeBlanc target ban, Syndra, guess what? Bjergsen not getting those champions.
Oh, the Rengar. Smart.
Respect for Rengar. Never know. Aphromoo, which is kind of the brain-dead bastard of 1v1s. Spam E, hope you win.
Now, Kennen is available. Seems like whenever we have this layout, Kennen is open so far. And again, remember, they can see each other's picks.
Yeah, I'm loving the hovers.
Evelynn is a Clearlove special.
Nunu is actually traditionally, if we dive into the history of 1v1s and how certain players even got to All-Stars, you know, the SOAS Wicked 1v1.
And that's the thing again with Clearlove. No matter what he hovers, I can't be like, he's just trolling, he's not going to pick that, because he might actually do it. He plays these very, very special things in the 1v1s, especially last year. AD carried Clearlove, not something we see very often, and he's against a very, very good mid laner. And Bjergsen said himself, I can't lose to a jungler. Is that even possible?
With Lux in the Varus. Oh, there's a last second switch from Bjergsen. Because, I mean, you gotta, it's a risk-reward thing, because if you're staring at the screen, with 2 seconds left, you need to like look at the pick, see what you want to pick against it, and pivot. So, last second switch. Jace is a super strong champion if he can get into close range.
Yeah, and Varus is a super strong champion if he can keep the distance. So we got
story built up.
Yeah, we got opposites here, but it's a lot of poke against each other. Difference is one of them can be dodged by you standing behind a minion, and the other one goes through the whole thing and can actually hit you behind. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for Jace here, unless Bjergsen can find the all-in.
Yeah, the ideal trade pattern for Jace is if you can curve it next to the melee minions, hit the range creep starter and the enemy champion, then hopefully use your own gate to get 3 shots off, switch forms, and then it's hammer time. That's how you want to win, but obviously Exhaust is very bufferable in that case.
Exactly. One of the very important things for Bjergsen in this matchup is the fact that he can actually use the brushes to his advantage. Because if Clearlove is trying to fire arrows towards him in the brushes to the side, he's not hitting the minions, so he's not pushing. And that means Bjergsen can actually dodge around a little bit easier. Can be hard to spot him in there as well. And then he can jump out with hammer form and try and get the all-in.
Definitely so. Both players will need to bide their time and kind of fire at the right moment. We also see, because these champions have very predictable damage, that these guys are running barrier and exhaust. Because it's really easy to time when you need to exhaust a Jace. And you can then barrier to shock blast.
Bjergsen got in first. He's in there.
Bad.
Straight on to Clearlove, man. A lot of damage. You can, of course, recall.
Can you?
Yes,
yeah,
you can.
You're actually allowed. Yeah, I was like,
You are allowed to
I
recall.
was like, what's happening here? He can't recall.
That's why they can get items, Crepo, and not, you know, die and then have to go back. So losing that little trade didn't matter too much for Clearlove. He will return in time, maybe slightly, but actually, this will cost him a little bit on the first push because he's behind his minions coming in. Bjergsen will get a bit of damage on the melees.
And that's everything in this matchup because even a full arrow through the minion wave, Jace can just fast push. The second you kill one creep first, the way the waves interact is so it's going to cascade here. Bjergsen will immediately take a creep down.
Well, Clearlove did start E, so he can actually AoE on more of the minions, but he didn't hit Bjergsen, and he didn't hit a minion. So this was actually a really poor use of his first ability.
Yeah, notice how Bjergsen used auto attack on the melee creep as well, and then obviously Q's the backline for massive AoE bonus. Now he's going to slow down because he wants to keep his spells for his enemy, or for the opponent rather.
Yeah, and another thing, especially when you play Jace, but Varus actually suffers a little bit from the same issue, is mana. You can't just sit there and spam abilities on the minions over and over, because then you run out of mana, and then you can't really do a whole lot. Good little trade there. You got the thing Crepo talked about earlier, cast the minions and Clearlove.
And that's what you want to do, and then later on, you got to use that same gate to speed yourself up and just whack him in the face. Right now, it is just a control for the push. Another E miss, which means the counterattack from Bjergsen.
Yeah, and you can see the thing we talked about earlier as well. Like, Bjergsen is constantly walking in and out of the brush on the side. So when Clearlove did fire his E to try and hit him, he's not 100% sure where he is, and he's not hitting minions, so he's not getting any counter push at all. And Bjergsen just using the brushes really well in the start.
Yeah, and usually, if a lane meets up on your side of the map, push that much. Bjergsen immediately wants to fire down. Now goes in for the hammer.
And now sees mana. Has to go back and take the relic. Clearlove got his relic as well.
This could be the counter push because obviously much better position for Clearlove here to attack that wave.
And he's level 3 as well already. Bjergsen got his level 3 now, and Clearlove again.
Is he running XP runes then? Because there wasn't any experience missed by Bjergsen. Clearlove must actually be running experience runes then.
Yeah, we have seen that before. We saw it once in the IWCA. Early rush for level 3 and then a full all-in. Definitely is a possibility here in the showdown.
You would think it would happen more in the kind of all-in matches. That spike at level 3 or 4. He's this matchup at least spikes on 6, not earlier at all.
You can also see how there's a difference in potions for both of them. Obviously, Biscuits from Bjergsen to get a little bit of extra sustained mana. But right now, he's losing out on some of these trades. He's gotten a bit of mana back. Clearlove has now lost most of his, but he's obviously traded it for HP on the Jace.
Yeah, if Clearlove can keep his wave postured here and save some mana up to threaten Bjergsen if he goes for the relic, then he's in prime position to really take control and force the first beneficial back for himself here.
Very even in farm. Bjergsen will try and get these, but it is different. Last hitting here, you saw the one caster minion actually go down because the way it works on this map, the caster minions, one tower shot, and then all the way down to like 5-10%, and you have to last them instantly. Otherwise, you don't get them.
Look at Bjergsen here. He knows he's not going to trade, so he just goes for the fast push on the cannon wave, knowing that it'll take time for his opponent to deal with it. Clearlove could leave this in a freeze and base, but you generally don't want to do that in the 1v1 map. But look, he's trying to struggle.
Good interrupting though. Very nice. Very good.
Smart by Clearlove. Base by Bjergsen, but now he has to kind of get the advantage himself. Do the same thing again. Wants to keep pushing in and get the reset here if you're Bjergsen.
So far, no all-in. Very hard, honestly, for both champions to all-in with Barrier and Exhaust on the other side. Bjergsen constantly sitting on very low mana. Just going, but he has some minions hitting him.
A little bit of minion block here. Clearlove
got the slow. Can he get in range for Exhaust as well?
Sweeper.
Oh, he has no mana for anything. Oh, he gets him.
Bjergsen's so desperate to get the wave under the tower that he doesn't want to base, and Clearlove so comfortable under his turret. Bjergsen could never chase that trade through. That's why the positioning of the wave was much better by Clearlove.
Yeah, and of course, Bjergsen jumping in, no mana on Jace, had a few minions hitting him. Hard to get out then. And the champion of last year's 1v1 goes down against the madman who played just junglers last year. This time around on Varus, he actually had a much better performance.
Yeah, you can see that some of these ulterior motives that are driving these players, it's not all about trades. A lot of it is thinking about minion waves, want to get the wave in the turret so you don't get frozen on, so you're not in a bad spot. You want to stay roughly even on CS. There was honestly a couple of E's that Clearlove used that missed Bjergsen completely. He could have been out of mana here if he did one more of those bad trades. Bjergsen, obviously, that's the downside of Barrier versus Heal. It only lasts a very tiny amount of time.
Just enough with the last auto attack from Clearlove.
And he knows.
He knows. I mean, yes, you really want to win the 1v1, but at the same time, here at All-Stars. Again, you're celebrating the players, you're celebrating the fun modes we do have. So if you do lose, it's not the end of the world.
Don't smash the keyboard.
You don't have to smash the keyboard. You don't have to start crying or anything. In fact, you can actually just laugh at it and say, oh, I misplayed. Clearlove took me down. And Clearlove right now, a lot of confidence moving forward. The champion of last year.
Played a decent Varus if we're going to have some...
Just some of the early games.
Some early decisions. Yeah, some spell usage wasn't ideal. Obviously, they're playing versus like high-caliber players that actually dodge.
That actually do dodge. That's very true. And Bjergsen did use, again, the brushes very well. Got like the green Phallus gifts a few times to try and get one extra hit in and do some more damage.
Yeah, no point running Bandit on the...
No. That doesn't do a whole lot for you. So, really fun matchup to watch. And once again, we're not getting past like 50 CS.
Yeah.
3 games, and everyone has agreed, let's fight.
Let's fight. No snoozers.
No farm, no Nivea versus Nivea to 100 CS. We're not seeing it so far. We are getting some very, very good matches. And many different picks so far as well.
I'm afraid, though, because representing Team Ice in the next game is a player that may actually has to resort to a little bit of queso, a little bit of cheese, farming up a lot more. We'll get to introduce him eventually as they're still setting up on stage. Because with the rapid flow of these games, they're kind of lagging behind. But we'll see who it is right now.
Ahora nos toca alguien. Un hombre que en el 2015 nos hizo soñar con esa bot lane. Y ese hombre es... mithy!
And on the red side, it's the deadliest Void Reaver in the tournament, racking up 25 kills in Assassin mode last week. Put your hands together for Mithy's opponent. It's Levi!
I'm feeling so beta right now.
Why?
All these like alpha males shouting, Levi.
Yeah, you and me and our girly voices, Mitch. Sadly not suited for the hype, but we can talk about the 1v1s. Yep. And we know, obviously, Mithy very well. He's a player who, after the EU vs NA first game, I saw him backstage, and I tried to explain to him that when there's this little effect around the ball from Orianna, it's a shockwave and you can flash it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to hear that. Like, he was actually pretty down after that game. He was like, yeah, we could do anything, you know, I died too many times. Now it's time for revenge.
We know him very well. We consider him a friend. Yet you, right after the game, you walk up to him and you tell him should have flashed us over.
Hey, I'm helping. I'm just helping.
I hope the world sees what a friend the Visio actually is right now.
I am just trying to give him some advice here. Tahm Kench ban, it's happening. These bans are kind of all over the place, you know. No one has actually played Tahm Kench yet. But Levi obviously played in the IWCA, where we had the 1v1s, where Turkey introduced Tahm Kench, and it destroyed some of those AD carries. So he has a lot of respect for the pick.
Yeah, the pick kind of developed for 2 different reasons. The voice actor that initially did the Tahm Kench sadly passed away in the Turkey region. It turns out this champion is pretty strong 1v1, so it's a double win, an homage, and a strong champion. But let's not focus on too much. Bans are running too.
Yeah, funny story about the Kennen ban. You saw Mithy laugh before. His match history from the practice beforehand is like 10 Kennen games in a row. And he was like, oh, if Levi actually checks my match history, he's going to ban it, and then I'm done. It's like all he's been practicing. Caitlyn is open. Caitlyn should never be open in 1v1. She's too strong. Poke is great. Sustain is fine with Warlords. She's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, difficult to play against. It's actually really interesting with the new Caitlyn. He just locks it in. 5 seconds left. Mithy has not been watching the meta evolve. And when we see the Caitlyn lock-in, obviously on the screen, that can be just a Teemo fighting against it. Teemo can get outranged.
Yeah.
I think the way to go about it is you want to kind of eat trap combo, actually, to keep him out of range and then get the headshot. You can actually buffer both the Q and the trap with your E.
Right.
And then you just want to outdistance the Teemos and then disengage once you get blinded.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the ways, again, you can play around these AD carries is, again, by using the bushes on the side, the brushes on the side. So effectively. But Caitlyn is the one AD carry who can kind of counter that because she can put a trap in there and make it really hard for you. We did oversee the Teemo. Once again, was a bait. It got swapped. Last second, it's Caitlyn versus Caitlyn. Both players realized we didn't ban it. We have to pick it.
The rule of 1v1.
The rule of 1v1. And I actually like the heal from Mithy here. Because Caitlyn, like, it's not a burst champion, so the barrier won't actually get to very often at least.
Yeah.
Unless you use it on the Q and an auto attack after.
If you get a Q headshot that you can barrier, maybe it's worth it, but that means you have to be on top of like your stuff.
Yeah, which, I mean, normally a pro player would be.
you would expect, but then again, we've seen worse from mithy today.
Yeah, he's the man running heal, though. He also changed it. Man, these guys are just changing all the time.
Everything.
We're actually trying to bait all of you guys, so it's not Teemo, it is Kate versus Kate.
It is actually
barrier
like,
versus barrier.
We might be wrong about some things about this heal that the Fisho is seeing. He has been seeing some things lately.
I thought it was heal. The voices inside my head said it was heal. And then it's actually barrier right now.
So we're heading into the Howling Abyss. Who's going to take this one? Mithy or the jungler?
Ooh, I mean, so far we've seen Mithy on Zyra. That didn't go too well. So automatically you put some of the
emphasis
on Levi here, because he has played a lot of like these maps here. Because I actually talked to Clement, and in the Southeast Asian region, and especially in Vietnam, where these players are from, they actually really love 1v1s. They play them a lot. They say it's like one of the favorite game modes. I don't think the European players spend too much time 1v1ing. And good early start from Levi here, getting 2 early traps in.
So, because what this does, and a lot of people don't know, is that mithy is now going to lose access to the wave early. Obviously, Levi will have to attack the same creep over and over. Mithy could start with Q. He has now skill trap as well, but he has lost kind of the momentum here. Let's see what he wants to do. So double trap start. Caitlyn's back in the day used to start Q for pushing. The problem is with a mana-gated map, it is not ideal to do so. Especially if the Caitlyn plays out of the wave, because you can never then get the wave and the Caitlyn at the same time.
Mithy does have Green Filer's gift, though. If he can actually step out and just trade like one auto attack with Levi, it would be in Mithy's favor, just ever so slightly here. The game will not be decided level 1 when it's Kate versus Kate. Not exactly an all-in champion.
He started Q. Clicked on the wrong Caitlyn.
Once again, the casters are getting baited.
Yep.
Time to retire, Mitch. You and me both.
Twice. Become an observer. So Mithy looking to utilize that Q to get the push going early. Good trades in between auto attacks. That's what you always want to do. The problem is Mithy, if he forgets about these traps being placed in the bushes next to him, he may pay the price later on. Obviously, he has a little bit of access to the wave earlier.
And notice how, again, he's just using Q on minions. Like, he knows, yes, I could try and hit the other Caitlyn, but that damage difference probably won't make that big of a difference. But getting the push advantage, especially if you can get these minions on the tower, where the tower will take some of them, you can suddenly get a bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, and he's definitely being rewarded for the push, because the traps behind him are slowly fading away. Again, at least hitting 1 minion at a time, so when it does get sidestepped, just like you said, there is still value there. Pushing on.
But this is not the most exciting matchup. Like, Kate versus Kate is very much a farm fest normally, and then seeing, can I poke the guy down enough so he has to go back to base, to take like a bad recall, and then maybe try some super risky trade in the end. But it's so hard for both these Caitlyns to actually like all in each other.
Yeah, that's why it's up to us right now to kind of highlight the nuances. Levi going in for an E auto attack trade right there, because he knows he has to stay on the back end. That will fill up his mana again, so he may as well try for it. They never want to overtap your mana when you go for the crystals. If he still has the push. Remember, Caitlyn can stack headshot much faster into brushes. That's why Mithy is always staying away from the other brush. Obviously, the fact that you can get auto attacks reset as well.
Oh, he really wants to get in there and smack him with a headshot, but Levi just staying just out of range, and we've been on this side for quite a while now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cadence, you know. See headshot, step away from the vehicle, walk up for EQ combo. That's a good combo by Levi here. EQ into, obviously, the headshot that gets generated for free when you land that E. He takes some damage, and now the next wave comes in much sooner for the side of Fire, because it is near their tower, which means Levi can kind of turn the push around. If you trade long enough auto versus auto, the next wave will arrive when your initial wave isn't cleared out yet, and you will bounce the wave.
And I really like that I call it there from Levi, just saying like, I can go in and actually use my full rotation, where Mithy has just been trying to poke the Qs over and over and hit like 1 or 2 only during the game. So Levi got that advantage going, and missing this one, sadly for him. Oh, this one is good though. Getting the barrier from Mithy. No mana from Levi. Now both of them will start sustaining with Warlords.
Yeah, obviously, sometimes it is good to use barrier, not in all-in, but just to make sure that you can...
Again, there is barely any all-in, you know. It really is a poke game. So yeah, if you do trade your barrier for some of his mana in some of these pokes, and maybe like 1 hit in return, good trade from Mithy there, but he's still slightly down.
And this means the first base goes to Levi, which means he can then control the next wave again with those items. He will likely choose the base here at the end, because otherwise, if Mithy gets the bounce, the same thing will happen that we saw in the Clearlove match.
It is just very hard though, getting like an item advantage when it's 33 to 31 CS here. Even if he gets like 1 or 2 CS advantage, you end up just going like Dorans, and then like another potion coming in, and then you kind of go even anyway.
It honestly pays off at the end. If you get 2 of these situations where you base successfully, you'll get more items, which gives more pressure at the end if you're racing to 100 CS. Ooh. Or you can take tower shot. That also works.
Let's just say it was the disrespect tower shot. Showing Mithy, I don't need this HP. I can take a tower shot. I can still beat you.
I wonder if he should have based there. He had like 1.8k gold. Definitely went for it. Maybe he wants to base on the cannon wave.
I mean, that's the important thing here, right? You know, they've been farming for such a long time. You can actually get BF swords, or you can aim for sustain instead and get some more lifesteal and not just value the full damage.
Look how Levi's also explaining the brush here. So despite having no mana, he's getting more headshots per wave, which means he can start pushing. I don't think the tower is really the objective in this matchup.
No, definitely not. It is hoping that Mithy either misses a CS because of the tower, or Mithy is busy last hitting a CS when Levi can then hit him once or twice for free. Now he's taking a lot of minions to try and get the relic. Oh!
Down to level 6.
And no barrier.
No barrier.
Used before. Levi just with enough damage. And great understanding of how much damage he could actually deal right there.
Yeah, he stayed because he didn't want to take preferential base and go for the long game. He instead wanted to just reign dominance. He switched over just when that relic was spawning. Notice how he knows the map, because he played on the left side near the brush, generating push, generating headshots, saving his mana for poke. A few auto attacks in between while Mithy was farming on a turret, and then he switched right when a relic spawned. Mithy got baited out in the open. Should have probably based there. Got the headshot. Like right here, he's taking so much damage because he knows all he needs to do is just get Mithy.
I think also Mithy didn't realize Levi just needed 1 melee minion for level 6. Otherwise, he would never step forward to try and take it. Like, worst case, he would have gone back to base then. But the way a lot of players look at it is like, if I'm already down in CS and I have to take a bad recall, then I've lost anyway, because he will just not fight me and just keep farming to 100 CS. So Mithy probably felt like he had to try something super risky to try and keep it somewhat even, but he was just down.
Super risky. Auto-attack him?
Auto-attack him, very risky for Mithy in this one. And not been the greatest day for him so far, but Levi showing once again.
So remember, if you see Mithy, do what the Fisher does and just keep asking him why he made those mistakes that he did. Why did you not flash the Orianna ulti?
I've learned that's how it works. You know,
why'd you get ultied?
Part of giving, you know, feedback is getting them to talk, get them, you know, ask them a question and get them to answer, and then later on you can then use that to give some feedback. So I just
taking one class on giving feedback, forgets half of it.
I just wanted to see what Mithy wanted to say. I think Levi, though, that's the man we should talk about instead.
Yep.
Played this map actually extremely well. We talked about this, you know, back in the Southeast Asian regions. They really love these 1v1s so much, and he got to play last week, so he's obviously been practicing quite a lot, and I feel like this is where they can really add some value for Team Fire.
Oh, they're definitely pulling their weight here. He did get punished for the trap start, if we're being critical, but then he bounced back by beautifully just saving his full combo, you know, EQ into headshot every time, and then the second he bounced that wave from under his turret, and Mithy kind of got baited into trading, so the wave stacked much sooner and bounced again. That's when he took the control of the matchup, got level 6 first, and honestly played it out beautifully. I was expecting him to base, but he honestly had the bigger picture in mind, which was that level 6 spike.
Okay, very interesting. Let's move on instead. Let's give it to the guys on stage.
All right, here we are, moving right along on to game number 5, and playing on the blue side for Team Fire is 3-time Worlds participant 5. If you count the analyst desk, it's Doublelift.
I like it. En la otra esquina, representando a un jugador de China, un jugador con complejo de Godby.
Very nice, very nice. Que comience la batalla!
Back to the caster desk, Crapo, another 1v1. I think actually it's been going pretty fast so far. There've been so many games here ending way before the 100 CS mark. This one is actually the one I look forward to the most. Because it is Doublelift.
Tell me why.
Made it to the final last time. Lost to Bjergsen in some mirror matches, so it was very difficult, especially the Z versus
He got baited into a Z match and a Velcro.
Definitely did.
It tells us a lot about Doublelift. Great mechanics.
Takes challenge.
Not the best decision making.
Or maybe the decision making was a little bit off, but Wayless is obviously a guy a lot of people will remember as Godby from Worlds last year, from LGD, where he had such a poor tournament. Like Varus arrows, they went the wrong way, and everything just went wrong for him. This year in the LPL, he's had fantastic periods of time, of play, and
less fantastic,
really terrible ones, to be honest. Most of summer split though, he was actually very good.
Yep.
Especially towards the end of it. So I really want to see what he can do, because mechanically he is such a gifted player, but so is Doublelift.
Doublelift, honestly, it was fantastic last year in the 1v1s. So much as we like to joke about him because he can take them, he is extremely proficient, especially in trades on AD carries. He really understands when is the right time to go for a minion and when is the right time to go for a trade.
And we get to see some of the AD carries being removed, obviously, because you are playing as a mid laner versus an AD carry. Syndra has to be taken away. Something like LeBlanc is something that Wailers can play, but he also has a pocket pick. He played a lot of Corgi mid lane in the LPL, and I think Corgi is just fine in the 1v1 map if you don't feel too comfortable playing like one of the available AD carries.
The problem with Corgi is, I would say maybe mana, but
mana
if you optimize your poke again on minions and champions at the same time, you can whittle down the sustain game. One final ban remaining here. I like that we're getting rid of, hopefully we get a cannon ban so we can still see things spiced up.
Yeah, some new things all the time. I think there's been a lot of diversity so far, which has been very interesting to watch. Things like Tom Kinch is still available. Not expecting any of these two guys to play it. That one was probably not needed versus Doublelift. Wrong guy in the bot lane, I feel, with that ban.
They might be setting up for the LeBlanc pick that he wants to go for, though. If you play versus Draven, the dash cancel is embedded in that kit. Obviously, other AD carries can't do that. Because if you screw a LeBlanc out of her W advancement, obviously, you're going to have a hard time.
Would be great to finally see LeBlanc here. She's a pick that's obviously banned quite often after the rework. She's definitely the strongest assassin right now. But too strong here and there as well. And it is a champion that Wailers has played so many times in the past. Always been a great assassin player. He's also very known for his Diana, but it's such a risky pick in this 1v1 mode because you have to just all in basically, and he might not want to risk it in the first game he's playing.
Yeah, also a melee matchup that is very mana gated is going to be hard to play. New Twitch could be very interesting for 1v1s.
Yeah, one of the problems though in this matchup specifically is that when Twitch will throw down his poison, which is such a big part of stacking up the poisons, of stacking up the poisons for expunge in the early game, LeBlanc can obviously like jump out of it very easily, so it can be actually hard to get enough stacks on her.
But she has to jump out of it defensively, because if Twitch plays, let's say, that happens, you throw out your W, LeBlanc advances forward, she's playing in the minion wave as well, where she kind of has to fight the Twitch and the minions, and then if she goes backwards, she gets more stacks on the back end.
Yeah, she should be able to out-trade him, though, if she actually gets in the face of the Twitch and his W is lying in the back where the distortion came from. That should be fine for Wailers here. It's definitely like the burst mage versus the AD carry who wants like longer trades, fully stack up the poison. Risky choice from Doublelift, but Twitch is super good right now.
Level 6 actually introduces an interesting spike for Twitch, because just the sheer amount you can outrange LeBlanc with, making her kind of engage very predictable.
She can just always close the gap so easily against the Twitch. Like, yes, he can outrange her for like 1 or 2 hits.
I mean, that might be enough. I mean, this champion is very squishy. Exhaust is king on the Howling Abyss.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ignite comes out. There's Doublelift not going for heal, obviously, because that gets countered by Ignite a lot on these matches. Remember, these guys usually have actual blind pick. That's why we very rarely see a heal.
Doublelift makes it into the bush first. It gets
that's really good.
A few hits up, but again, Wailers can recall.
Yeah, he can base, but having control of second brush is important.
And
Twitch poisons.
The poison actually making it harder for Wailers to recall. So by the time he's back in base now, minions should be ready to spawn and might cost him just a little bit in the end, because there's the minions.
It doesn't matter that he's in time for experience. It matters that he loses right to first engagement on the wave, which means Doublelift will have the push going, and that is very needed for Twitch. Yeah. If you push in an AD carry like Twitch, he's going to suffer.
And one of the big things, especially when one guy is slightly behind on how fast they make it to the middle, is if you can make it into the second brush, like the enemy's brush, it's so easy for you to like weave in and get like again that green file gives extra auto attack on them, making it much harder for them. Chain first from Wailers does deal a lot of damage if you get the second proc.
It works if you're behind, because you know this AD carry is going to kind of start walk up on you. Like right there, but Doublelift still had to push. Notice how he did. Once he's 1 minion ahead, he knows he can actually go for little trades in between as well. That's strong from Doublelift.
Yeah, what Doublelift also can do in this matchup, now that it's against an AP champion, is go Hexstringer.
Of course.
Which is so huge with Hexstringer, Barrier, Exhaust. Like, there's so many defensive tools against like a lot of burst from another champion, making it much easier for him to win trades. But that's obviously in 1300, 1400 gold.
Yeah, we're also about to witness the main weakness of a LeBlanc pick is CSing on a turret. Really hard to do so if you're not having access to continuous mana pool.
Yeah, we talked about how the tower works with the caster minions. With the melee minions, it's actually even more annoying because the tower will deal about 50% damage on the melee minion. So if you don't hit it at all, the tower will just take it down on the second shot, and there's really nothing you can do against it.
Wayless went for a W that lasted a minion at the same time and hit Doublelift, but his E missed, which gives Doublelift the preferential trade. He needs to keep this wave position like this, though. He's waiting for the minion, the relic to spawn. He gets it. These guys obviously have practiced a metric ton of games, so they know exactly when this relic comes out.
Yeah, LeBlanc will keep missing CS on the tower 100%. And also allowing Doublelift to throw the poison down exactly where he did it here. So Wayless has to decide between standing in the poison and getting the last hit.
But Doublelift just took a power shot there. That's the problem. This poison will continuously give you tower aggro the second you step forward, because Doublelift was setting up to punish Wayless when he went for a CS, but the tower triggered a lot earlier than he expected.
And this was huge, because Doublelift instantly used Exhaust. Wayless kept his. He went for like a bait all-in, where he goes for the summoner spell, jumps instantly back, and now, because he has Distortion, he can close the gap again with Exhaust.
He can go for a fake base into Q.
Oh, he tried to.
Because the chain is down. If he
use the sweeper! There we go. Damn, I got so into that.
Don't yell that loud, man. You can hear. They're like really close.
Got the spot. That's why you go with sweeper. You actually can't go any ward trinkets anyway, because they wouldn't make any sense on this map here. And Wayless again, he wants to jump in with Distortion, Exhaust onto Doublelift, and try and all in him in that potential trade, but there is still barrier for the Twitch.
Oh, this is going to be a big punish. Second, the W misses here. The momentum shifts to Doublelift. The lane is neutral right here. Doublelift has access to the creeps earlier. Look, yeah, he's just going to use that W for wave clear. Doublelift taking control again of the matchup.
Definitely, but Wayless constantly moving forward. It seems like he just wants a bit of poke damage. Now Doublelift will have to be so careful, because Wayless can actually engage and take him down. I like how Wayless is just playing like the poke game. It looks like he's all-inning every time, but he instantly jumps back.
Yeah, Doublelift sitting on 1,200 gold, going to base here.
Bought a Thorn's Blade, and then we're like, whoops, wrong item, sold it again. And of course, it's going towards Hexdrinker. Wayless might have to just push this out and go back, because he doesn't want to be this many items down. But once level 6 first, most likely.
Reset the wave as well, but look at how annoying it is for LeBlanc. She never wants to use spells on these mini waves.
Yeah, and she's actually too far away from level 6 to get it before Doublelift is back in this lane here. So he's not really losing out on anything, and he is going to get quite an advantage on CS.
Yeah, he could actually just freeze here too, to deny a couple of creeps, but again, this is not in the matchup where it goes to 100 CS. If this was a 100 CS matchup, a freeze would deny about 4 creeps by the time Wayless is back, but it would put you on the risk of then having to CS on a tower. You would only freeze if you have an AoE champion that then can immediately clear out the wave.
And now if you guys look at the items, you see Doublelift had to spend all his gold on actual items and no sustain in here other than what he gets from the Dorn's Blades here, where Wayless actually managed to get some sustain with the potion, and that can be very important when he's jumping in and poking and then jumping back and trying to out-sustain a little bit.
We are looking at a minor experience advantage for Doublelift, though. This may just end once he hits level 6. He is super close right now. You guys can't see it from the camera. He's obviously blocking it.
I really like that trade from Wayless there. He jumps in with the W, so he applies his Signal of Malice, the passive now. Oh, actually see they're going all in.
3 chains.
He can go for it. Just go for it, man. One more hit. Almost too easy in the end. As soon as he got level 6, jumps in.
We hype it up. Minion wave positioning, Hexdrinker timings.
Didn't matter at all. The level 6 from Twitch.
Oh, he knows.
It's a great tool in team fights. In the 1v1, it did make a big difference.
It's a great tool in 1v1s if you actually outrange somebody. If you like mindlessly walk up to a brush.
Of course. If you pick a champion that can't like gap close and there's no snowball or ghost or anything. Yes.
And he walked up to a brush. He canceled like 2 auto attacks.
He would have probably lost that trade no matter what. Wayless was on like 60% HP when the trade actually ended.
So disappointing. Like, we build all these stories about, like, look how smart these players are, and then at the very end, it's just, like, walk up to a level 6 LeBlanc guy.
Yeah, I mean, a LeBlanc pick as an assassin is supposed to kill AD carries early on, and as you can see, Doublelift never really had enough damage to threaten the LeBlanc, and he got him down to 50%. Basically, with that one, Wayless not even smiling. He's like, business as usual. I'm done. I've taken down Doublelift. And both North American players who made it to the final last year are out.
In round 1.
In round 1. Not good for Team Fire, but Team Ice, oh my, they're doing.
And these are all kind of sub 50 game wins as well. We're waiting obviously for Froggen to hopefully show up at this 1v1 tournament, pick some Nassus. Luckily for us, he isn't here.
No, luckily for us, he is not here. But we have two guys on stage. They're here and they're ready to yell again.
Both of last year's finalists have been eliminated, but we can't dwell on that because two new combatants have stepped into the ring. On the blue side, he was knocked out in the first round of the 2015 All-Star 1v1 tournament, and now he's back for some cold revenge. It's BeBe!
Y su oponente se ha bastado él solo para destruir el nexo y meter a su equipo en los All-Stars. Por eso su nombre, perdón, empieza por OP. Optimus. Caballeros, la gloria les espera. Let's go, James. Come on.
Let's go, Crepo.
Let's go, the fish show. Glory awaits.
I like that. That sounds
you
very
win
good.
the tournament.
Reminds me of like Gladiator as well, when you hear that, and you hear the beautiful Spanish as well. And good hype once again. And now you guys have to settle for us. Sadly for you guys, but this matchup, there's a little story between Optimus and BeBe.
Tell me a story.
You want to hear the story? Okay, so Optimus actually challenged BeBe to play a mirror match here in 1v1. But he said because BeBe is older, he gets to choose the champion. And I don't know if BeBe actually accepted the challenge. I hope he did. There's a high chance we get a mirror matchup. But BeBe has decided what to play. BeBe is obviously very famous for like his Ezreal. Not a bad choice.
I mean, a standard 1v1 choice. Not very appealing though. What matchup would you like to see if it's 1v1?
Not Caitlyn versus Caitlyn. I would prefer Gangplank versus Gangplank. What about like Volley or Ivern versus Ivern? That will go to 100 CS at some point.
Lee Sin versus Lee Sin is actually a fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, but this is a mid laner and an AD carry, and the off role is actually just the opposite. So like, Optimus plays a lot of AD carry himself, and BeBe obviously plays a lot of mid lane. So they kind of play the same stuff, and they should be equally good in these 1v1s. There should be no clear advantage to either one.
I mean, usually when teams agree, or players agree rather, on a certain mirror match, they at least have fun with the bans, they spell something out. Now,
sure.
LCNK isn't really...
Maybe they can't spell, I'm not sure.
Might be it.
These are like actually the very standard bans we expected, like the Nasus, the Cannon. Nasus has been perm banned so far. Caitlyn has been opened once in the mithy Levi 1v1, where Levi took down mithy, and Optimus looking, you know, carry that torch forward, because the only one winning for Team Fire is actually the guys from Southeast Asia.
I mean, I like where this is going. Team Ice getting a lot of players in the next round. Obviously, you can still fail. Varus, another like 1v1 AD carry champ. It works out very well.
All right, are we gonna get the mirror match, or did BeBe ignore the challenge? So far,
did not pick up the gauntlet.
It definitely, well, it's hard to say because every single time I feel like we're talking about the picks, all the way down to 1 second,
it changes.
Switch. They switch it, they switch summoner spells, they switch everything.
Let's talk about something else then.
All right.
How's Denmark?
Denmark is a bit of a mess right now. Honestly, I'm not really 100% sure what's going on. I was home a week ago.
How was it?
It was great. Good to see my parents again.
Eat some pulsa.
I definitely ate some pulsa. I mean, come on. When you enter Denmark, the first thing you do is you get handed a pulsa and then you eat it.
A custom search.
That's your passport. There you go. Here's a hot dog and move on.
Orianna.
No mirror matches. Interesting choice from Optimus.
Yeah, there's still... So for people that did not actually get to see IWC, there was an interesting Orianna build in there.
Yeah, we got to see the E-Max Orianna with Doran's Blade, and it's just focused on like auto-attack out-sustaining. Basically, you shield yourself and you auto-attack with the empowered auto-attacks from Orianna.
Because obviously the shield itself gives you armor and MR once you carry the ball on yourself. The player in question actually never put any points in queue. Repetitive auto-attacks are good, but you're playing against a champion that gets rewarded even more for repetitive auto-attacks, which is Draven.
Yes, but I do feel like an Orianna getting her full stacks will benefit more from that than the Draven, even like early game when he only has one axe bouncing around. Because with the shield to Orianna, she should be able to actually win that trade. I think Draven is going to struggle in this matchup because even at level 6, Draven has no tools to avoid Shockwave. There's no flash right here. No one is picking flash in this mode. There's no way of like jumping or dashing anywhere. So I think BeBe can just take Q at like level 5, and then just straight up ulti level 6.
So yeah, so usually when you have these matchups that break down a level 6 into a clear advantage for one player, you would say that the all-in timing is either level 4 or 5. For the Olaf, it was 5 previous game. I think the Draven might have a window at 4. Two points into Axe, 1 W to speed up, 1 E to kind of displace Orianna in a position. Because again, BeBe doesn't have a way to kind of get out of the E either if he gets knocked kind of forward.
It's just so hard for Optimus in this matchup because BeBe obviously running a second defensive summoner, kind of knowing that as well. So when that all-in will happen, Optimus has to be so sure that he can actually take down BeBe. Otherwise, he's going to face like the barrier and the exhaust. BeBe's going to shield himself and then just walk out. And then wait for level 6 where he can very easily shockwave onto Optimus.
This is definitely the build that we've seen before. It's the shield start on BeBe, repetitive auto attacks, only gonna get stronger over time. And that's why it speaks at the level 4 all-in as well, because level 5, there is that extra point, giving more armor.
And that's really the thing, like early game, ranking up skills is just like best power spikes you can possibly get until we talk about things like BF Sword. It's so important just getting that extra skill. It's often, you know, 40, 50 like extra damage or 30 extra damage on certain things.
Yeah, Optimus didn't really control the direction of his axes well enough, so he dropped 1 CS.
Yeah, the only advantage he got from like level 1 was he got the first hit onto BeBe.
Oh, he dropped like 3 CS in total.
But that's been even out. BeBe loses some CS on the tower.
Yeah, this is level 2, obviously 7 creep as usual. Level 2 onto Draven. Want a challenge, but there's no range to punish BeBe there.
No, and the thing about Orianna and this build they always go for, the one we saw at IWCA was E max and then W, and you just sped up yourself and you started like auto-attacking a little bit. BeBe in this one has actually picked command attack, the Q right now, so he's looking to fire the ball away and then pull it back. He actually didn't do it here.
Yeah.
Pull first and pull back shield, but he wanted the instant shield for the auto-attack.
Unless he wants to, he might forget about it, unless he just wants to move the ball again later on for more damage. Or he just wants the mana to pick it up if he thinks the pass back damage isn't worth the mana he spends.
Yeah, Optimus in good position here to get that relic. Very, very important, especially against like a mage who does use quite a lot of mana. Good trade from Optimus.
He's committing.
There's still barrier, there's still barrier. He's on the tower, one more hit. He got baited! He got baited so hard, Optimus! He's running away. He has the wall odds. He will get the relic. BeBe saved the barrier again. We've seen this before. You save it for such a long time and then you just use it on the tower.
Yeah, you obviously want to shield early, then bait the barrier, and then get the second shield if you can. We saw the mechanic of the pass-through damage as well. BeBe staying really calm right there, knowing that he can fire back with that barrier.
And that's the thing we talked about before, you know, how hard it is for Draven to like all in because it's barrier, it's a shield, it's an exhaust, like it's so many defensive tools you have to power through when there could be minions hitting you, you're taking some auto-attack trades back, and you don't want to step on the tower.
And obviously this command attack will help ever so slightly to help you push as well, since it is an AoE effect. BeBe is pretty low on mana, so definitely wants to conserve it for the best moment possible. Optimus is relentlessly pushed. If he ever gets the push turned around, it is over for him, because then BeBe can control until level 6 here.
And now we also have to remember, Barrier is a summoner spell with like the lowest cooldown. It's 180 seconds. Where Exhaust is 210. So BeBe will get his barrier before Optimus gets his summoners, making that window Optimus maybe could have had for all-inning when he gets his summoners back, basically non-existent.
Yeah. And look at BeBe, when he doesn't need to pick up the ball, he doesn't snap it back immediately. He's comfortably farming as well. Optimus looks like he has missed his window for the all-in on level 4/5. So he'll likely have to base eventually.
Yeah.
Keeping the creeps out of the tower, because we talked about it earlier, it is very hard to CS under that turret.
Exactly. Good position from BeBe here, just kind of tanking the minions for like one hit only just to stop them in the middle. And then his own minion shows up and kind of blocks them from moving further.
Helps you bounce the wave as well. That's what BeBe is looking for. Any mistake from Optimus in terms of wave positioning, getting the wave to bounce it. That's why he's continuously auto-attacking these creeps. Just wants to get rid of that wave ASAP, hoping that eventually, if he trades a little bit with Optimus as well, on the good moments, that the next wave arrives much sooner.
Trade again here from Optimus, and he kind of needs some of these trades, but you notice how BeBe is not even using his W, because it's technically a waste of mana for the small amount of damage it deals. He has 2 ranks in Q and 2 ranks in E, so he just like Qs forward, pulls it back with the E, and then he just starts auto-attacking. He's waiting for level 6 right now. There's no way for Draven to dodge a shockwave, meaning BeBe can decide when to engage.
I mean, at this point, level 6 seems to arrive before summers come up. Should Optimus then not just base? Honestly, pick up the Null Magic. I think that's what he's doing exactly. He knows, like, the level 6 is coming.
Oh, BeBe actually sending
They're
in
one
the
creep
ball,
off, guys.
Not pulling it back, so gets 1 minute. That's 6 for Optimus. He knows that BeBe will hit level 6 as well. And he just wants to
wave clear.
He wants to get out of there. He knows he can get all in. Doesn't want to risk it.
Oh, BeBe could leave this on a freeze and just base. Because this is a matchup where you can actually punish with freeze.
It's like he's disagreeing. Maybe he needs like just a little bit of extra gold for his back.
So he wanted the cannon. He didn't want to lose that. This won't freeze, but it'll softly position the wave here, allowing for a bounce. Because now Orianna, once she gets a bit more damage as well on the base of those spells, that's why putting extra points in Q helps you with the shove. But it's all out. Bought every sword in the store. Basically walked in. Optimus, give me all the blades you have here.
He needs just all-in damage. His summoners are ready. He knows what's going to happen if he just keeps playing this like very slow game. BeBe does have attack speed boots here.
Is that worth it? In terms of like cost efficiency?
They did obviously get buffed a few patches ago, and they are actually a fine like item on its own for just pure attack speed. Also, if he does feel like the extra mobility can help him kind of decide if he needs to back away from a fight.
That's definitely true.
Definitely just value though getting the attack speed first of all. No AP damage or anything from BeBe. It's all focused on auto attacking right now.
But look at the ball zone right now. This game has changed from a kind of you can't hit me because I have the ball on me to please be careful if you walk around. Mind the ball really. BeBe snaps it back the second he goes into trade positions again. Look at Optimus. He could keep trading, but he knows if he pulls the trigger there, he's gonna get ultied, and that's a zone. This is slowly turning into a kind of CS game where BeBe has the lead because he has much more zone impact.
Exactly, and that's one really important thing. Like when you play these things that has like skill shots that can like CC and hit, if you just keep them ready, like don't just use them blindly or crazy. Like if you just keep them ready, you can actually just bait the other guy. But they're all in Preppo.
Going in here, Draven ulti. BeBe needs to reset badly.
Oh, Optimus not chasing because he was also slowed down. Gets the speed up. He needs shockwave.
That was so close to missing. That's the saving grace here for BeBe. He now needs to levy this into a push. Needs the minions to help him, because if there's 6-7 creeps here and a brush, then he can just do that. And that's what BeBe is doing right there. He does not want to yield.
Pushes it out here. Use both summoners on both sides. There's a defensive shockwave from BeBe. Obviously doesn't deal that much damage. Let's trade another small trade. But yeah, it's really hard for BeBe to like take down Optimus in time, and the CS is 61 to
because he gave it over.
Right
with this play, he gave the CS lead again, and that changes the entire scope of things. It doesn't matter what the lead is if it's just a single CS. Really good recovery from Optimus here, and we can question those boots too. Imagine if they were just funneled into either AP or just raw damage on your auto attacks from the Orianna.
I think definitely BeBe was aiming to kind of win on 100 CS. Because again, what you saw, what we talked a little bit about before, he kept the shockwave just ready.
Because of the implication.
Yeah, exactly, because of the implication. Like Optimus knew, if I do step forward, he can shockwave me. So just kept it there, didn't want to use it for damage or anything. No trade from Optimus though. Does have a cannon hitting him as well.
Good cycling on the axis here. BeBe's out of mana here. And this is actually what Optimus wants right now. Because the second this Orianna is out of mana, you're just comparing AD. He's pushed under the turret. Really good chokehold right now from Optimus.
Yeah, and he's also able to get these relics. Right, he knew he had one behind him. He could use some mana, use some HP, go back and pick it up.
This is where if you're BeBe, you just back, you get any item you want, and you're looking for an all-in under 20 CS, and that's a bad base timing right here. Or a bad base location, rather. Because again, now you're still going to lose on CS, but the gap is closing. Now you only have 20 CS left to make a play.
Yeah, you're the one who needs to all-in now, and you're against the guy with double door.
You need mana, just base. There's no way he's going to get the victory on CS. He just has to go.
Not the same place, dude.
He's looking for a QR combo.
Maybe he's trying to bait it up.
Yeah, he's literally baiting QR under turret. That's it. It's
I don't think he has mana for it.
135.
He just used all his mana on the shield now, so he's out of mana. There's no relic, and if it spawns, Optimus can pick it up because he's already positioned right next to it. BeBe, you're running out of time.
I mean, he's running out of options. He should have probably based farther back on the turret and looked for an all-in at this point. Because right now, Optimus is just controlling it slowly.
Oh, he's in tower. He's going for an all-in. That is so risky. You just had the entire game in the bag. You were winning.
65 mana right now.
All right, BeBe is going back now. Barrier is ready very soon for BeBe. No summoners for Optimus the next like 30 seconds. But we're getting very close to our first 100 CS game. That's 3 minions here for Optimus, so he goes on to 90.
So he needs to get 10 out of the next 2 waves. It's not a cannon wave. I think they spawn
every 3 waves?
Well, remember also with the Draven, you can just ulti straight down the lane
that's true.
and at least get the caster minions once he picks up this full wave here. BeBe is going full tank now.
He picked up mana. When there's 10 creeps left, can you deplete your mana bar in time? He's going for a soft freeze here, rearrange the creeps, but it kind of failed. He wanted them to...
He wants one of those melees to die. All right, that's...
Optimus is kind of...
More swords, you know, why not? Get more swords, get the potion as well. Elixir from Optimus, he's ready.
Elixir of Wrath right there, so he's ready for the showdown.
I'm not sure that was even worth it because he actually ended up staying much longer and could have lost like one. This can come down to like so few CS in difference, but
remember the fish show, Draven can always ulti down the lane. I heard a wise man tell me that one time.
And there's enough minions here with all the casters as well. All hitting once more time. They're going for it.
Optimus dropping low, baby.
Oh, BeBe!
Just not enough damage.
No, he knew he had to try and all in it because there were 6 caster minions, 3 melee minions for Optimus. He would just need.
I mean, this is a strategy that only works on CS victories because in the end you're hybrid Orianna. You have no AP built in, which means the zone of your QR is only disruption and minion push. And
yeah, we don't see a full auto attack Orianna too often to know what is 100% the optimal build to go for also into like the Draven matchup. Optimus actually played some of the traits, especially later on, pretty well.
Yeah, he knew at this point, like...
Yeah, you have to try. There's no other way you can win on CS at this point. And Optimus with the Elixir as well.
Still goes back to that initial base though, and put the pressure there. Wonder if it would have been wiser with 30 creeps to play with. You could at least look for a more finer opportunity, maybe get some more minions to help you push on the enemy turret.
Yeah. I mean, it was also so hard with the build because if he started going for some AP damage now, it would be so minimal anyway.
Yeah, no magic pen in your runes either.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all AD based.
You have Doran's Blades sitting there, you're maxing your E, so like you wouldn't really have any damage with AP.
I like that Optimus plays it bold though. When you're
bold
winning
damage,
on CS,
give me more
guys,
swords, man, more swords.
Give me some tower shots. Just
yeah.
Make it harder.
He doesn't want to win the boring way. He wanted to win with 400 CS, and he managed to do it here on the Draven. So Draven has picked up a win. Lost one game.
I'm going to cut you off, Fisio, because we're actually going back to the stage.
All right, we've got 1v1 left this evening. Only one spot remains in the round of 16 for the winner of our next match. On the blue side and playing for Team Fire, he's got his own move. Are you mad, bro? It's Madlife!
Y en el otro lado tiene el nombre de un arma porque es un asesino, el doble finalista mundial. Ratatatatatatatata, ratatatatata. Come on, James.
See! All right, man, give us a show!
They're getting more and more crazy up there.
It's day one.
It's only day one, yeah. There's a lot of 1v1s to go. We have them every single day. Tomorrow is obviously the other side of the bracket.
I feel like tomorrow they'll arrive with like a group of backup dancers and they have like a whole choreography, you know, like Britain's Got Talent, like they go on to the next
go see what they can do. Tomorrow's all the Koreans except for Madlife playing. That's where Team Fire really brings out the big guns. But so far, Southeast Asian guys have actually won the 2 games they've played, so they're trying their best. Madlife versus Uzi though.
A matchup you've been dying to see pretty much whenever, except when it's 1v1.
Yeah, the 1v1 is not something normally you want to see on Summoner's Rift between a support and an AD carry. got banned against Madlife.
I feel like Uzi has to be this has to be his wheelhouse.
I mean, you are in a mode where 80 carries are like the strongest. I'm pretty sure.
Even within 80 carries, like if you look at the likes of like, is YellowPete the greatest 1v1er of all time? Probably not.
Probably not. His support was pretty bad as well, though.
He did like get trained to carry hard, but if you look at like Uzi, master of like weaving auto attacks in between.
True. Master of Bane as well. Another little funny random story. There was a 1v1 tournament in China, and he tried to play Master Yi. Kelsey Moser told me, and apparently it went so terribly wrong that we probably won't see it again. Yeah. It was really bad for him. And then he had like the Royal Club, they put up like a vote for which AD carry he should play. They voted for Caitlyn, but you're never gonna get Caitlyn if you're Uzi in this mode. Obviously the first ban for Madlife.
That is a great story.
I'm glad you like my stories. I got more.
AD fresh.
It is Madlife after all. His Blitzcrank is also a thing he's very, very famous for.
I would actually love to see him actually play it.
I mean, Uzi will just play the Vayne. Madlife should also think that, oh, Uzi changing. Want something better.
Yeah,
on
does
this
not
mode.
want to run a Vayne into a Quinn.
I like the Quinn though. I think Quinn is so good in 1v1.
Especially if you can get the bird on the range creeps and the enemy champion again, then you can just generate so much push.
Varus though was very good earlier today.
Oh, at level 6, you get back from base with turbo speed, you can actually swing waves and just keep the pressure up.
You can, but you can also lose the poking war against the Varus, and then suddenly he ultis you, and as a Quinn, well, you kind of need to be close enough to bounce on something to really dodge a skill shot like that, and that can be an issue for Madlife, but with the blind from Quinn, you definitely do have some tools that help you in the 1v1.
FLICKR's watching them. Amateurs.
Where's the Nivea? What's happening?
He's definitely not getting baited into a Nivea 1v1. One, because the champion is actually really bad in 1v1s right now, and two, Froggen's not here, so...
No, he was only in the video, but he's actually not here at the event.
Another bait by the casters.
Yeah, again, we're trying to trick people a lot here. This time with picks, though, you guys saw them. It was Quinn, it was Varus. Summoner spells, no real surprises. It's Barrier, it's Exhaust. Maybe the only thing we could have seen was Madlife actually run Ignite for the all-in.
Yeah. But that's... Barrier feels like a failsafe. If you're already winning an all-in, you're... Let's say this, like... You might walk away, but the benefits you get from it is probably just a bit preferential base timing and a couple of extra CS up. And if you ever get caught into a bad all-in, Ignite's never going to help you. So in that sense, playing it safe with a Barrier in case you miscalculate is the safer approach.
Madlife did forget his trinket. Not the end of the world, but it does help you.
I mean, there are some brushes,
yeah,
especially now that brush that Greenfather's gift is in there.
Exactly, you can just use to spot the guy in the brush.
Especially when you're playing skill shot champs. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a melee, like auto attack range with only point and click, because then having knowledge that the guy's in the brush is really going to help you. But if you know roughly where he is, you could actually predict skill shots.
Should see Uzi go with the E as well, level 1. Yes, he has picked it. I just checked on my own screen over here. Just better for level 1 trading and also the potential push. If you get, you can actually get it on almost all the minions, like we saw.
Yeah, really great E
there. And he got to hit Madlife.
Follow-up trade thwarted by Madlife though. Uzi could have maybe just went for more creeps. Seems to be a pattern: get one creep, get an auto attack. Sometimes gets punished. Chain auto attacks coming out here. Again, it is the push to level 2.
Exactly. The trading early on is not that impactful because you just don't have enough damage to really take them down. People have enough sustain with the Dornus Blade coming in.
Yeah, 3 creeps up here for Uzi, which means he actually has quite a bit to play with. You only need 1 range creep, and then you can just switch to the melee. That also gets you level 2, so it's actually 6 creeps if you just get more melees.
This is tricky now. Madlife is only level 1. He got level 2 now, and then he goes straight for the all-in.
Yeah. I feel like Uzi got baited there. Thought Madlife would be level 1 for a bit longer because of the range creep still being alive. That one on the bottom right there, that was kind of low. Madlife got a great trade there, despite being down on CS. Again, this is probably a matchup, if you keep it close enough CS that there's not a full Doran's difference on your base.
Exactly.
It's fine.
Also, again, when you're playing against Varus and Jace, as we saw earlier, like so much about like draining the mana from them. Madlife is taking another good trade. Gets a few hits from the minis, actually ended up being quite bad for him. And he also mispositioned on the map because Relic was spawning and he positioned to the top side. Uzi just walked straight down to the bottom side.
Yeah, in a vacuum, this trade was nice because he goes for the blind dash damage with the vision reset in the brush, but he's playing at the opposite side, so he loses Relic.
Yeah, that is really, really important. Uzi got both Relics here, so good advance for him. And again, that mana we talked about, well, it goes back to 100%. And Madlife keeps trying to trade, but he's losing out. Because also these minions are always chasing after him.
Yeah, especially if he goes later on. It's probably no points in queue yet for Uzi, but if he does the same trade later on again, what's going to happen is on the back end of his auto attacks is obviously the queue to proc those stacks then.
I mean, this is great for Uzi, honestly. Whenever he is taking trades, he's standing next to his counter minion. This is the first time he ignored the minions and went for it, and he actually got punished quite a bit.
Yeah, he predicted Madlife jumping in there, but the queue itself just wasn't enough. Remember, these guys still have Exhaust and Barrier. But it might be worth using it on the front end more often here.
I mean, here Uzi could have just waited for the minion wave, because again, he's standing next to his caster minion. So whenever Madlife jumps him, caster minions turn and hit Madlife as well.
But I feel like he almost wanted Madlife to come out the brush there. Just get a Q in the face, 2 autos, E-proc.
But didn't really give Uzi that big of an advantage compared to what we've seen before this one here. Madlife has
not saying he was right.
You're just saying that's what he wanted. But once again, Madlife, you're on the wrong side.
Madlife's like, what are these things that keep spawning?
He doesn't seem to understand the relics at all. Uzi's been getting 2 free relics now, and that is pretty huge.
That's the mana, because mana translated to health. That was just a disrespect queue. I don't need this Q.
That was a gotta be Q, don't worry.
Gotta be Qs go backwards.
Yeah, true. Now they just missed.
See, I wonder why they even hit the tower. That is a question I have. Like, I know it's a habit from AD carries, but you're never gonna kill that tower in the 1v1.
Maybe he's waiting for the melee minions to get in position. You can still interrupt this one with Q. Yeah. People really also gotta learn how to recall. Like, if you actually do want to recall
Press
there,
B.
just please, just like, you know, step
away from the turret.
Step away from that turret. Unless they're all baiting to like force a spell to be used. So
I don't think they're all baiting.
Probably not. It's actually funny because we think a lot of these players know exactly what they're doing in the 1v1 mode, and then you stand behind them when they actually do practice.
Then you walk into the room.
They have no clue what they're doing. They're just like, can I trade? Can I kill this guy? Let's go!
It's all a ruse. You walk into the room and then you realize they're just improvising. They're really good at improvising. Don't get me wrong. Although Uzi probably knows what he's doing.
I feel like Uzi has been in this situation before. He also didn't go with the Master Yi pick, so he's taking it very, very serious. Madlife will get that one. Do not hit the minion before the tower. There you go. And now it's hard because the minions will hit it. Ooh!
Sword extra because of the CS differential.
It's the annoying thing with the minions.
Good base here from Uzi.
And Madlife got his first relic when he was already full HP. Congratulations.
He's so used to losing them.
He's like, I just want this now. He didn't have to take it because his wave is pushing towards Uzi anyway.
It's just like, I will not see another one of my relics being lost to Uzi, so pushing out. So Madlife gets combat sets if he can surprise Uzi with the ulti, but it's pretty obvious when he turns into a giant bird.
Yeah, and he actually didn't even skill the ulti because it's so hard for him to use it properly and cost a lot of mana early on as well. Just went for another rank into his E, so he's like E, Q, 3 in E, 2 in Q. That is where he's focusing right now. Uzi, of course, took his ulti on the Varus.
Uzi might actually go for counter engage here with ulti.
Oh, he missed it! Uzi, you had the minions in your favor. You just have to stun the guy. You'd force his defensive summoners.
The LP would have landed that one.
Well, Madlife, he's near the relic, but it's not there because he took it before.
It's like, where is this thing?
Maybe spawns to like he's learning. He's learning. He's adapting.
Another good proximity trade here. Q misses, obviously. Blocked by a minion.
He's actually on this. There we go. Madlife this time around. He gets it.
Success story, honestly. Improving. It's very important though, that particular relic. Right now, Uzi has to wait for his next ultimate to come up. Because Madlife in 1v1 trades is obviously going to win. Quinn is catered to be a duelist. Varus obviously centers around pushing down.
Poking. Which has been pretty effective for Uzi, but he's going to hate himself for missing that ulti before.
That was a game-winning ulti.
Such a good position to just get these summoners away from Madlife. I like actually the sustain buy as well. It is so important because Madlife are not all inning like Uzi and just killing him 100% to 0. He's like jumping him 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, consecutive set of all-ins, and he will only pull the trigger to go real hard if Uzi stays below that 60% health mark.
And he still has 2 minion advantage once he's picked up all these minions here. Madlife again jumping in, and Uzi winning the trade.
Ooh, this is rough for Madlife. So worse still have to base here.
And then he's too far down in CS, honestly.
Yeah, so that's a great trade, and now the sustain. So Uzi technically doesn't have to base anymore at all, because it's not like Madlife is picking up more items. If Madlife bases again, then Uzi will just get to the 100 CS here. So this is a really good opportunity. Also, he's skilling in more spells or rank ups right now, so the AoE just keeps increasing, so it makes it much, much easier to get the CS, keep the push going.
And he knows he can use the relics to get mana back, even though it is needed for HP, so he can just keep flying away. Like every time you take 1 relic, it's like 1 ability you can use extra. And that's all he needs.
Couple minor things as well. All attacks 2 creeps to get the stack on. The E then finishes them off completely. Could finish off some other creeps after. Again, just trying to optimize push here, keeping Madlife locked up. We're looking at a 9 CS differential, 11 CS differential rather.
And serrated Dirk here from Madlife. Again, it's not often we get to see like completed items. Obviously, this is not fully completed just yet, but he has gone for that one. And with the lethality change, while it's not as effective in the early game anymore with the pure armor pen, serrated Dirk just gives him extra lethality, and at level 8, it actually evens out with the old one, with the old armor penetration. So it is fine now because Uzi is level 8 and it's on enemy level.
Yeah, Madlife wants to go here. He really wants to keep Uzi away from the wave. Really good trade. Has to dodge the ulti now though, because he's stuck against minions coming in.
Yeah, a lot of minions coming, taking.
I feel like Uzi could have kept going on that trade, especially since he had barrier and he had minion assistance. The fact that he goes to base right now.
But he wants to play it so safe because he has the CS advantage. He didn't want to risk no matter what. Even if he looks back and probably said, yes, I could have taken that trade. I think you also just saw the upfront damage. Now that, again, that armor penetration or lethality is kicking in from Madlife here with Level 8, as we mentioned before. It's only going to get stronger in that case. But I think he just literally said, I'm going to play super safe. I'm winning on CS, and we're so close to 100.
If Madlife bases one more time, he has to skill the birdie. This could be the thing. If he gets level 9 bases, gets bird up, he has basically 2 ways to do it. Let's see how close he is. He's a half level away, pretty far. Maybe a mistake for not skilling the ultimate here. It's kind of an emergency evacuation pod.
Now he's down in this trade here. Uzi's going for it, getting Madlife extremely low. But once again, not chasing. Not chasing, just taking the free CS right in front of him.
He needs to get level 9 for the ulti now. Honestly, it's an all-in. 13 CS remain, 2 waves. Uzi does everything perfectly.
Uzi's not going to miss CS here. Like, he's not really under pressure. So used to farming as well. Getting every single one. One more wave for Uzi. That means Madlife needs to all in without barrier, without ulti. There he gets level 9.
Is he skilled?
Doesn't skill it.
Doesn't skill ulti. It's just going for...
But he has to go in here doing this wave. Uzi can just like focus on the minions all the way down. That's what he's doing. 1 E onto the caster minion. They're dead. He has Madlife. He's going for it. Won't be able to do anything because he's in the minions as well. Madlife is just in such a tough spot.
Q doesn't connect. Looking for another Vault Boy.
For minions, 2 more minutes. The casters.
No Q because he missed it. That's over.
That's over. Uzi playing in control. We've seen other players go for crazy all-ins even when they actually would win.
No tower shots.
Uzi is 100% serious here. He's a man who can win this 1v1 tournament for sure. Would definitely be one of the favorites now that Bjergsen and Doublelift dropped out.
Yeah, solid play, honestly. Saw a couple good trades here, but we see why Varus is such a wanted pick overall in the 1v1 landscape.
It's so annoying to play against because he can hit you even when you're behind minions in these trades where a lot of the other
two different spells as well.
2 different spells. And then he just runs like barrier exhaust. He's like, if you ever engage on me, I'm just going to use them and then ulti and walk away.
Yeah, and obviously as we approach the final moments again here, one of the reasons why people start that E is because it doesn't get reduced if you hit it through like a bunch of minions. See, that's why Q is very hard because you can hide, reduce Q damage if it goes through a lot of creeps.
Yeah, and also if you step into a brush and he tries to fire Q at you, it doesn't hit the minions, but the AoE of the E can obviously hit both casters and slightly into the brush there and get a bit of extra damage. So really well played from Uzi. Varus has shown to be one of the absolute best picks so far in this tournament. Caitlyn obviously been banned so much, and Kennen,
100% win rate.
Whenever he's been open, he's won. Great sample size right there. That's how you use stats, by the way. Just look at one game.
Every single time Kennen got picked 1v1, he came out victorious.
Exactly, and that's why you should ban it, like we saw the guys do here. Nasus perm banned.
Nasus hasn't yet to lose a single game in the 1v1s.
What a beast. Tahm Kench hasn't lost yet either, and I think Tahm Kench is the sleeper pick in this tournament, and Turkey agrees with me.
That's enough from us, though, guys.
Yes.
Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at the madness that we just witnessed.
Great toss over, Krepo. Great hosting abilities there as well. So, first things first, 4-3 for Ice. Ice had 4 wins, Fire had 3 wins, which is, of course, important looking down the line. And, of course, have a happy Jankos here to a testament to that. Your team did well?
My team did well. I'm impressed, you know. Compared to EU that lost versus an A first, you know, round, then my team did well. I'm happy.
Well, let's take a look at all the kills, starting with game 1. xPeke on Kennen versus Aphromoo on Draven, and the takedown.
Aphro, we were expecting a lot out of him. Peke in the hometown gets that stun. Aphro chose the trade right when he had
going fast, Olaf, for impact.
Yeah, this one was the closest one for sure. I think if Mouse would have continued to run away at the end of this play, then he may not have taken that last hit from impact.
Yeah, and the next one is then Bjergsen versus Clearlove. Of course, a defending champion on Jace, but he gets taken down.
I think the jungler has the upper hand. I'm not sure how Bjergsen lost this one, but it's pretty impressive that Clearlove actually managed to kill him somehow. Like, very well played.
Takes him down. I think a little bit of a mistake from Bjergsen on that one, choosing to trade, but...
And here, the disappointment for Jankos was too big.
This is poor boy mithy. I mean, I played someone who was against mithy, so I kind of know that he would lose, but I thought maybe with a better, you know, grace, kind of.
Yeah, Doublelift gets taken down by Weightless's LeBlanc there, and then that was followed by BeBe and some questionable decisions on Orianna that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, his build choice was pretty bad with the Mana Crystal when the game was at like 95 CS, but Optimus's Draven was actually really strong.
do not think Orianna has upper hand in this matchup. I think Draven has just too much damage. Even if Orianna is maxing E, I just think Draven should win this matchup.
Yeah, and Stress also wanted to talk about that a bit more, especially at Orianna.
We saw so many Oriannas at IWCA. The build is you go back, you get either Glacial Shroud and then Seeker's Arm Guard. You do the second one on the second back. You have the AP, you have the armor, you have everything you need, and you can't really lose. I don't know why Berserker's green.
Stressed
Maybe
out,
the
probably.
auto pushing.
Yeah, I think he just wanted the move speed, quite honestly, but then he never utilized it because he'd go into these extended trades. A lot of stuff was actually pretty surprising. Like the two finalists from last year, Doublelift and Bjergsen, I think people were expecting to do pretty well. Doublelift just lost his mind against the Blanc and decided to just stick around for level 6
In the interview beforehand, Doublelift said, well, I never even heard of Weightless. Well, none of his opponents ever heard of Doublelift. They still beat him, apparently. But that happened. But you do make a good point. Bjergsen out, Doublelift out. Those are the finalists last year. We look at the other side of the bracket. Uzi had a great performance, and he does kind of have everything you need to be a 1v1 champion, plus that LPL Varus pick. I think that's a good asset for the ICE team.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that Varus could be one of the strongest champions in 1v1, at least it seems like it, so I wonder what will happen tomorrow, you know. It's a good hint for me. I'm playing against Prey, so I'm probably very doomed. Because it's AD
you
carry.
want to play an AD carry versus Prey?
No, I actually don't think so. I think I just have to find something out, you know, because I can actually ban Varus, it seems like, but I don't think I can ban all the AD carries. I would need at least like 10 bans, so...
Yeah, just ask for some tips from the LPL players in your ICE team to show you
Find
some
a way
stuff.
to bait him into a mirror match.
Yeah, I was trying
last year, but we saw no mirror match baiting this year at all.
No, not at all.
Super tryhard.
Yeah, and still the classics. Caitlyn is still up there. Farm matchup unless you decide to go in. Lucian is still up there. Nothing else out of the ordinary you've seen?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. We had some cheesy jungle picks. If you want a hand, maybe ask OPL's Carbon about his Xin Shao pick. He tried to Captain Jack with Cleanse and Driver level 2. You could try something like that if you're not feeling confident in 100 CS. No, he tried to, but the exhaust never came out, so he just went nothing and lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I will try to call him out for some Lee Sin 1v1, but I don't think he'll take it. Maybe he will, you know, play.
That'll be fun.
That'll be fun, for sure.
Yeah, who are you playing in? I'm sorry. Who are you
Prey.
playing tomorrow? Oh, Prey, right. Yeah, you said it 3 times already. Yes, that's going to be a tough matchup for ICE. About 4 times 4 wins already here in the first half of the 1v1 bracket, so we'll see tomorrow. Let's take a look at the updated bracket as we have 7 down and 7 to go tomorrow to decide who will go into that round of 16. Ron OP, of course, already had his bias, is going to be up against xPeke tomorrow, and then Impact versus Clearlove. That might be a very interesting matchup. Top versus Jungle. Bjergsen, of course, out, as well as Aphromoo and Mouse, and Bai is also out. Just kidding. And then at the second slate, we see that Levi will go up against Weightless, and Optimus or Optimus will go up against Uzi. And that is, of course, the day after tomorrow, because the 7 other teams from the first round will be playing tomorrow as well.
No team kills in this bracket so far when you look at it. All fire versus ice still. So, you know, we're talking about can one team get all of the points, all 500? Doesn't look like it quite yet. Maybe another day.
It's going to happen.
Down
I
the
feel
line.
it. Ice is doing well.
Yeah, and it's tricky, right? Like, you think about the heavy hitters that were on Fire today and then the people that ended up winning on Fire today. Yes, I'm going to be a little biased here. Like, I do feel like the Vietnamese guys aren't necessarily favorites to win, whereas Bjergsen and Doublelift were. So I wonder if they're going to be able to continue to go on later in this bracket.
I think the biggest thing is that, you know, we didn't see the best Korean players yet in 1v1, like FLICKR, like Smeb, like Prey. So I'm pretty sure, you know, at least I believe that FLICKR will meet Prey if I lose tomorrow and FLICKR wins. So that's up for ICE, but except for it, I believe that Koreans will take over.
All right, we'll see what happens. And some of them are up next. We're taking a short break. But when we return, the unkillable Demon King FLICKR takes to the stage with the rest of the Korean All-Stars to take on the best from the LMS.
Now we are here to introduce the 1v1 tournament, the pinnacle of competitive League of Legends. And out there on the Howling Abyss, it is just mano a mano!
See, trading back and forth. Aphromoo is going down! He's down! Oh, he has no mana for anything! Oh, he gets him!
Double lift! I like it. Whoa!
Okay, sorry.
Is it enough?
Oh, it is against the tower!
No.
Not enough barrier! It's a tower!
Is it enough?
Oh my god!
For another
Vault Boy. For minions, 2 more minutes, the casters.
Gonna be a winner, gonna play for glory, gonna live forever. My name in lights you see. Gonna be a winner, gonna play for glory, gonna live forever. We're making history. We come and we throw down. We're gonna paint this town. Until we reach the top, we come and we throw down. We're gonna paint this town. You know we never stop until we reach the top.
Yo, we riding in the Maybach, coming for the payback, screaming out hype in the huddle on the racetrack. Your band should play a lot. Tell me, is that all you got? When I hit the lights, you can hit me with your best shot. Said get your playboy, you ain't no Hefner. Think you lost your way, boy. Now I'm gone, I left ya. Standing in the stadium, here comes the champion, popping champagne, cause you know that I'm
Be a winner, gonna play for glory, gonna live forever. My name in lights you see. Gonna be a winner, gonna play for glory, gonna live forever. We're making history. We come and we throw down. We're gonna paint this town. You know we never stop until we reach the top. We come and we throw down. We're gonna paint this town. You know we never stop until we reach the top.
Take these arms and use them up. There's nothing to keep. In moments of good, cold, and rust, I'll be your relief.
不能跟那些LCK 他们同队的话，就是还蛮可惜的，因为我没有跟他们一起玩过。那不过当对手的话，也就是蛮荣幸的，就是可以跟他们打对线那些的，所以就换队的话，其实赢还好，就是主要是可以开心的跟他们打一场，就觉得蛮开心的。
We'll find out how well they perform in just a moment. Welcome back to Barcelona, Spain for the 2016 All-Star event. I'm Quickshot, joined by Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley and Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. Super long-barreled names, guys. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Just had some fun watching the 1v1s and excited to jump in.
Yeah, saved the Commonwealth trio for last, so excited to get cracking.
Non-traditional Commonwealth, in fact. I always forget Canada's part of the club. Anyways, let's quickly run down the lineups. Burning onto the Rift, representing Team Fire and setting everything ablaze. It's the LCK All-Stars. Smeb, Bengi, FLICKR, Prey, and Madlife.
And looking to freeze out their opponents, representing Team Ice, the LMS All-Stars. In the top lane, it's Ziv. In the jungle, it's Karsa. Maple, your mid, and the bot lane duo will be BeBe and Albus.
All right, we'll have to find out how well the LMS All-Stars will hold up. Currently, Team Ice, 150 points on the board ahead of Team Fire. And this matchup, it's full of top-tier talent. Papa Smithy, when you look at all of the players, maybe on the LCK squad, with the exception of Madlife, everybody really performing well throughout the course of the split.
It's stacked, and there's a lot of loyal members. It's basically, the Korean fans have always voted for kind of the same players, specifically Prey and Madlife, the bot lane duo for the Korean duo, was voted in as a duo way back in May 2013, the first ever All-Star event in Shanghai. And the 3 times they've been able to vote a full roster, it's always been Prey and Madlife. So nice to see some of the old names represented. And then Smeb, obviously, stepping up massively, specifically in 2016, and being rewarded with that top lane spot.
Yeah, and Madlife is just an absolute legend. This guy has been around forever. He's been a fan favorite forever. Kind of reminds me a little bit of an Insec in that, you know, people name plays after this guy. They call it Madlife, and you play someone out of a jump. And this is something that this guy is known for. His Thresh, his Blitz are just incredible.
That's it. Before the Insect, there was the Madlife. Yep. So those are the duos of big names, and it's great to see him represented. Obviously, shoddy performances, you'd have to say, in the summer season. Was great in spring, fell down in summer. We're still waiting to see where he'll go in 2017.
31% win ratio, the lowest of all players attending All-Star 2016. Let's turn our attention over to Team Fire. They're not going to be a pushover. LMS has been a particular challenge, make that Team Ice, rather. At the last few international events, LMS is currently 5-1 versus LCK. When you look at the Flash Wolves players, Karsa, and of course the mid laner Maple. Both of these guys, Korean kryptonite, or is that a stretch?
I mean, perhaps a little bit of a stretch, but you can't argue with the results. Specifically, the Flash Wolves team have traditionally stuck up, whether against LCK opponents, including SKT, multiple times. So while you look at the squads and you can't look past all the class on the lineup of the LCK team, there's no slouches on the LMS side either.
No, there certainly are, but we all know when it comes down to the big finals, it's always the Koreans. These are the guys who show up in the big matches, and it's still early in the tournament, so maybe the LMS still has a chance. And you know, BeBe, to speak about him a little bit, he hasn't won an LMS title, but he has won 3 GPLs and a World Championship, and his best days, I don't think they're behind him. His recent results with J-Team has shown that he is a very, very good AD. These guys were expected to qualify for Worlds. They didn't, but he is considered by most to be the best AD in the region.
And it's just lovely seeing the highlights like you saw from Season 2. You know, 3 of us were watching the game back then. So much has changed, but BeBe still is seen as the top AD carry from his region. TPA, you know, now J-Team, they've always had this man anchoring the roster, and he's innovated a lot. The blue Ezreal build that everyone remembers was started by BeBe.
Yeah, was started playing Ezreal back then, playing Ezreal today. We'll find out if he plays it in 2016 as well to wrap out the year. Now, something we have to touch on, it is going to be an uphill struggle. 4 out of the 5 LCK players were in the semifinals of Worlds.
That's true.
And, you know, the caliber of players is going to be very impressive. What do you think these guys are going to get their hands on in picks and bans? We've not seen Ivern. There was some excitement around it. We've seen the Assassins banned out and Azael. We're just jumping into picks and bans right now.
And I mean, I for one am excited to see some of these Assassins unleashed. I think there should be a ban on the Assassin bans. You're not allowed to take them off the table. I want to see Katarina. I want to see FLICKR playing champions like LeBlanc. See what this guy can do on it, because he is a LeBlanc god. He hadn't lost in so many games. What was it, 26, something, some ridiculous amount of games that he'd won in a row, and unfortunately it's already gone.
I mean, the power speaks for itself in the pick, and it's FLICKR. So clearly you're going to ban it away. I want to see how LCK are going to approach this tournament, because so far, you'd have to say the 5v5 game's been pretty on the line. It's been pretty much serious picks on both sides. I want to see the Jarvan back from Bengi. Remember, FLICKR and Bengi, the 3-time World Championship duo, are breaking up after this offseason. Bengi is going somewhere other than SKT, so let's see some of these power duo picks that have kind of been the trademark of the last 3.5 years.
And as an NALCS fan, I want to see who's going to perform, because we know as this offseason
scouting grounds over
exactly,
here. I see how it is. I see how it is.
LCK is that LCS farm teams, you know, so whoever plays well, you know, we're going to pick them up, and we can look forward to that for next year.
You know what the funny thing is? A year ago, Froskurin stood in your spot and made the same joke. And now it's NA, so the Koreans have to go somewhere. And I guess
we got to take our wins where we can get them, Papa Smithy, because it's not at Worlds.
Oh, boy.
Well, we'll find out if any more farming can be done from this series, gentlemen. Rengar Thresh nearly banned out by the LCK All-Stars. LeBlanc, Syndra, Rise, again, sort of familiar-ish picks, with the exception of maybe Thresh, you can argue, and a first pick Nautilus. Not sure about that, but why not?
I'm guessing it's going to be a top lane Nautilus. Obviously, that's the big story with Courage the Colossus. Still a very decent pick in the bot lane, so it is definitely a flex pick between those roles. There's no Kuro on the roster, so mid lane Nautilus probably not coming out, but a power pick and one that Smeb has played in the past.
Yeah, and it certainly can flex around. I definitely think dependent upon what support is picked, you can have some pretty good matchups for Nautilus in the support position, and it is really strong with the Courage of the Colossus, plus your W shield. Those two stacked up just make trades ridiculous. It's really hard to punch through those shields, but I was a little bit surprised to see Nidalee and Thresh off the table. Nidalee is actually, I believe, lowest win rate jungler in the game right now and is going to be getting some pretty serious buffs in coming patches, so to see it still prioritized as a ban is interesting.
But there would be no surprise if, and it looks like the Rek'Sai is going to be locked in for Bengus, is still going to be erring towards the more reliable, another Courage abuser. So far we have double Courage of the Colossus. Twitch not so much. Okay, so not going to be a Courage team for LCK.
No, it's not. This combo of Nautilus Rek'Sai didn't work out too well for Team Ice when they used it earlier today. Europe against NA, of course, but slightly more skilled players this time around.
Might have been a player problem there, Quickshot. You can't blame the champions.
We'll find out whether or not the answer to that question is. But Prey, Twitch, I mean, that's fantastic. I'm already excited about the matchup. And Papa, we've actually been talking about which AD carry Prey was going to play all day long, and Twitch was one of the guys.
I mean, he's a seminal Twitch player. Back in Season 2, when he was first voted in Season 2, Season 3, was known for the Twitch. Not his most played, that was Corki, mainly because, of course, moving towards the League system in 2015 and 2016, Twitch went down in priority, but Twitch is way up there in priority. In this tank meta, we find ourselves in a tank buster, now having the longer ability to go into that ambush and being able to set up, can still be using the same assassination role, so good to see the Twitch, but it's back to the old meta with the Jhin on the side of LMS.
Yeah, and Jhin, you know, a lot of people were talking about, oh, a lethality, that's going to kind of kill off the Jhin because it's not as strong as the armor pen, but I actually disagree, and I've been seeing a lot of successful builds. I have been seeing Ghostblade builds still be successful, but you can even go the old kind of like Essence Reaver, Rapid Fire, i.e. those builds work very well too.
But it's not the full long sword. It's not the flexible back timings. It feels like if you can get a BF sword, still a very strong laning AD carry. If you can get a completed, upgraded Dirk or the Caulfield's Warhammer, still can be powerful. But you have to say, the fact that he had the flexibility, just buy as many long swords as his hands could fit, and then come back and finish items later, really helped the Jhin. As maybe we're going to start seeing some of those picks I was hoping for. So let's see if FLICKR will show out a unique champion this game.
Well, there's big smiles on the side of the LCK All-Stars.
That's not a unique pick. That's
all the way down, having some good chuckles. It's not going to be anything super exciting. However, this means Nautilus support and Rumble top. Obviously, Smeb going to be burning through that top lane Poppy. And it's Katarina!
Oh, here we go.
We have Katarina, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2016 All-Star.
And it's such a gambit to take a teleport mid laner against FLICKR. Now, it is the Victor. This is actually not the worst matchup for the Katarina. Obviously, back in the day, pre-rework, this would be a really painful one, but people have been theorizing that this is one of the lanes that Katarina can stand through. And guess what? Nothing's changed about the late game resets. Katarina is a beast in the late game.
And this champion, I feel like the skill cap went even higher. I think that it's such a difficult champion to master. And as such, you won't necessarily have a lot of experience playing against someone who is extremely well practiced on this champion. And I'm very excited to see how Maple performs and also how Madlife is going to do on this Nautilus here in the bot lane, because I do think they have the all-in potential against the Jhin, against the Bard.
And look, they kept the last pick for mid lane. That's pretty predictable, especially with a mid lane like Maple. When they committed to the Rumble, it's worth noting that when you look at CC, you know, interrupts were always the word you would use against a Katarina. There's a Rek'Sai knockup. There's Nautilus who has a lot to himself, but this is going to be a support Nautilus. It's going to be a squishy Nautilus. If Nautilus dies early in a fight, gives up a reset, no, not really much else on this team to deal with that Katarina.
Especially true when you consider who's handling that Nautilus. Not the strongest of forms that we've seen from Madlife himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time here on day one of All-Star 2016, hashtag FireWin or hashtag IceWin. Fire currently trail by 50 points, and this match is worth 100. Will this be your Katarina, meaning 0-5-0, or will this be the other team's Katarina, 5-0? We're about to find out as we load up for Summoner's Rift here in Barcelona, Spain.
Crowd are hyped. I'm hyped. Always good to see these mixed rosters from the LCK. You follow some of the off-season moves, and it seems like we've got some all-star teams just in the regular sense in terms of KT and SKT. There's always a bit more personality when the nations come and meet.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think this has to be exciting for the LMS fans because they have traditionally done pretty well against the LCK, and this is really the LMS dream team. This is the best players in each of the roles from the LMS region. I think it's very similar to how NA did with their kind of team for All-Stars, so it's really exciting to see these players perform.
I mean, the only name that might surprise Albus over Sword Art to more fans that have watched only the big international events, but the word is, watching from what I've seen, the limited LMS I've seen, but especially talking to the experts, it hasn't been Sword Art's year. Sword Art definitely last year was leading the pack when it came to LMS supports, but it's been much more Albus's time in 2016, so it's actually no big feat to see him here at support.
And what a champion for it to be your time on. Bard in game 1 of the 5v5 Summoner's Rift. Get some of those ultimates down, lock people up with your Q, and see if you can get a good advantage. I mean, it's going to be tough against this Nautilus if he ever gets caught out, but range advantage will be in favor of LMS. Taking a look at the map and how it starts off, it looks like red buff starts for both respective junglers. And we'll keep our eyes on where Bengi and Casa decide to prioritize their next steps.
And we have to remember that you can still do the 2-camp level 3 here. And we are seeing Karsa go for that path right now. He could look for a very early top lane gank onto Smeb. And this is something that's so tough to deal with because you can show up so early with this level 3, with the red buff, that it's very difficult to deal with both for the top lane and the bottom lane.
I think you have to go for that particular path, the 1 buff into the golems, just because specifically, if you see that you enter lane the top lane, if you see that the enemy top laner hasn't warded, you're right for the level 3 gank. If they ward, you have that information, you follow your path, and these are both manaless junglers. Speaking of junglers, you could see Bengi sniffing around bot lane, but for now, not going to be any gank attempts. But they're all waiting. They don't want to path over to their blue side necessarily because blue buff transfers will be coming up soon.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Albus already left lane to potentially help out Casa. Showing a good understanding at least of the threat on the level 3. His wave was pushed in, so safe enough for BeBe to farm. By the way, we kept getting glimpses of Maple being shoved into that lane. 5 CS to 15, a lot in front of, I think this is expected, low-level Katarina. Yeah. Doesn't have a full complement of spell rotation available, and obviously the range advantage for Victor.
And the CS is lying to you somewhat, right? There's still a good chunk of minions here. We'll have to see how well he does at picking these up under turret, but if he can get the majority of these minions down, then he's going to be okay. And we also have to remember he has the TP to come back and pick up some of these minions, get an early base, try to pick up some MR. I imagine he's going to be building an Abyssal early, something like that. And try to be able to sustain the early game and then get back and just farm it out.
Not complete agreement on item build because you're so flexible with your AD and AP ratios on Katarina. Gunblade is always seen as a really big pick. Gunblade into Guardian Angel is actually something people have been messing with, but these trades you're seeing on your screen are indicative of the fact that Katarina is still a melee champion when it comes to the auto attacks, a bit like Kassadin, the other pick that we see in the mid lane quite a bit as a melee. And also the other risk there is that you push with your Q when you're going in as Karsa is right behind Fire here.
All right, Prey and Madlife need to get away. Good dredge line from Madlife. Throws down the shield of the Titans. Roth, Albus and BeBe gonna push forward.
Good flash.
Madlife was able to flash away 1 summoner spell for the exchange, and that was a pushing lane. In actual fact, all 3 of LCK's lanes have been pushing very heavily straight out the gates.
And Madlife does have to blow the flash there, but it was well played. I think the hook immediately onto the Lee Sin, denying him from getting onto Prey, saves his AD summoner, and yes, he had to blow his, but still I think he's totally fine with that.
One of the biggest changes you see for Katarina is that when you go for those big trades, when you Shunpo in, previously you did your little bit of damage and you had to walk away and you traditionally took 3-4 auto attacks a spell. Now you can W before you go for the trade, Shunpo in, Shunpo out, only take a little bit of damage, and thus the trades in mid lane are going better and better for the new Katarina.
And what else are we going to be looking for in terms of the trading fighting pattern? Obviously that's the way out. But what is Maple looking to do against a Victor? This is a matchup that we're now seeing in the new preseason and hopefully going to see more of over the next weekend.
And I personally don't think he's really looking for a kill here early on. Unless Karsa can get behind the Victor or something like that. It's more about just farming out, looking to roam, looking to be able to get control of the lane through that, make plays around the map, and try to take over, hopefully, in team fights.
And I completely agree, Exel. Basically, what he's trying to do here is farm out a gunplay. That's what he wants to do. Get through the lane, not lose his turret, and get a gunblade. Just because you think of Victor and you're like, wait, Victor doesn't have a stun to stop the ultimate. Why not go for the gank?
Trading here. Connects onto BeBe. Magical Journey is available, but look at that great trades.
And just look at that. The Courage of the Colossus, he lands a CC, pops his W. It's so hard for them to actually return fire. But
Azael, look at Bengi. He's coming from behind. Elvis is in trouble. Knocked up from the unborrowed. Down to 100, and that's first blood to Prey.
That was so well done. They have Madlife go in, force out the Magical Journey, so that was actually off cooldown. Bengi is lying in wait, comes in, they get the first blood. So well done there.
Sort of flexible pathing available for a Rek'Sai. Karsa's in mid lane to back up.
Very quick channel on that Death Lotus for Maple. He's forced to flash away. FLICKR looking to turn it around. 1v2. Gravity Field does not stun Karsa. Death Ray puts a lot of damage down, and FLICKR uses Ghosts and forces 2 away.
But the point I was going to get to is that the Gravity Field is still that interrupt on ability, so you cannot Death Lotus if the Victor ult is up and expected to go out. We're seeing here what happened. They went for the first trade. Ice thought this was over. The LMS thought this was over, but that's when Bengi pathed in. They knew they had the line in. Alba's still very squishy on that Bard, and very nice stuff from the LCK team.
Yeah, and just forcing out that Magical Journey prior to that was so important. It means there's no way out for the Bard. Long cooldown at early levels with no CDR. Just really well executed there. Smart stuff from the LCK. And with FLICKR surviving in the mid lane too, bad goes to worse for the LMS.
Absolutely. Already 1,000 gold advantage between Fire and LCK. We caught a glimpse of Smeb. He's up in the top lane. Sorcerer Shoes completed and teleport available, whereas Ziv has used this to go back to lane. We've actually not looked at that lane a whole lot, but it has been playing out as expected. Rumble shoves in Poppy. Poppy falls behind early. Wait for Poppy to make teleport play. And that's a pretty good summary of what's going to happen for the next few minutes.
Exactly. Once you know the abilities for Rumble, you know he's going to have the push. Victor predictably has the push in mid lane. The surprise for a lot of viewers, probably, as we see Madlife just going for the most aggressive ward possible. That's a Rek'Sai behind him.
He's here.
Ignite, flash for Albus. It's got a Magical Journey, very short distance. Gets to safety, but there's no support from the rest of LMS.
Yeah, and they're going to have to back off the turret because Prey has pushed up the minion wave. They're very vulnerable here if they actually stick around.
And even though they're against double TP, both are down. They have the cooldowns there, so they're free to make this move. But the only surprise I was going to get to is that Twitch, now with the ability for the W to stay on the field, does actually have the ability to push in a Jhin, which is not something that could have happened with the way that previously, where previously you just tossed the Venom cask and get a couple of stacks, get a quick trade in with Expunge. But the fact that Twitch can now push brings another element to his game, and is what's really helped shore up his laning phase.
I love the W because not only can it help with pushes, but it can be used to really complicate trades from your opponents. If they want to go in and get a couple autos off, if they're trading inside the W, what do? Do they stand in it, let you get that 6-stack Expunge? Do they run away where you're going to move forward and get free autos? It becomes very complicated for your opponent.
I mean, it crazily becomes a zoning tool as well. It basically becomes something like the Ziggs Minefield, which once you start getting level 6, Infinity Edge, and the Static Shiv, it might not do the immediate damage of the Ziggs Mines, but the follow-up damage from Twitch has never been a problem for the Rat.
No, absolutely not. Prey, of course, maxing that E, getting a lot of damage built up.
Sun in his eyes there.
There we go. Just the simplest shots are the easiest to miss. But Ziv was actually shoving Smeb in. Got that Spectre's Cowl, got some MR, and gonna pull some supports up. Here's Costa.
Bengi's coming though.
It's a 2v1. Easily pick up the kill onto Smeb. And they just walk away. Bengi a little too late to the party.
Yeah, super clean stuff from the LMS, even though that was a cross-team thing. Down bottom,
the
though.
Dredge line! Wow, that was interesting. BeBe got pulled out, but still clicked and got past. I don't actually think I've ever seen that interaction before.
Movement priority is always an amusing thing, but up top, as you mentioned, but the moment that he had the Spectre's Cowl was starting to stand up to the trades, and this was just really clean. AHQ, Flash Rules, doesn't matter if there's any team rivalry there, because these two were of one mind.
Yeah, that was beautifully done, but
Smeb
has TP'd bot, and he's going on Albus.
That's such an easy kill. Prey gets to secure.
And look, Dredgeline is still a hook champion. It's not the Thresh we were hoping for, but the Nautilus has the hooks. Madlife has always been great at those line skill shots, and they're profiting off the bot line here, is LCK.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying Madlife's a little bit rusty, so you make the hook a little bit wider, maybe 2 or 3 times as wide. You're going to be a little bit more accurate. You know, I like it.
Can't fault the logic. It seems to be working. 0-0-2 for Madlife. And it looks like Tower first blood secured as well, just as 10 minutes pressed. Azael, things are looking up here for Team Fire. Plus 2K, tower advantage, kill advantage. Good start.
not bad. It's not bad. You know, if you're a Team Fire fan, an NA fan, an LCK fan, you know, all the same, really, the same one region.
Did you hear Kobe's theory earlier, the NA stress? You know?
Yeah, it's beautiful. We all came together, you know. How are we going to win All-Stars? It's brilliant. We'll draft the FLICKR.
There we go. Draft the FLICKR, draft the LCK.
Seems to work at Worlds.
3 out of 4 times. It worked out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, all of that shenanigans is happening elsewhere. Maple teleported to push FLICKR out of lane, and that allowed LMS and Team Ice to pick up the Infernal Dragon. So that is a small solace. It's a late-game investment, much like a Katarina. It's a mid to late-game investment. Mid-game more heavily than late, but still no Gunblade and that Negatron Cloak. That's going to slow the build down a whole lot.
Unfortunately, the investment, it seems stocks are crashing over here in the mid lane for the LMS. Things are not looking so good. You know, it does have a late game, obviously, on the Katarina, but Victor, no slouch in the late game, turns out, Papa.
Well, and also, the futures market against LCK teams has never really been one you wanted to invest in. Kind of crashes around the 30-35 minute mark, so we'll see. He's being forced into the Abyssal because of the trades and the harass he's taking from FLICKR. The build path for the Victor's not changed much. Rylai's, importantly, hasn't been changed on this patch. Will change on the next patch, so still, the 2-item core, very powerful
Some
for the
shenanigans down here in the bot lane. They're setting up by the Blast Cone.
Oh, please do something fun. Please do something fun. Oh, they got spotted, though. Hit it, hit it. Nope, still not doing it. Frey's going to be able to camouflage his way to safety. Ooh. No, hold my breath. No Lee Syndrome today for Casa. I wonder what that LMS squad were trying to do.
I mean, blast
into the red buff and surprise somebody.
You sit there and think about the mechanics behind Blast Cone and Magical Journey, and your mind certainly wanders, but no such luck that time.
Not yet. I'm sure we'll get a chance later in the game. For now, pressure is on FLICKR, gets caught out by the Tempered Fate. Here comes Casa. FLICKR's able to flash away. Albus, he fired the Cosmic Binding just a moment too early. Casa going to hop over the wall to the Raptor camp.
Still, both summoners down there on FLICKR. That's a nice play there from Albus. He's able to move mid lane, nails the ult. Both summoners down for FLICKR.
Yeah, and Casa has flash available himself, so the kick will probably be lethal onto this Victor. That's not good event. Might be now.
Deathloach is fully charged. Maple's going to flash away from the hook. Manages to get a lot of damage down. Still has access to that preparation. Prey pulls the cast just a little short. Spray and Prey contaminate. Flash!
Oh, he got
it for the kill. Prey gets it.
Oh, and that is huge. Prey is 3-0 now, up 30 CS. This guy is going to be massive.
But look at this full court press coming from the LCK. It's not just a solo kill bot. They're invading the jungle in the mid lane. Rumble sack lane ages away, and this is certainly escalating very quickly.
Tower fell earlier. A couple more kills. Red buff stolen away. Vision is being pushed in deep. Look at the LMS jungle. LCK beginning to dismantle LMS right at the seams.
And they're so good at pushing advantages. As soon as they get it, they're not going to give LMS the time to farm it up, to hit their item breakpoints and become relevant. They have the advantage now, and they will push it now.
That's exactly what they're doing, turning their attention to the top lane. Now Zip is going to be the next potential target. No real support, though, from the rest of the map. Taking a look at Smith, he snuck his way up there. What is the LCK All-Stars up to? Have they changed target? It appears to be the case. Oh, this is going to be terrifying. Equalizer goes out, knocked up by the mine, caught by the hook. Brazen or Rampage 4-0.
And they're already out of the laning phase with the Nautilus, so whatever struggles there would have been at level 1, 2 are now a thing of the past. Walking around, acquiring targets, Madlife. Don't even need to hit a hook once you have access to the depth charge and taking over the map. Remember, with the long respawn times, it's very important to deny the blue buff, the big camps. Gold lead will only grow for the LCK.
Very interested to see what Madlife is actually going to go for next. Will he get a redemption of his own? Will he go for a Knight's Vow to help out Prey, who's already fed? Some of these new items for support, I think, are very, very powerful and pretty affordable early on.
The build paths are really nice too. Crystalline Bracer is now a big build that's building health. Casa base checks.
Ooh, manages to sidestep the hook at least. Gets out to safety, but LMS 15 minutes in are so far behind, and this is not quite what I expected. I did think the LMS squad is going to put up a little bit more resistance against LCK, despite the Koreans obviously being the favorites in the matchup.
I mean, Korea's looking good, but we're not at that 20 points yet, Trevor.
Not just yet. Maple's going to dash away after the preparation. Once again, shoot close to safety. Casa finds FLICKR, gets the kill, manages manages to pick it up. There's a knockup from the Unburrow. BeBe's running for his life. Another Sonic Wave connects. Maple's looking for more. Preparation into Shunpo. Maple's on the board. 1 kill, 1 assist.
And the LMS are really hoping this is where it begins. Finally, Maple is on the board. Had to go super defensive build with the Negatron first into the nearest large rod, but this is some of the new Katarina mechanics coming in. Double Shunpo available. Finally catch xPeke with his summoners down, and this is 2 important kill involvements for the LMS.
And it's Karsa that gets the glory, but it's Maple who did such a good job surviving, delaying, never allowing BeBe to land that stun, which set up those 2 kills, gets them on the board, and gets them right back into it.
Maple's going to need to finish off this thrift shopping. BeBe's going to flash away.
He's coming in.
More. Exhaust comes up. Very good tempered face. Double teleports coming in. Maple throws down the Death Lotus. Gets the 2nd kill. Another follow-up from BeBe. Katarina is 2-1-2. And if it were solo queue, I'd be saying forfeit at 20.
Well, it's not the way you thought it looked, but it is close now. That's 4 straight kills for the LMS. The Rylai's is completed for Maple. It's going to be so sticky, really hard to get away from this. And they overcommit. They don't respect the double TP. They both come in. BeBe's able to disengage. The ultimate lands from Bard, and it's a disaster for the LCK.
Overextending in multiple lanes was what got LCK the lead early, but finally, double teleports. The extra gold to pick up the Rylai's. Just the right spot for Team Ice to come and collapse on top. And you have to feel like, even though there's that 2,500 gold lead, the tide is starting to shift to LMS.
Especially if another Dragon can get picked up. Cloud Drake so far 0 contest from the LCK, and this is going to be a clean, safe collection.
That's an important one. Sometimes Cloud Drake isn't very important, but here, when acquiring a target on the side of LCK is so important for the Poppy, for the Katarina, for the Engage, there isn't much disengage on the side. We mentioned it. Nautilus, okay, can solo down, can solo CC someone, and there's 1 knock-up from Rek'Sai. But otherwise, whether you acquire the Rek'Sai, so whether you acquire the Rumble, the Twitch, or the Victor, those are all great targets to burst down for Team Ice.
Assuming they survive, because while they're great targets to burst down, all 3 of them can burst down Team Ice. So if the LMS are not in the right place, I mean, with the exception of Poppy, those are pretty squishy targets.
Yeah, they are, and a lot of, I think, LMS's success comes from picks. You have to use the Bard well. If it's a straight-up 5v5 with the Nautilus and Prey on this Twitch, getting up in your team's face against Jhin and the Bard, they're not going to be nearly as effective. So they need to get the long-range CC, they need to get these picks and start the fights on their terms, or they're going to be shredded by what I think is just a stronger 5v5 team fight team.
And Prey was still piecing together the 2-item build that gives everyone so much tether, so much terror, sorry, the Hurricane and the Infinity Edge. Infinity Edge going to be coming relatively shortly, and then the team game, the 5v5 especially, becomes basically, can you stop the Twitch? Can you lock him down? Can you CC him? Get rid of his front line? Because if Twitch is free hitting on that 2-item spike, not much you can do.
And the scary part of that is there's 2 more threats, but LMS looking for one of those picks.
The target is Prey. They need to get the vision. Camouflage is going to help by some time. Shunpo into Death Lotus. Prey gets tagged, taken down by Karsa. Maple's looking for the jumps, the Shumpos as well. Karsa survives the slither. Faker's running up. He's ghosted in for the fight. A magical journey by some time. And it looks like the LMS have managed to get away. They invested a lot, but they do get their kill. They may just lose a tower for the trade.
And even though LCK had an aggressive ward down, we didn't see the TP from Smurf. They answered with a turret, like you said, so still going to be some more global gold going the way of LCK, but it's been LMS on the front foot for the past 5 minutes, and it's been nice picks and nice teamwork, and the Bard opening up plenty of avenues.
Yeah, 3-man squad coming in from behind. The ulti misses, the Q misses, it doesn't matter. They had more than enough. And look at the damage from Katarina there. Ultimate actually does more damage than the previous version, and just too much for Prey to get away. And
extra ticks on the passive wasn't enough to take down the Lee Sin, but they healed when they saw Victor walking into screen to ensure that everyone got the hell out of dodge, and we reset, and yeah, does really feel like things are starting to come together for specifically the Katarina, but more generally the LMS.
The thing is, Maple's going to have to use all of these like positive swings in his favor to overcome a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, tries a pretty opportunistic Death Lotus because that was a flash ulti and then forced to back away. Summer spell down, but still very sticky.
call what you want it, opportunistic, over-aggressive, optimistic.
Reckless.
I might just call it a little bit bad, but in this case, it's not going to work out for Maple, and Prey gets away.
Trying to be positive.
Yeah.
Azael, trying to...
Such a sunny disposition you have over there, Trevor.
My glass is always half full, gentlemen. Yeah. And as it stands...
Maple's is splash empty.
I like that one. All right, Ruto to Bengi. A little bit of damage from Maple. Follows up with that secondary Shumpo. Bengi, no real defensive stats to speak of. A little bit of HP from that Cinderhulk. And looking down the rest of the items, again, no real surprises, gentlemen. Keep looking to see if there's something new, but there's not just yet. And BeBe seems to be going the Essence Reaver build. Let's see what he picks up next. Currently sitting on 1,500 gold.
The big story where you can really start to see the shift in this game is that 5 minutes ago, maybe 10 now, there was aggressive wards down for LCK. They took early turrets, they pushed Vision onto the side of the LMS, but they haven't been able to actually send 2 members without getting picked off, and they've been ganked so frequently around the map. The pressure has really gone down, and then we start getting the items onto these carries. Speaking of carries,
all right, Faker's in trouble. Knocked down. Really easy combination. Not enough time to do anything in Faker.
And they get a splash too. That's just fantastic here from the LMS. And Karsa and Maple have been working so well together. These guys really are carrying the hopes of the LMS.
But it's situations like that where you start to see the difference when it's an all-star team of Koreans rather than necessarily a team that practices together. Because Faker was just sheer overextended. Didn't have the vision to be parking himself up. Only had one very shallow pink ward and was picked off by this pick comp coming through from Ice. And as the game goes on, we see the really high ratios that have been added to the kit of Katarina, making her even more deadly in the late game. She's only starting to put together damage, and it was mostly tankiness in the early game, but it's coming soon.
Indeed, Albus runs the magical journey long enough to get away. Bengi didn't really have a damage support with him. It was just Madlife looking for a hook, but none available. Smeb joins the rest of LCK in this mid lane, and looks like he's going to try to shove down this wave at the very least.
This is where I'm really excited for a 5v5 fight because the items are coming together. Infinity Edge, Hurricane, complete for the Twitch. You leave Twitch alone, he's going to kill your team. Katarina, she might not look like she has the items, but she's getting to pretty much the same place. Once Reset Town hits, we know what comes next. So whichever of these hyper carries goes unchecked in the next fight, I think will take over the game.
Yeah, certainly. And although LMS has been winning some of these skirmishes, the LCK, they're still ahead in gold, and their 5v5 is so powerful. And we haven't even seen the kind of Smeb-Jin interaction where Jin pops his ultimate, and then the Rumble ultimate just gets dropped on his head, and it's so tough to deal with that.
It is indeed. Smeb's got an hourglass available. That's going to buy a few seconds time. Ziv and Maple looking for more. Flashes away from the Death Lotus. Is going to have a plant to knock him to safety, and eventually Ziv and Maple run down Smeb, while Karsa gets jumped on his side of the jungle. So it feels like LMS are throwing resources at Maple to continue pushing him ahead.
Yeah, and Smeb, he survived for a bit, but he needed to drop his ult before the Zonias. You need to have damage kind of going out while you're sitting there in the immunity, and LCK are trying to force this dragon. Looks like they're going to get it for free.
We'll give time, though, for Ice to set up some vision around Baron. And this isn't the really big objective you want when you see 2 members sent top at 23 minutes. Usually, it's an inner turret. Usually, it's a much bigger advantage in multiple lanes, but they're just snowballing their duo and actually get up a turret. So overall, the gold lead firmly with the LMS in that particular interaction.
Yeah, tower plus kill. That was actually the LMS's first tower of the game. Fell around 23:55 seconds. So mid and bottom have been shoved and some chip damage. Nothing secured just yet. Gentlemen, Karsa's Lee Sin has gone Black Cleaver after Warrior. That's optimistic, wouldn't you say, Azael?
It's aggressive. I like it. It's All-Stars. Let's get the damage builds. You know, you can compare the 2 Rengar builds today. I would say almost everyone preferred the Assassin build.
Oh, yes.
Lee Sin, get a Ghost Blade. Get whatever you want. It's free reign for item builds. I like the offensive build.
And I really like going extra damage on the Lee Sin when you have a Katarina, just because you get one person pretty low, Katarina does the cleanup. The resets start to come through, so Katarina can profit from the extra damage the Lee Sin will be doing.
And also, when you have 4 early kills, well, not that early, but this guy is snowballing. He's doing very well, and when you're ahead on Lee Sin and you build damage, you can just 1-round carries. If you get in on the Twitch, you can assassinate this guy.
And while the redemption is complete, actually a completed locker is really important here for the LCK. Aegis is gone. We don't have the Aegis into locker build anymore in terms of just the AoE magic resist, sure. You can get the selfish stats of the new Aegis, but the locker, and specifically the massive shield up to over 600 at highest level. 600 extra effective health may be the difference between a Katarina ripping through an entire team or just being stuffed at the start.
And that's kind of the name of the game for supports now. You have the Locket Shield, you can get Face of the Mountain Shield, you have Redemption, so it's all these healing and extra kind of shields that you're not necessarily going to expect.
Frey's going to use that blast going to get over the wall. Equalizer comes down into Ziv as well.
Flash.
Frey, not using that spray and pray just yet, waiting for the range. Ziv will actually just get run down without any further assistance. Picks up a really easy kill, but that was Ziv very overextended. Frey and the rest of LCK now on the tower.
Okay, and the rest of the teammates weren't in position to profit over a teleport coming in from the Katarina, so they should easily get an inner turret, and this is the sort of trade that's more reminiscent of a Korean team playing at their best.
Certainly is, and they get the kill, they get the tower, so it's not really much of a trade, it's just a win. They are definitely looking good here, and Maple hanging out on the side. He wants to see if FLICKR will come up too far, and if he can get a kill.
It's crazy how intense the pace of this game is. It feels like a non-gimmick 5v5. We see a lot of power. The Katarina pick is starting to really rear its potentially ugly head if you're an LCK fan especially, and take over the game. And Ice putting down aggressive vision and wanting to get as much control around Baron as possible.
All right, you can see the ward in that Baron pit, and we've crested well into mid-game territory. Touched a little bit on how both of these teams want to sort of play the 5v5s. But do you think it's fair to say scaling is mostly in favor of LCK? Maybe the Ziv late game on Poppy, you could opt, but like, where do you see the scaling and what do you prefer as this game continues to time?
To me, it's for LCK pretty heavily. I think that Twitch outscales the Jhin. I think that Victor, as far as teamfight ease, I think that Victor is very, very effective, almost always, and I do think that Rumble as well. I like their team across the board a lot in 5v5.
Oh, wow, Casa just absolutely obliterates Frey. Is going to give up his life in the trade. Oh, still not dead yet. Finally dropped by FLICKR, but that's exactly what a Black Cleaver Warrior Hexdrinker build does.
But it looks cool, but is it worth trading 1-for-1 when your jungler is the one that goes down? Now, I'm not saying this will open up Baron, but seeing some other players around the map, Smebs low.
Take a look at that damage. Maple's got a flash. To dash away from Ziv. Good knocker. Now we jump to the mid lane.
Fighting everywhere.
Fate comes out. Albus slows down FLICKR. Flashes over the wall. We cut back the bottom. Maple got the kill onto Smeb. Now Bengi's trying to help out. Got the tower behind him as well. Support from the LCK squad coming from the river. Full HP for Madlife. FLICKR barely scratched. Death charge will chase Maple as far as he can run. The dredge line pulls him backwards. Riptide holds him in place. And that's an easy kill. Shut down onto Maple. Ziv's running for his life, but will not escape FLICKR. That's a very big shield from the buckler, and the gravity field holds him down. Is he going to get the whole wave before he dies?
Just Poppy things.
Oh, FLICKR. Didn't your parents ever teach you not to play with your food? His attention, Ziv's running, trying to escape, but it will eventually get dropped down.
Now, there's matters about that, but actually delaying the death timer really helps with Baron control. Yeah. Teleporting in Poppy is enough to stop a Baron, and suddenly Poppy is 40 seconds away. And we'll be interested to see if that was just a complete manners play by FLICKR, or if they actually do have aspirations to pick up and set up a Baron right now.
And here is where it all started off, and that was such a long chain of events. Karsa does blow his flash, he kills off Prey, but he gives up his life, and it's now the LCK moving for the Baron.
So it looked cute, but it was actually strategic, because remember, Poppy is still 20 seconds away.
Input fade for Albus, not available just yet. The peel away from LCK from Baron, they've interrupted it. BeBe still got access to the curtain call. Team Fire, they don't get Baron right now.
Yeah, I mean, Maple has the TP, so even though Poppy was dead, TP available for her now, and she can join in if they need to, but Maple having that TP, he got there, and it's very risky to go into that Baron pit, get grouped up, have the magic damage debuff on you against someone like a Fed Kevin.
And I want to return to your question about scaling, because I think the late game, and I know that this nuanced thing when we're talking about a late game, but when Nautilus gets items to basically shrug off the Katarina, I think that's when Fire have it. But I think mid to late, and even the early late game, actually goes to Team Ice, because when you commit to top lane Rumble, and you have a Rek'Sai who went Tiamat first, you're not going to be tanky. There's only the Redemption, Aegis, and Locket are coming, but I feel like the Poppy can answer a single, but sometimes two threats from the side of Fire, and then Katarina can do the rest of the work. So late game, sure, but for now, and especially if they get a snowball Baron, this could be big for us.
Baron's going down fairly quickly, 7,000 HP. Prey
set up.
and Prey's available, goes into the pit, but he's one shot. Prey is down. That's a kill for Faithful. Now the teleport's coming in. BeBe gets knocked up by the Dragon's Rage. BeBe's down, 80 carries.
This could
not
be SKT's
available. Baron is now being turned onto. Redemption's coming out from the squads. Zev is jumping into the pit. The verdict not available to him. It looks like Casa has re-engaged on the Baron. He's on 400 HP. BeBe and Madlife going back in, and everybody breaks away. 80 carries trade lives.
That was such a crazy fight, back and forth. Looked like LMS had it. Then the LCK comes in. Looks like they're going to take over, and Ziv with a fantastic ultimate to disengage that goal.
Adam feels really starting to go through now. Ziv is tanky, but how tanky is he? You're going to find out.
Yeah, it takes a lot of damage in front of
tanky.
4 members. Albert and Casa have jumped up as well. The tower's still sort of the focus, but LCK, they're looking for kills. Casa drops down Bengi.
Oh, nice ultimate.
Smith and Faker. Equalizer can be used. Great binding once again. Locks him up, but the tower still goes down. Here comes Maple. He's jumped in. That's going to be a golden Smith. Not dropped yet. Hourglass buys some time. Finally goes down. The slows come out from the curtain call. Maple gets the slow. That's a double. Looking for more. Prey's now going to run in. Spray and Prey is up. Ziv is the target. He will get crit to death as Prey shuts him down, and things are getting very, very messy after 30 minutes.
These fights are so hectic. Every time a single member on the LCK squad goes low, both the Jhin and the Katarina lick their lips, look for the first kill that starts the inevitable cavalcade. And this is the point where you have to be so selective with your engages if you're the LCK. Because Katarina, 3 core items done, is a beast.
Certainly is, and you can see it shown off here. Ziv was so tanky, able to absorb so much of this damage, goes in, gets a nice slam against the wall onto Bengi, and then Albus has been great with his ultimates, lands the 2-man binding on both the carries, and then it's Maple's turn. He comes in.
Smeb is really greedy. He actually uses his ult, the equalizer, purely to try and snipe away the Lee Sin. Whiffs on that, means they don't have it for disengage. The chase down, the chase never stops with Katarina after the rework. And although Prey gets 1 answering kill and stops perhaps a Baron if the Poppy was to survive, we're so even, despite the slender gold lead for LCK.
Yeah, we really are, but you do have to worry at some point about the fact that BeBe is not getting any of these kills, really. So many of them are going on to Lee Sin, and you do start to fall off pretty hard, I think, the further you get into the game. Thankfully, Maple is massive, but Jhin is going to have to be a factor.
Yeah, he is. But guys, we haven't spoken about the elephant in the room. Despite the fact it feels like LMS and LCK are even, it's 5 towers to 1.
Yeah.
LMS have got so much territory to cover. I don't remember when the last time they were even in the river this game was.
But standing gold is something where you look at and you're like, okay, they're going to be able to, they can win a team fight, taking a lot of turrets, but sieging is desperately poor. Katarina may be able to team fight, still a melee champion. Poppy, melee champion. Lee Sin, a melee champion. And Jhin has never been particularly strong at taking turrets, specifically on his own. So for now, sieging's not an option, only team fighting. So the standing gold may actually take a long time. This game might have really been decided by a big team fight and a Baron before we actually see 3 outer turrets down for LMS.
After that, 33 minutes, the Baron fight is looming. Ziv is going to be backing away. Teleport is available for Maple in a few seconds, and Smebs is closer to Ziv's timing. So if anybody's out of position, then that option could go 1 minute 50 until Elder Dragon. So that's also going to complicate the situation, because both teams have got decent enough dragons. Not exactly game-ending to pick up Elder, but definitely helps you get the next big objective.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking to do. If you can get the Elder, chain that into a Baron, then quickly push, it's what you can unlock with the Elder.
One little item we should talk about. Banner of Command finished for Poppy. The AP obviously going to waste, but Rumble will have a hell of a time pushing back a bannered up minion, because really a magic damage dealer outside of those auto attacks. So purely to complete and force Rumble side lane. Yeah, Prey's caught!
Prey got pinned against the wall and he's down. Now it's a 5v4. Faker's already running for his life. Keeper's verdict has already booted the LCK away. Smith burned the equalizer. Not gonna get caught. This time around, it's a trade. Ziv's lost his life. Faker turns it back around to Albus. Where is BeBe and Maple? They're splitting up, running away from the Chaos Storm. No binding stun yet, and LMS they couldn't run into the damage.
It was a great start to the fight, but Maple TP'd and he could never get it.
Oh!
FLICKR with the assassination on Albus.
The Lich Bane really just destroying Albus. BeBe flashes away. Maple's looking for an opportunity. Where's the preparation dagger? Holding on to it for now. Carcer uses the kick. Remember, there's no tanky stats. He just goes down. Maple's going to get caught up by the mine. And 4 members of LCK. That's a delayed ace. LCK, they've broken open the base.
Because it's 35 minutes and it's Lich Bane, FLICKR. They might actually try and finish the game here. It felt like it was slowly creeping to the LMS, but one mistake and the game may be over.
It absolutely is. BeBe gets flashed on. That's the ace. LCK and Team Fire drop the first Nexus turret, take down the second. Here comes Ziv, gonna try to buy some time. Gravity Field pulls him back in. Albus has got a few seconds up, but it will not be enough. A support versus the LCK. The Nexus is being burned down, despite the small hopes and the attempts from the LMS. It is the LCK that will slowly hammer away, dropping Team Ice and taking 100 points for Fire.
Fantastic game there. We got to see the first Katarina come out here at All-Stars. Worked out great for Maple, but there's just not much you can do without the help of your team there. And we should see some of the weaknesses, right? You need to have people low on health. You need to have your team doing damage for you. You can't be the initiator. And in that last fight, it all fell apart.
And there was frustration on the faces of the LMS team. They smelled a victory. They saw where they could win the game. But we focused on the fact that there were those turrets up for so long. There was that standing goal that wasn't able to be accessed because they had a squad that couldn't actually push down turrets. However, they make one team fight mistake. Lich Bane Victor, 3-4 item Twitch. Turrets were mowed down for LCK and the game was over.
You actually saw just how easily Prey was able to deal with Ziv, the Twitch versus Poppy. Every single time Ziv was trying to run in, it just did not work out. And LCK, gigantic smiles on the faces of the squad. And they take away the points, and now the lead at the end of day one, 14-5.
And this is kind of signature. All the top LCK teams are so good at being able to not only win fights, but also take objectives. And it's always that thing where you're watching Worlds, you're watching international competition, it's like, we're doing it, we're up in kills, and you look at the goal and you're down 5K. And, and it always feels like that against these very, very elite teams. And a lot of these players from the LCK, they're comprising these teams. They're making up these teams. And that's why they're able to play at such a high level here, even when it's just guys kind of thrown together.
Yeah, exactly. The basics, the principles understood by the majority of the squad. To go back to the discussion around how the teams are looking now that we've seen all 6 on the day, it feels like the NA and the LCK squads have been more on the same page in terms of how they play the map and, you know, reading opportunities a little bit better. Do you think that's a fair statement now we've looked at all 6 teams?
At the multiple time All-Stars, I think the class was definitely there for LCK. So even though they made uncharacteristic mistakes, they still kind of steadied the game and took it down when they could. So I feel like they looked steady. Same story with NA. A lot of settled names, a lot of people who aren't going to be awed by the scenario here in Spain. They look good, and the 5v5 is definitely where Team Fire has shined so far.
Yeah, we saw Katarina in this game. We've seen LeBlanc banned out the vast majority of the remainder of the games. Do you think we'll see a LeBlanc on the Rift?
I hope so. I hope so at some point, because I think that champion is ridiculously good now, and I think it has an insanely high skill cap. I want to see FLICKR or somebody get to play it. It would be super exciting. Maybe in the 1v1s, you know, it can have one of those agreements, LeBlanc versus LeBlanc. I think that would be pretty tight.
But Trevor asked, do you think we'll see it? And I think the power level is so damn high that I just don't think you can leave it up. It's too powerful, unless you have inside information that mid laner doesn't play a LeBlanc, which I don't understand why you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Then you just can't leave it up.
The risk is too high, as it were. So LCK, they grab themselves 100 points, reclaim the lead for Team Fire, 250 to now 200 to 150. Do my math right, trying to figure it out on the day. And we're going to be doing more of these 1v1s, doing more of these fun modes as we look forward. We'll talk about that a little bit later. For now, we're going to take a look at the interview with Dash on stage. He's standing by with a 3-time All-Star from the Rocks Tigers.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm here with Prey, along with Homan, to help out with some translations. As you already mentioned, it's a very tight race here in point totals. But before we get to that, I want to talk to Prey specifically about the All-Star event and the opportunity to play with players that you're normally playing against, say in the likes of FLICKR or BeBe. You're used to playing against them in the regular season, and here you get to be on their team. So what's that like?
우선 이렇게 올스타전 이벤트 때는 평상시엔 적으로 만나는 페이커 선수 또는 뱅이 선수 같은 선수들을 한 팀으로 다 같이 경기하는 소감이 어떠신가요?
좀 재밌는 좀 현상이라고 생각하고요. 이제 저희가 항상 져왔던 이 선수들이랑 같은 팀 하니까 좀 기분이 좋네요. 네.
I think it's really fun, especially play against players who we usually lose against, like FLICKR and BeBe. So overall, I think it's a really great experience playing with those players at the same team.
All right, now with that, we mentioned how close the point totals are. Of course, it's only the first day, but 200 points in the lead, over 150 for FLICKR. My question to you is, have you guys discussed what you think it'll take as a full team, Team FLICKR, to come away with an all-star victory this week?
지금 이제 1일차로서는 팀 파이어가 200점으로서 이제 팀 아이스 150점에 50점 좀 앞서고 있는데 혹시 그럼 팀 파이어 전체적으로 어떻게 하면 이 이벤트를 우승할 수 있을지 논의가 됐었나요?
솔직히 뭐 딱히 논의는 하지 않고 그냥 다들 그냥 1대1에 뭐 연습하는 것 같아요. 그쪽에 좀 집중해서 연습하는 것 같아요.
We didn't have any group discussions, but I think we're all just focused on the 1v1 tournament.
Well, then speaking of the 1v1 tournament, tomorrow you're going to be going up against Yankos from H2K. And of course, he was the First Blood King at Worlds. And First Blood is all you need in the 1v1. So how do you feel about going up against him?
1대1 대회 나온 김에 내일 이제 프레이 선수는 이제 그 퍼블의 왕자로서 알려진 이제 양코 선수랑 붙게 되었는데 사실 1대1 대회에서는 퍼블만 있으면 되는 거잖아요. 내일 양코 선수랑 붙는 소감이 어떠신가요?
저도 약간 퍼스트 블러드 킹이라고 좀 들었는데 어쨌든 제가 1대1에도 좀 강하다고 생각을 해서 퍼블 당하도록 만들어 드리겠습니다.
I'm also personally known as a First Blood King, and I'm very confident in those 1v1 matchups. So tomorrow I'll let him get first blooded by me.
That's what I like to hear, confidence coming out of Prey, and we look forward to that 1v1. I want to congratulate you again on the victory here and the point total lead for Team FLICKR. Homan, thank you so much for the translations. Back up to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much as well. And I'm very happy we got to hear from Prey before that 1v1 versus Yankos. Yesterday, you've been talking so much about it. You heard it here. You're donezo, man. It didn't even start.
Yeah, it's over. I don't even try anymore. I will just pick volleyball like amazing 1 year ago, and I will just go in, you know, just lose whatever.
But are you willing to put the nickname on the line? Because Prey says he's known as First Blood King. Is that what this is for?
I mean,
Will you take the challenge?
I'm a team player, man.
Yeah,
what do you want?
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. We are going to talk about this match, the LCK taking down the LMS. Let's take a look at the picks and bans because we have that reworked Katarina in there. Talk to me about the team compositions. Obviously, good synergy with the Bard. How do you think they drafted the LMS?
Well, when you look at how the LMS draft, I mean, it became apparent later on into the game, you kind of have this 2- or 3-man roaming pack where, you know, Caster and Maple kind of stick together, and sometimes it's Ziv. And the idea is Lee Sin puts the damage down, Cat cleans it up. But this is kind of why we've seen Courage of the Colossus be so good, is when you can't kill any targets that aren't the AD carry, suddenly you run out of a lot of options on the map. So, you know, there is a way for this draft to work, and we started seeing it, but it's very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like unless the Katarina snowballs super hard in the mid game, that composition is not going to work, because if you just look at what Korea's put together there, it's just this behemoth of a team fighting composition, and they also don't have a really weak side lane that's going to get 4-1'd or 1-3-1. So really, they knew the game was going to come down to team fighting. They were never really in danger of losing, and then eventually FLICKR got Lich Bane and killed everyone.
Wow, okay, good to make the breakdown really straightforward. No, I do want to talk about the Nautilus. We saw it in the top lane a lot of times already, and now the support, that is something we have seen in the past. How good do you think it is in all the regular lane matchup, or how good do you think it is then as the game progresses, which is what seems?
Well, I do believe that Nautilus is only good because of the Colossus mastery, so if he doesn't lose the lane hard, then that makes him a strong pick. Also, in this certain team comps, I think Nautilus was like perfect pick against Katarina. That's why they sent him bot lane, and then, you know, all he had to do is just press R in a team fight, and then no matter what else he did, it just didn't have an impact, you know, like all he had to do basically is one skill, you know. So I do believe that LCK draft was way better because of it, and since they didn't lose bot, even after leasing Ag level 3, it was perfect.
And that says a lot about not only the mastery, but also redemption, that it shouldn't really fit on a Nautilus, like...
Surprise!
You know, but you pair the two together, and suddenly Nautilus just put him in the bot lane, kind of crushes everything. So says a lot.
Absolutely fantastic. Jat, you mentioned the cat should have gotten rolling, and she did get some nice kills, and we're going to take a look at the stylings of the cool cat from the LMS, brought to you by Acer, because, you know, those new mechanics, the dagger mechanic coming in, and Maple definitely had some practice on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good play, and as well, I like to highlight Lee Sin here. I mean, this is sick. Like, Bengi could block the Q, he could flash in the Q, for example, and then FLICKR wouldn't die. But the fact that that he flashes now, you know, when he's dead as well. Like, it was really poor mechanical play from BeBe, but at the same time, you know, the mechanics from Maple and the Lee Sin was just insane.
Fantastic. And then top, this happens as well.
Yeah, and this was where it looked like the LMS was going to be able to pull it back a little bit because Prey overextended, and they also got the nice double TP in. Albus actually had some really nice Bard ultimates throughout this game. Prey had no chance. Once Maple gets 1 kill, he's very sticky on Katarina. That's one of the things about this Katarina, even before you get a reset. You basically get an extra shunpo when you go to a person because you're always throwing your Q first, then you're shunpoing to them, then you can pick up your dagger for the reset and bounce after him. So to catch someone in a Bard ultimate and Katarina literally sitting next to them, haven't using any of their abilities, there's really no escape.
No, indeed. Shout out to Vedi, by the way. Vedius, he loves Katarina. He was really, you were there. He was really sad it didn't get picked at IWCA, so this one's for Vedi. I'm sure we told Maple to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how that went. We went to Maple, told him the Vedius.
Maple and Vedius, they go way back.
Yeah,
they
they're
just
like...
watched it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just believe Katarina is super OP, so I'm surprised that it got picked right now. But in solo queue, it gives me heavy headache. So, it's tough. It's tough for sure.
Definitely in solo queue, I feel like that pick is a little bit ridiculous. It spikes so hard in the mid game is one of those things, and because it can just double dash to you over and over again, not to mention usually like high-low solo queue has about double the kills of a pro game. It's much easier to get that gold and come early and hit a stronger spike.
Any other surprise picks or picks you guys were impressed with today? Remember the Varus from the 1v1, said we get good. The Nautilus, both top, although you guys didn't win with it. And then the support, Katarina, anything else?
We had the Quinn jungle and Marksmen mode. That was pretty fun from Reckless. Glad to see Ice, you know, pulling it out on that one.
I would actually prefer to see Twitch jungle, but we didn't see it just yet. I mean, maybe because...
A lot of Twitch, though.
Yeah, a lot of Twitch we saw, but I think Twitch jungle could be actually a really decent pick, so I'm looking forward to that. And then I would like someone to pull off Nocturne, maybe even me. I do believe that champ has potential.
You've now actually talked about 3 picks that I feel like I'm so excited about Katarina and Twitch jungle and Nocturne.
Here is we're going to get to see those champs in the fun modes. I'm not sure if we'll see them on SR, right? Like Nocturne, I think should be in assassin mode for the most part.
Super good.
Personally, I'm disappointed no one played Ivern. They had opportunities to, and it wasn't actually banned that much. Like,
true that.
There's a lot of champions that are really OP, so we'll see what happens.
We will see, but let's take a look at our standings following the first day of mayhem here in Barcelona between Team Fire and Team Ice. 200 points for Team Fire and 150 for Team Ice coming through there in the regional matches. Fire reigning supreme so far with the LCS and the LCK, but in the fun mode, Team Ice got some points back, and they have 4 representatives over 3 for Team Fire in the next round of the 1v1. So it's incredibly close, Jankos. So final thoughts on the standings so far?
Well, it blows kind of that. As for now, we have LCK and NA LCS dominating, but I hope we can score some points tomorrow against IWC as Europe. And then we will see what happens in 1v1. I also think in the fun modes, we have a little bit of an upper hand, except for the assassin mode, where we will face FLICKR and Bjergsen in the same team, so that could be tough.
We'll see what happens. Let's see which game modes we have coming up for you guys tomorrow on All-Star Day 2. We have the regional matchups, the LMS taking on NA, EU taking on Southeast Asia, and China versus Korea. Wow, great matchups there. And then a mixed team matchup on the Howling Abyss and a Poro King battle you won't want to miss. And then the 1v1 tournament continues. 350 total points on the line tomorrow, as there were only 300 today. Actually, 350, you know, it's exactly the same. No extra hype there.
But there is hype for LPL
Yes.
LCK. That's where the hype is. End of the day, that right there, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and that Poro King as well. It would be super, super exciting. Guys, that was it for day 1. Any closing thoughts? A lot of fun, a lot of mayhem. You're going to rest up and then tomorrow pull out some points for Team Ice?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, facing Prey and stuff like this, yeah, I mean, I would like to hype up EU a little bit, but I believe that tomorrow we should win. So why would I build hype when, you know, you just kind of have to expect us to win? Okay. But except for it, you know, in 1v1, yeah, I mean, just...
All right. All right, we'll see what happens. Time for us to log off here at Palau St. Jordi. From myself and everyone at the broadcast team, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. Buenas noches.
We're at the end of the season, so let's create some mayhem.
mithy and Reckless are in so much trouble. The Crystal Arrow catches Doublelift, but so does the pullback. Doublelift needs to knock it off by a charm. xPeke's got no mana. Double kill to Doublelift.
So high quality. Look at it. I know, it's beautiful. Yeah, thanks. You look so good. Oh my god. Cute. Is the hair? Oh, you too.
Aphromoo going all in. Exhaust. He's trading back and forth. Aphromoo going down. He's down.
Optimus, look at how low these health bars are. Kill out. Big one for the Graves. They secure it, however. They may not live to use it.
Holy shit.
Holy.
Hey, nice try. No.
Not enough barrier. It's a tower.
Is it up?
Oh my god! Can he get in range for exhaust as well?
Super.
Oh, he has no mana for anything. Oh, gets him.
The Bob parallel convergence rod is not able to get the plan. Look at the damage out of Clearlove. You gotta be kidding me.
Now he's taking a lot of minions to try and get the relic. Oh!
Down to level 6.
Minions, 2 more instant casters.
No Q because he missed it. That's over.
That's over.
Spray and pray. Contaminate. Flash.
Oh, he got
it for the kill. Once again, shoot close to safety. Caster finds FLICKR. Gets the kill. Manages to pick it up.
They're going for it.
Dropping a little bit.
Oh, BeBe.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of Wayless in my whole life.
Hey, go for it. Just go for it, man. One more hit. Almost too easy.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna smash him.